super. It didn't show the plume. I missed it.
You missed it?
I missed it. I don't have it. It didn't pass. I couldn't track it.
Hamas has accepted President Trump's hostage release framework, with negotiations continuing in Cairo today. Both sides agree Hamas will not govern Gaza under Trump's 20-point peace plan, backed by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Trump posted on social media yesterday that talks have been successful, quote, very successful, but warned that delays could bring massive bloodshed. Despite ongoing negotiations, Israeli airstrikes killed 65 people in Gaza over the weekend, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. Axios has new reporting on President Trump's phone call on Friday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It came after Hamas initially agreed to release all the hostages. Axios reporting that Trump called Netanyahu to discuss what he saw as good news. But according to a U.S. official, Netanyahu felt differently, telling Trump this is nothing to celebrate and that it doesn't mean anything. Trump then reportedly fired back, "I don't know why you're always so effing negative. This is a win. Take it."
I think the stars are aligning, not for peace, but as you said, Joe, correctly, for a breakthrough. I think there's a pretty good chance now, which is not something we would have said any time over the last 2 years, for a deal. Hostage for prisoners, a ceasefire, Israelis pull back to some still to be determined line. I think, there's probably some more aid going in. I think there's a pretty good chance we get that. The rest of the deal, will you eliminate Hamas? No. Will you get every Hamas fighter to go over, give up his weapons? No way to do that, no way to monitor that. Will you get serious peace talks underway? No. But could you get a kind of mini deal? I think there's a pretty good chance. And then I think the next big thing will probably be Israeli elections sometime in the first 3-4 months of next year. And Bibi Netanyahu, who was really forced by Donald Trump to accept this deal, will basically try to make it his own and basically say, first I won the war, then I got this breakthrough, and I got the hostages.
And similarly, the details of Israeli troop withdrawal, what percentage of Israelis will withdraw, where will they withdraw from, the fine points that really are decisive in the end in getting a peace deal at last are still outstanding. There's a big group meeting in Cairo today to try to resolve those issues. To me, Joe, the situation was summed up well by Israeli columnist Nahum Barnea, well known in Israel and to Americans who follow the Middle East, who said Trump doesn't make threats to Bibi, he gives him orders. And that's the way it's looked, I think, in recent days. Trump has been the dominant figure in these negotiations. And as we've seen, Netanyahu has really no choice but to at least nominally go along, as has Hamas. Hamas has nominally said, we're on board. But we'll see today in Cairo just how difficult some of the remaining details are.
take this deal. And there's a sense, I talked to some White House folks over the weekend as well. They do think like Netanyahu overplayed his hand. The strike in Doha, certainly. Also, word had gotten back to the White House that Netanyahu was telling allies in the region that he was giving orders to Trump, that he was in charge, and the president would have to follow his lead. You can imagine how well that sat behind the Resolute desk. So there's been a change here where Trump and his team have really feel like they've been able to put the screws a little bit to Netanyahu. They forced the apology in Doha, and now they feel like they're close to getting Netanyahu to take this deal. I'm struck by the language we heard from the weekend of Trump telling Netanyahu to take the win. That's the exact phrase that President Biden gave Netanyahu more than a year ago, October 2024. Right around this time, Netanyahu defied Biden then. Richard, he seems like he's not able to now.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 6 October, the year of our Lord 2025. Gold is at $39.69. $3,969. We're going to talk all about that, about what happened yesterday in this great evolution. Jack Posobiec's going to join us. News on the Middle East and President Trump's negotiating stance. All of it. We're going to take a short commercial break. Magnificent cold open. Want to thank the team. Original footage from Poso that we didn't get yesterday, but he's got more and he'll explain it all to you. Short commercial break. You're going to be back in the War Room. Just a moment.
The greatest innovator, liberator, cultivator, freedom knows. So I suggest you take a
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, welcome back. Jack Posobiec's with us. So much going on. I want to do the Jack. First off, you were our wingman yesterday, but because of communications, you're inside the bubble. You were secured all day. Not that some of the audience didn't say that was better, but no, I'm just kidding. So, Jack, tell us about your day. We have more footage. I just got to ask you. Maybe we can play it. You got into the Osprey. I thought you were going out there in Navy helicopters. You're going to the Marine Corps Osprey. Isn't that take
Look, Steve,
don't you get actually a medal for getting? Don't you get a medal? Don't you get a air medal for just getting in there?
Yeah, Fleet Marine Force, like all of our corpsmen, got to make sure you have the corpsmen on standby, I guess. No, honestly, I'll say this. It was incredible to be with the president yesterday. It was incredible to be included in this. And yeah, the Osprey, look, I'm well familiar with the Osprey's reputation, the Osprey's history. But I got to say, at least for the 2 flights that we did yesterday, I was smoother than any ride I ever had in a helicopter. I got to say, it was smoother than any ride.
The Osprey, by the way, we're kidding the Marine Corps. And there is going to be a Marine Corps 250. We'll probably be able to give you more developments on that later in the week. But Real America's Voice War Room will also do full wall-to-wall coverage. Yesterday was unbelievable. The audience size and folks stick with the entire time. It was really great, Jack. So, Jack, give us the inside baseball. What it was like to be there with the president. You were there from Air Force One all day on the carrier. In the middle, because the sound wasn't great, so we couldn't hear the deafening roar of the engines and the guns or blowing stuff up. So walk us through that.
Bannon calls me up afterwards because I finally get signal back when we're done all this. Turns out when you're on a carrier at sea, when I was in the service, I never had my cell phone, so it just never was something that I would think about. But yeah, it was no service out there, and so we've got the video now. We're playing it. I got all the sound you want, including, I believe, the president. There's the Tomahawks going off. So I believe the president actually tweeted out one of my videos or truthed out one of my videos. That's with the FA-18 conducting a supersonic flight. So he's breaking the sound barrier right in front of President Trump and Melania. And this thing's going viral right now because you see the president, and as you can see, I'm standing on the flight deck just across from him. He didn't even flinch. He didn't even flinch at all. And it's interesting because you saw the entire left spent the whole weekend saying, where's Trump? Where's Trump? He hadn't done anything in front of the cameras, and it's been a couple of days, and he's out here with breaking the sound barrier and not even skipping a beat. And by the way, I have to say, just having been there and and spending the whole day as well with the First Lady and observing that, I got to tell you, I think the First Lady really enjoyed this. She was mentioning that she had been to the Bush.
What are you talking about? She loved it
in the first term, and you could tell that was genuine enjoyment, genuine interest, and they're asking, by the way, probing questions, serious questions. If you remember, by the way, President Trump has had issues before, specifically with the catapults on the decks of these carriers. So this is the Bush, right? No, remember he was going between the steam and the electric. Yeah, it was the steam versus the electric.
Yeah.
And
hang on, the narrator made sure. Hold it. The narrator made sure that he said steam. He said steam catapult. I mean, that was in the script, right? President Trump on the electronic.
So where we were, we couldn't hear any of the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had no narrator. I had My narrator was boom, boom, boom of the United States Navy. That was my narrator. Well, and it was interesting too, because I was the only one who was prior Navy who was there. So a lot of the media guys who were around, and they were saying, what ship is that? What ship? What's that jet? I said, that's not a jet. That's a plane. See the propellers. Just the basics, because it gets complicated really fast. And if you haven't spent any time aboard a ship, people are saying, oh, Steve, you appreciate this. They said we're going to take some really steep stairs and go through some tight doors. And I said, no. Ladders and hatches. Ladders and hatches. No, we don't do that. And I said, and by the way, and when you see them, they are not stairs. They are. By the way, Steve, I think for the first time on a carrier, I got to take the captain's ladder. That was definitely a first, because IS-2 Pacific was not even, I wasn't even allowed to look at the captain's ladder.
Well, I want to go to along those lines. Here's what I think was magnificent, and with President Trump, if we can get Jack, if you can send the thing that went viral, I want to play that in the noise in the next segment. But here's what's for the audience. Here's what's quite frankly amazing. Normally, when a commander-in-chief would go aboard a flagship like a carrier, which is the flagship of a strike group or a battle group, as I still call it. He normally goes captain. They go to the bridge. He gets the leather flight jacket. He puts the binocs on. He gets a ball cap from the ship, and he's up on the bridge watching things. But you are slightly removed, particularly for the noise and the raw nature of what's going on. The President of the United States was on the flight deck, right, with the Mickey Mouse ears, and Jack, even on the landings, he's just kind of off to the side. I'm making commentary because we had a ton of guys from the Navy, that spent 30, 40 years, and I'm kind of talking to the president was out on the flight line. I mean, he was on the deck the entire time. He never didn't look like he ever went to the bridge. He was out there where the action is. And hey, there's no more dangerous patch of earth than a carrier flight deck during carrier flight operations. Am I wrong on that, Lieutenant Commander Pasovic?
I'll take the promotion, but field promotion there, or sea promotion, I guess. But no, he's out there, and by the way, that's Admiral Caudle with him. So that's Admiral Caudle, and then they've got a PAO who's there, kind of explaining different things that they're seeing. Yeah. So that's Admiral Caudle, the CNO. That's the highest ranking officer in the Navy, and he's out there, the First Lady. And look, it speaks to the professionalism of the United States Navy sailor that they were willing to have him out there. And again, by the way, could you imagine? I mean, you have to say it, the compare and contrast. Imagine Joe Biden staying up there with the rotor wash, with the F-35 landing just a couple of feet in front of him, with an F-A-18 breaking the sound barrier. I mean, he would have fallen off. He would have fallen off, and everybody can look at this back and forth. I mean, he would have been down to Davy Jones. Down to Davy Jones.
What about Obama would have been saying corpsemen? Remember that? These guys couldn't tell the corpsemen couldn't tell port from starboard. What was amazing is the president was out there for the entire flight ops. It was incredible. You could tell him he was loving it. Here's the thing, Jack. I have been commenting the last couple of times as President Trump does these huge evolutions every day, that he does look like he's getting tired. I mean, you can tell he's trying to change the world. Everything's coming to the Oval Office. Everything's coming to his desk on his shoulders. Yesterday rejuvenated him. When he got off that and came to that speech, I mean, he dropped 10 years in age. All these people saying we haven't seen Trump in 48 hours. He's getting old. This guy's only just starting. He just needed to be out with the sailors, out with the fleet. And I think it's so powerful. He didn't want to be removed from action at all. He wanted to be actually there on the flight deck, watching the ships, the 5-inch 54, see the rockets go off, be right there when the Navy SEALs came for the boarding exercise, so he could see all of it. And Melania, you could tell they were having a great time. And he was so rejuvenated by it, right? It's like his batteries were getting charged at the same time. So it was just a magnificent evolution.
Well, and
I can't
you have to
say enough about how the Navy. Go ahead.
Well, and you have to contrast it. So the last time he's really done a major public address like this was at Charlie's Memorial, and obviously I was there as well. And so to go from something like that, which was so horrific, and people ask me, they say, oh, what was it like to be there? It was horrible. The whole day was horrible. Every single second of it was horrible. But then to go to something like this, and I have to say, from a personal perspective, having served in the United States Navy, to be back there at Naval Station Norfolk, where I've been many, many times. I was stationed at Dam Neck for a while in Intel, and to be there with the fleet, with my shipmates, to see the president up there saying, you members of the United States Navy have held the watch for 2.5 centuries, and you will hold that watch forever. It meant a lot to me personally, and I think it meant a lot to the country. I certainly hope it did, to see the president acting and assuming that role, right? Really speaking with the voice of the commander-in-chief, showing the awesome and terrible power, sea power of the United States Navy.
Yes.
Don't give up the ship. And echoing John Paul Jones. Dewey, by the way, you know, you talk about what Commodore Dewey did, smashing the Spanish Navy, going back to John Paul Jones, smashing the British Navy again and again, and then he gets into our great submariners, destroying the Japanese Imperial fleet over and over. Every single major navy of the world, major empire, is going up against the United States Navy, and we have wrecked all of them.
Big, and the president was the history lesson yesterday was incredible. Jack, stick around. We got more of the evolution yesterday with the United States Navy. The commander-in-chief, really down on the deck plates, saw it real and raw. It was incredible. Gave an amazing speech, and as we had a number of our former admirals and captains yesterday say, Captain Finauthing said it, you can't order sailors to clap. That was a spontaneous reaction to a commander-in-chief they love. Why? Because he's an alpha male. Why? Because he's a natural leader. Why? Because they understand with him as commander-in-chief, he's going to set things right. Super high level of confidence. Just I can't go on about how, I could go on forever, about how important it was for the Navy, for the country, for young men and women. Short commercial break. Posto is going to stick with us here on a Monday in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is, not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
It didn't show the plume. I missed it.
You missed it?
I missed it. I don't have it. It didn't pass. I couldn't track it.
So, Jack, correct me if I'm wrong, the president was so enthusiastic about Dak because you've got it coming in. That's a deck top. That's right coming across the deck. That the reverberations and the noise is overwhelming. The president himself put that up on True Social.
He liked it so much he actually posted it twice on his Truth Social, right after one after another. And Steve, what people need to understand, when you're that close to the sonic boom, to the sound, it's not just breaking the sound barrier, it's not just loud, all right? You feel it, and it's like getting punched in the chest. That thing smashing through the vapor cloud that comes up, it is absolutely dominating. And yet, the president, he looked like he was having a conversation. It comes up, it's so fast, doesn't even turn his head. He just doesn't even flinch. He's just about his business. He registers it, takes a look, okay, goes right back to what he was saying.
Every VIP that will come to a combatant like that, and particularly a flagship and an aircraft carrier, one, they're going to do not just gunfire support and the types of surface evolutions you have, but to do flight ops, you go to the bridge. They're up on the bridge with the binocs and the Top Gun jacket and the ball cap. He's on the deck. I've never seen anything like it. He got an appreciation yesterday for the raw power of naval air and the weapons, because he's down there seeing it like an enlisted men scene. I think this is why he's so beloved by the troops and the sailors. You can't coach that. You can't teach that. That's a natural. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to be there. That is kind of an enlisted men's view of the world, right? That is the point of contact in battle right there. That's what's so amazing. And Melania, the First Lady, was enjoying it. I was blown away just by how he positioned himself. And then afterwards, when you're launching,
we were there for a long time too. This took about an hour and a half.
No, it was supposed to be like 40 minutes. I said on the thing 45 minutes. I remember I talked to you. I said, "Hey, this thing's going 2 hours." President Trump will get out there and be liking it so much, want to see more. But when you get the jets in position, as you know, Jack, and this is being a plane guard ship, what they do is they bring always a destroyer up, kind of cantilevered, so you extend the runway visually for the pilot. So there's always one destroyer right and back, and we used to rotate through doing plane guard all the time. And you're also there for man overboard. Why are you there for man overboard? Because every now and again somebody gets blown off by the jet. When they start even position the jets to get ready, some sailors out of position. This is why the launch and recovery of fighter aircraft on a aircraft carrier, and you saw the tail hook come out. It's the most dangerous territory, I think, in the world, but definitely in the Navy. The president was right there, and during flight ops, he was kind of sitting there watching flight ops from the deck itself. It was extraordinary, not just for bravery, but also for wanting to be, Jack, in the moment, and I think kind of see it through the eyes of how the crew sees it and how the pilots see it and how not some removed thing that it's almost like a movie. He was in the thing itself, and that's why he put yours up. That he didn't flinch. Normally you get knocked over, right? Or you got to react just to make sure it's not coming your way. Posobiec.
Yeah, I mean, this footage is extraordinary. To see a commander-in-chief, especially this commander-in-chief, that close to the action, that close to the power, the skill, the bravery, the tactical maneuverability, and the tactical efficiency of these operations, it's never been seen before. We've never seen a president that's been able to just stand there and physically even withstand all of this, to be able to do that for easily an hour and a half, feeling the reverberations of the sonic boom, being that close, watching the Navy SEALs conduct a VBSS assault of of another destroyer. Usually we don't do those on our own ships, but from time to time, and to spend the entire day right there on the deck plates. And it's footage that was an honor to participate, and I have to really thank Real America's Voice and Rob and Parker for all they did to support this, to make sure that we got this footage that nobody else has, this. The President of the United States watching the Tomahawks launch, watching them extend all the way out to the horizon line. And they had a couple of dinghies, by the way, set up when they did they did a Sea Whiz demonstration as well as the cannons, the old Mikes, and those dinghies are at the bottom of the Chesapeake Bay right now, or at least off the seaboard. And when you look at everything that he's done to be able to do so you look at his age on paper and you say, how is this even possible? And yet he does it all day. And Steve, what I would say, even separate from this, as incredible as this power was, it was the footage that is even equally as incredible is when he was going and meeting with the individual sailors, where when they would come out to the hangar bay, shook every single hand. They're all taking selfies with him. They're all meeting him. They crowded him. I almost wanted to say they mobbed him, because they couldn't get enough of him, shaking hands, and they're handing out coins, and the First Lady as well. So when you saw that in the hangar bay, then we saw the reception as well at the pier, and it was no surprise at all.
Hang on. This is so important. This is what he got rejuvenated. He had 2 battery char hits. It wasn't just the power and the might of the Navy. And I keep telling you, folks, he's watched Victory at Sea 10 times. He's very familiar with naval warfare history. In fact, he's as close to the Navy as of interest and love as FDR or Teddy Roosevelt, who were obviously undersecretaries of the Navy and very involved in the Navy and sailors and ships and all that. President Trump. The other part is what Jack just said, and Jack's got footage of it, going inside the hangar bay. And remember, he didn't go to the wardroom, I don't think. He didn't go up to the captain's He didn't go up to the captain's sea cabin. No. He didn't go and have a cup of coffee up there. No VIP. He's down there with the troops. This is the energy he draws. This is what Fennell said. You can't order sailors to clap. They love this guy. They're drawn to him as an alpha male, as a leader, and the guy that they know as commander-in-chief is setting things right. This is why, folks, CNN, MSNBC, not caring a second of it. You got even Fox, pathetic on Fox, and even Newsmax and these guys in and out with little snippets. And I'm really proud of being in business with Rob and Parker and the Real America's Voice guys, because that's a commitment to do it a couple hours in advance and an hour or so afterwards and do the whole thing. And we were rewarded. They gave us we had the direct links to the footage that in the cameras that nobody else had. Now, it's a little disjointed when you're doing it, but hey, you're seeing a live naval gunfire exercise and, F-16s, F-18s, everything flying around. You see the complexity of naval warfare, submarines. Well, Steve, that was, I thought, so great about it, but it was a little go ahead, Jack. It was just incredible, and Real America's Voice stepped up to do such a professional job in the Navy and the people putting it on. No, it's amazing. Jack, continue.
It was incredible.
On.
No, the one moment where, and I've never heard this before. So, by the way, I've got a picture of it. I don't think I've sent it in yet. I'm going to do that in a minute here. Where when the president comes aboard the ship, they fly the presidential flag. And so that was flying from the USS Bush and then later from the Truman on the same day. But I actually got to be, so I mentioned when I was climbing the captain's ladder, so I'm down there in the hangar bay, and I had to climb the captain's ladder all the way up to the observation post, all the way up into Crow's Nest. So you're going up 9 levels. And as I'm there, we hear the pipe, and they pipe on, and they say, President of the United States will now address the crew, and it's Trump coming over the 1MC. So the whole ship, right, all 5,000 sailors, and I've got a little bit of the audio. It's not great, and you just because the part that Margot posted up, that's the very end of it. But he had a whole address. He said, "Good morning, everyone. It's your president." You know, and
so amazing.
And I'm waiting for the all hands heave out and trice up. Uniform of the day is as follows, and it was just incredible to hear. He is talking about how much he loved the Navy, how much love he has for the Navy, how much respect he has for the sea power, the understanding of what sea power means, and he gave that as a gift to the sailors. That wasn't on TV. That wasn't televised. He just did that out of respect for the sailors. And then, of course, he comes in with the very end and adds, and by the way, just so you know, for today, you're no longer the USS Bush. Today, you're Navy One.
I saw that on the 1MC. Pointing to the 1MC, when you're at sea, you're on the bridge, the opposite decks on the bridge. But when you go in port, you've got the midships where people come aboard. And so you have the 1MC, which is kind of a speaker. It's a handheld. And, of course, the way I ran as a junior officer, I didn't let a lot of people in the 1MC. Sometimes it gets abused, so you hear these announcements all the time. I said, no, it's something the whole crew's got to see. We'll do it. Other than that, get it done. You use your other methods to get it done, because I think that the 1MC should be used very rarely. But the president comes up, of course, the commander-in-chief, and he's got it just like he's a junior officer on, in the quarterdeck, midships, doing it. He gets right on it, and he's addressing. But by the way, but here's the thing: there's no Zoom. He's not getting some. He's not going in the wardroom and getting teleconferenced out to the.
He said, "Give me the mic. Give me the mic."
This is original gangster. This is old school. This is the way the Navy was, and this is why guys love him. This is why men and women, you see him coming up there. This is why we won in 24, right? And I keep telling people, hey, you better appreciate it now. You ain't had somebody like this since Lincoln and Washington. I'm telling you, he's at that level. And to know he can make those tough decisions. Look, he's also negotiating peace in the Middle East, Jack, when this entire thing's going on, right? And the harder negotiation is with our quote-unquote ally than it even was with the bad guys, right? The bad guys, as bad as they are, their money sources. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, he threw out an aside. I don't think it was in the prepared remarks. He said, we're ending a lot of wars, and, I know you guys want to go and fight the wars, but we're going to end some with diplomacy. He goes, one of these conflicts has been going on for about 3,000 years, but we're going to end it.
Jack, hang over a second. We're going to get into that. And by the way, folks should remember those fast attack submarines that were out there yesterday are the exact class of submarine that launched the Tomahawk missiles that took down, 50% of the Iranian nuclear weapons program. Those were good old United States Navy, North Arabian Sea, on patrol there with the carrier battle groups out in the North Arabian Sea that were that lit up. So for all the great bombers in the Air Force, it's magnificent. Love the Air Force for the magnificence of that, coming out of Omaha with the stealth bombers and taking that. You had to go back to the Navy to 1970s technology, which is really the Tomahawk with the fast attack submarines. Just pull it up in the North Arabian Sea, surface, and let it launch, right? So, and you saw a little bit of that yesterday, which was so glad the submariners were part of this. So such an important, not just the boomers, but the fast attacks is such an important part of the entire thing. Okay, we got a lot more to get to. Jack Posovic's going to stick with us. We're going to take a short commercial break. Birch Gold, I've been telling you folks, FT's got a huge article on the fear of missing out. Is a lot of people are piling into gold. Put all that aside. Understand the mechanics and the converging forces in the world that make gold a hedge during times of financial and geopolitical turbulence. Birchgold.com. In fact, easy way to do it, Bannon. Text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
Stars are aligning, not for peace, but as you said, Joe, correctly, for a breakthrough. I think there's a pretty good chance now, which is not something we would have said any time over the last 2 years, for a deal. Hostage for prisoners, a ceasefire, Israelis pull back to some still to be determined line. I think, there's probably some more aid going in. I think there's a pretty good chance we get that. The rest of the deal, will you eliminate Hamas? No. Will you get every Hamas fighter to go over, give up his weapons? No. No way to do that. No way to mount that. Will you get serious peace talks underway? No. But could you get a kind of mini deal? I think there's a pretty good chance. And then I think the next big thing will probably be Israeli elections sometime in the first 3-4 months of next year. And Bibi Netanyahu, who was really forced by Donald Trump to accept this deal, will basically try to make it his own and basically say, first I won the war, then I got this breakthrough, and I got the hostage.
And similarly, the details of Israeli troop withdrawal, what percentage of Israelis will withdraw, where will they withdraw from, the fine points that really are decisive in the end in getting a peace deal at last are still outstanding. There's a big group meeting in Cairo today to try to resolve those issues. To me, Joe, the situation was summed up well by Israeli columnist Nahum Barnea, well known in Israel and to Americans who follow the Middle East, who said, Trump doesn't make threats to Bibi, he gives him orders. And that's the way it's looked, I think, in recent days. Trump has been the dominant figure in these negotiations. And as we've seen, Netanyahu has really no choice but to at least nominally go along, as has Hamas. Hamas has nominally said we're on board. But we'll see today in Cairo just how difficult some of the remaining details are.
The pressure, take this deal. And there's a sense, I talked to some White House folks over the weekend as well. They do think like Netanyahu overplayed his hand. The strike in Doha, certainly. Also, word had gotten back to the White House that Netanyahu was telling allies in the region that he was giving orders to Trump, that he was in charge, and the president would have to follow his lead. You can imagine how well that sat behind the Resolute desk. So there's been a change here where Trump and his team have really feel like they've been able to put the screws a little bit to Netanyahu. They forced the apology in Doha, and now they feel like they're close to getting Netanyahu to take this deal. I'm struck by the language we heard from the weekend of Trump telling Netanyahu to take the win. That's the exact phrase that President Biden gave Netanyahu more than a year ago, October 2024. Right around this time, Netanyahu defied Biden then. He seems like he's not able to now.
This is so important. He's given him orders like you would give a protectorate. You ever heard that phrase before? Protectorate? That's what Israel is. They don't call the shots. The United States calls the shots. And for all the Tel Aviv Levin and all the Israel First crowd, is this deal perfect? No, it is not perfect. Are Hamas very bad guys? Yes, incredible bad guys. Is Qatar the financier of the Muslim Brotherhood? According to Steve Bannon, it is. I'm no fan. But we kind of are where we are. And big, huge reason for that is that, what did we say at the very beginning of this? A guy named Jack Posobiec was on the show live with me on the 7th of October. It was a Saturday, Jack. You remember? I called Jack before and I said, there's something big going on. Jumped on, did the whole show. And we said, if you got to go through hell, you got to go through as quickly as possible. If you're going to take out Hamas, particularly the military brigades of Hamas, you have to go and you have to get it done rapidly. You can't mess around. Why did they mess around? The head of the IDF, not Steve Bannon, the head of the IDF, the new guy who's tough, said there was basically nothing done substantially, he didn't feel, until he came in February or March. They screwed around for domestic political reasons. Domestic political reasons. Let me repeat that. Domestic political reasons. And so we are where we are. But right now, President Trump is giving orders. And for all the Israel First crowd here in the United States, the great unmasking. President Trump's trying to do something that's impossible, to begin a process that you can really get peace. This is why he should, nobody else should be considered to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize Thursday or Friday? So Jack Posobiec, we've got a couple minutes here. I want to hold you through in the next hour. Monumental what's happening, but he's getting tons of pushback here in the United States by the Israel First crowd.
Well, Steve, here's the thing, and you saw the president, of course, over the weekend making those Truth Social posts, even as we were on the way to the Navy 250 celebration there, where he was talking about how this deal is the deal that he wants to push through. So you've got the Qataris with the leverage through them on Hamas. That's where that's coming from. And then for the president himself, obviously, look, he came or he brought in, I should say, Prime Minister Netanyahu last week to the White House. I believe the Canadian Prime Minister, Carney, is going to be coming here pretty soon. But you've got now the president saying, look, this is the deal, and we're going to do what he can to push it forward. He doesn't need to go through the Qataris to get to Israel. He's going to go to Israel directly, and that's what he's doing. It's almost like when Dad's got a couple of like when my kids are getting on each other, and I said, "Oh, this one hit this one. Who started?" I said, "No, stop. Both of you stop it, and both of you stop it, and you're going to sit down, and we're going to figure this out. And if you took his stuff, you got to give it back, and you got to say sorry too. And that's what it comes down to because." Yeah. Look, we're coming up. Obviously, tomorrow will be the 2-year anniversary of those horrific attacks that took place on October 7th. And we were on here, Steve, the day that it happened, and we couldn't play the videos because they were so horrible, but we were pulling it up on Telegram and other foreign channels that had them, and it was so disgusting. Just the things you were seeing were absolutely disgusting, and unfortunately we've seen that kind of violence now come to the United States. But that's what we've said from the very start, is you got to put down this pack of dogs in Hamas, but then the rest of it has to be settled.
Yeah. But when you put them down, you got to put it down. We said from the beginning, these people with the Greater Israel Project that want the Judea Samaria, right, which could be done over time, but they had to push. What did Netanyahu have to push? He totally trumped up, bald-faced lie about the Persians. They had greater strategic ambitions, and they didn't care if they sucked the United States into a 20 or 30-year war. Those days are over. President Trump has asserted himself that, hey, you are a protector. What did Ignatius say? He's given orders, right? He's given orders the way it should be. If they want to go do it on their own, hey, God bless you. Go for it. But do not suck us in. We're not in for this. It's outrageous what has happened over the last couple of years, and we still don't have an investigation on October 7th. And believe me, if the hands were clean of Netanyahu, you would have had an investigation and been out in 30 days. Write that down with your number 2 pencil, because that's going to come and you're going to be shocked by it. There's no way that just kind of happened. Okay, short commercial break. Poso's going to stick around because we've got a lot more to go through. From Portland, Oregon to Chicago to Ukraine to Venezuela, all next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Monday, 6 October, year of our Lord 2025. The French government has fallen 14 hours after they, now this is the parliamentary part of the government, has fallen because of debt and deficits. They announced a new cabinet, and 14 hours later, sorry, not sorry. Why? Because they're running a deficit that's about 6.5% or 7% of GDP. That's a, you can't do that. You can't sustain it, particularly when you're not the prime reserve currency. This is why you need to go now on Birch Gold and get the end of the dollar empire. Birchgold.com. Promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire, 7 free installments, started back 4 years ago when gold was, I don't know, $1,100 an ounce. Gold's about to break 4,000. It's not the price of gold. FT's got a huge story about the fear of missing out which causing institutional investors to run into it. But we've laid the case, I made the case about how you're having central banks now look at gold as a major part of their asset base because guess what? They're like not excited about having euros. Why are they not excited about having euros? Well, let me think about this for a second. Oh, yeah, did you see the French government just fell? What, the second government in 60 days? It's going to implode. Remember, these are guys talking big talk, coming over here, Macron, he's Napoleon, and he's talking big, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to send this. He's got no money. He can't even keep a government around. They can't cut spending. They're locked up, and they're hurtling towards civil war because of what they've allowed to come into the country from North Africa and the Middle East. They're to blame, the French elites. The French elites. And they're talking big. He's going to send troops to Ukraine, and they're going to do this. He's going to the foreign league. He's not going to have anything. He's got nothing. Zero. Nada. The null set. Same with the Brits. Sir Keir talking big. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. They're broke. They're dead broke. They've allowed an invasion to happen in their country. The streets are going wild. Their civilizations and cultures are collapsing. Their currency is collapsing. The bond market's throwing up all over them. Nobody wants to lend them any money. They can't sell a 30. You know why they can't sell a 30? Because they don't know who's going to be in charge in 30 years. But the bond market's sitting there going, I don't think it's going to be these guys. Why do you think gold's on a tear? Up 40%, maybe 50% this year. Why is that? We told you, geopolitical turbulence and financial turbulence. As much as President Trump's trying to do here, this is a global issue. Did I ever mention that there was, I don't know, $340 trillion of debt throughout the world, every level? And we're heading to the world's biggest margin call. You might want to be in physical gold, right? Don't take it from me. Talk to Philip Patrick team. They're the experts. I'm just some crazy Mick yells into a microphone. But go check it out today. birchgold.com. And we told you this run was not going to end yet. Just not. Because of the structure of international global finance. Okay? And Jack, when you talk about geopolitical turbulence, I don't know. We can go from the battlefield in Ukraine, which is bloodier. Folks, you're awakened. The rest of the country's not. From 1939, September 1st of 1939, the invasion of Poland by the Germans, to mid-June or June 21st of 1941, the invasion of Russia and Operation Barbarossa by the Wehrmacht, by the Germans. In those, 2 years, less than half of the casualties you've had now in Ukraine and Russia. That is a killing field. That is like WW1. And it ain't stopping. As much as President Trump tries to get in there and force a stop, the converging forces of the bloodlands is even stronger than President Trump is right now. And the President Trump, I think, after he gets Middle East, will pivot there. But you got that. You got this debacle in the Middle East. Now we got a amphibious ready group with 4,000 fleet Marines and sailors off the coast of Venezuela. And they're leaking to the press. They're going to be taking, you heard Tage Gill's a Navy SEAL as a gunman, a gunfighter. He's not that enthusiastic about taking the ports, taking the airfields, taking the railroad intersections, the nodes, because then you got to hold them, right? And that's the discussion. I realize they're non-state actors. They're telling on Capitol Hill to get around War Powers Act, which, by the way, Senate Democrats are going to push to invoke the War Powers Act in this. So we're going to have a situation, as we say. You got the cartels all the way up to Mexico bringing fentanyl in with the Chinese Communist Party. I think that's the non-state actor I would go through first, Little Marco, because you got people making decisions down there. And hey, I don't know if it's tied to their political ambitions or to Cuba and this entire thing in the Caribbean, but we got to get our mind right on this thing, because you've got Portland and Chicago. It's out of control, and the biggest issue we've got on this right now is to put down this revolution here in this country and put it down, lay it down like an old dog. It's got to happen. Jack Posobiec, your thoughts?
Steve, look, we've got the threats from abroad. They're coming across our southern border. Those threats from abroad are already here in terms of the fentanyl war that's being waged, and we should call it the fentanyl war. It is the latest iteration of the opium war, and of course the Chinese Communist Party is fueling it with their supply of these chemical precursors of fentanyl to the cartels that are coming from, yes, there are some coming from Venezuela, but the bulk are coming from Mexico, and there needs to be a focus there. Plus, you've got so many that are already in the United States. Now, you want to talk about the street crime, you want to talk about the crime that Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi are issuing threats, issuing these warnings against the threats that are there in Memphis and places like Chicago, where he might be sending the National Guard next. Guess what's fueling all of that street violence? The fentanyl that's coming up from Mexico. See, these are all inextricably linked. And then, of course, you have Portland. Portland as a city is now in open insurrection against the federal government. This needs to be underlined. Write it down, Steve, as you would say, with your number 2 pencil. Portland is now in open insurrection against the United States government. The police are arresting journalists and patriots. Nick Sortor attacked again last night. I believe another patriot was also arrested. They will lie. They lied about Katie Davis Court, my colleague over at the Post Millennial. They will lie about everything. And then the federal judges that are appointed from the same area will come in and lie and say they will be ruled against. The federal government can't come in. This is an actual insurrection scenario whereby you have local officials that are completely defying the unmitigated right, the unlimited right of the federal government to enforce immigration laws. The Constitution gives full power to the federal government to be able to do this. There is no law anywhere in the land that can countermand this. There is no ruling that can countermand this. And yet they play these games over and over and over. And unfortunately, and I was talking to Tim Pool about this, and I'll be doing his show again tonight, this is a situation that could very well turn into a standoff very quickly.
What do you mean, Stan? Look, I said for a long time, once you get down to, and of course the criminals got to go, but we need mass deportations. Now, we're going to get the team, Krikorian and the team over CIS that has another detailed study that shows, I think 2.2 million have essentially illegal alien invaders have self-deported. I think I'm going to get him on tomorrow, though we're going to be doing a lot of October 7 stuff tomorrow. And, of course, Carney, the Canadian is going to be to have a bilat. For what reason, I don't know, but he's coming. But we're going to have Krikorian says 2.2 million have already self-deported, but he makes the same case I do. You got to get down to it now. You have tens of millions of illegal aliens still here. They got to be mass deportations. Jack, that's what this fight's about. I know Chicago's crime-ridden, but if you see what happened over the weekend in Chicago, and it's led now by the leaders of this anti-ICE. We got to put down the ICE agents shouldn't have to wear masks. They have to wear masks because they're being doxxed. Their families are being intimidated. They're being attacked now, like in Chicago. They're surrounded by 10 cars, led by these groups, these radical groups that the NGOs have sponsored here. The whole thing's got to be shut down. And you got a federal judge that's. Yeah, the police stand by just like in Portland. So tell me what then is to be done. We can't have hey, Trump. He ain't going to have any. He's not going to have any standoff. Tell me what's going to happen here, sir. You had a Trump's judge. It was a Trump-appointed judge, and like President Trump said, "Hey, I think I made a mistake." Yeah, Trump-appointed judge is the one that's got because of Gavin Newsom's suit. Because President Trump said, "Hey, I'm looking out there in California. I think I'm sending that National Guard because he's going to drive a confrontation with Newsom." Right? He's tired of that punk. He just thinks Newsom's a punk, and he's going to drive a confrontation with him because Newsom is a neo-Confederate. I mean, Los Angeles is in also open defiance of the federal government about immigration laws, Jack. I mean, this is going to come down. We control the country. They control these big metropolitan areas with these radical Democrats who, by the way, can't afford to pay for anything. They got to come back to you for money. This is why it ought to all be cut off right now. Just cut it off. Like the guy singing at the Super Bowl. He going to be big talk, and you got to learn this. You got to do this. Hey, just stop the $100 million that goes for Super Bowl security and get those greaseball owners, the worst guys, some of the worst guys in the world, the owners of NFL franchises, don't care about their cities, only care about themselves. Just we got to start playing Smash Mouth even more. We got to take it up a level, sir.
Well, Stephen, this is something where a lot of people need to start digging in and understand what it means here. That in 1807, a statutory exemption was enacted in this country to the Posse Comitatus Act. So we know Posse Comitatus, but there is an exemption. There is one and only one exemption, and that is called the Insurrection Act of 1807, which has always been the higher law there, that the president has Title 10 authority to deploy and federalize the National Guard of the states to suppress what? To suppress an insurrection or rebellion against the authority of the United States government. And if you think that's a problem, then why don't you go ask George Washington about the Whiskey Rebellion over there in Western Pennsylvania? Because George Washington didn't have a problem with that whatsoever. The authority of the federal government must be sacrosanct, or, Steve, as you say, that is how we get into another neo-Confederate, or get into a new Confederate situation, neo-Confederates at Newsom and others. It is very simple. We have the states, but federal authority on federal matters does suppress, or does supersede that. And so to suppress an insurrection or a rebellion against the authority of the U.S. government, the president has black letter law, Title 10 authority to be able to deploy the National Guard, and no judge can change that.
That's brilliant. I want that written up, Posa. You got to do that over at Post Millennial for Human Events Daily. It's because, hey, people don't remember the Whiskey Rebellion, once again, about paying taxes, right? About paying taxes on your whiskey, paying taxes. They're so ornery in Western Pennsylvania, Jack, Central and Western Pennsylvania, a little known part of history because they don't want to talk about it. Not only did Washington came back, I think, after he was president, came back, he was going to head the army, and they made Hamilton a major general, put Hamilton in charge of the field force. They were going to go put it down hard, okay, hard. And then upon further review, let's work out a deal, figure out how we pay our taxes.
You had the president of the United States actually riding into battle.
Riding into battle. With Hamilton. The son he never had. Hamilton.
Yeah, we're up at Jack Posobiec, of course, Twitter, Truth Social, where the president has been sharing our work. And again, just want to say a huge thank you to Real America's Voice, to President Trump, the White House, the team there, and of course, the United States Navy for putting on such an incredible display and for standing the watch for 2.5 centuries, and will continue to do so until the end of time.
Amen. Jack, thank you so much, and thanks for doing that yesterday. Appreciate it. Everybody does.
God bless.
Invited by the president to accompany him. Quite an honor for Jack Posobiec. Quite a day. And we're going to still have more of it throughout the day because it is important about what President Trump's doing now in his presidency. Did I just talk to you about the Whiskey Rebellion? They're coming always to get their money, IRS, about this $2 trillion gap we got in the deficits. The French government just fell. We have the prime reserve currency, so we can keep printing money. I think it may be one of the reasons gold's going up. But if you got an issue with the IRS, if you filed late, forgot to file, haven't filed, didn't want to file, you got a letter from the IRS, you can't look the other way. Tax Network USA. TNUSA.com. Tell them Steve Bannon sent you. You get a free consultation, or call 1-800-958-1000. Do it now. Do not wait.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. he resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elford, Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
We're putting up stuff all the time, so make sure you go and get your first cut at what we're thinking, particularly early in the morning. I couldn't really do it too much this morning because we had so many moving pieces of what we're trying to do during the week. There's also for all the Marines, and we didn't have Marines on yesterday for the simple reason is there's going to be a huge commemoration of the Marine Corps 250. I think that will be announced later in the week, and of course, Real America's Voice in the War Room will be doing wall-to-wall coverage, and so richly deserved of the great history of our Marine Corps. Just incredible. I'm really looking forward to that. I've asked Gabe Kaminsky from the Free Press to join us. Hey, Gabe, thanks for doing this. And it's one of the things that's very important because of the flood of news. I don't think it gets enough coverage. But I want to talk about the consolidation of economic power in this country. One of the things I've argued and told people, one of the fundamental differences between President Trump's second term and his first term, not just in his actions, the way he's rolling, is that you can see during the Biden years, and they had Lena Khan, they had some great people, but never empowered them, that the concentration of power, big pharma, big medicine, Wall Street, big tech, the arms industry, the power is so concentrated now. And so powerful. These groups have hired all the best lawyers. They've hired all the top lobbyists. They've hired all the media and crisis communications people. If you want to kind of fight them, you can't. It's very hard to do. So walk me through your piece, because I think this is one of the things that we have to focus on, continue to focus on. And I think it's going to be a massive issue, not simply in 26. I think it's going to be a massive issue in 2028. Gabe, the floor is yours, sir.
Oh, hey, Steve, thank you so much for having me. The piece Steve is referencing here is actually one I quoted him in that went up in the Free Press last week. And, it sort of, our story aims to provide readers kind of a window into how antitrust is an issue that animates a lot in the MAGA base, animates certainly the host of this show, Steve. And the notion of sort of going after corporations and going after corporate influence. But this basically in the Trump administration, there's been actually a lot of infighting in the antitrust division, in the Department of Justice, at the Federal Trade Commission, and even the White House over how exactly tough the Trump administration should be on major corporations. And, a part of that played out actually earlier this year in an antitrust case that the government had aiming to break up block a deal between Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and Juniper Networks. And the federal government, the Trump administration, some officials there believed that they wanted to block this deal to allow for more competition in the free market. However, HPE brought in certain MAGA operatives who sort of were aiming to convince the administration to settle this case to be more favorable to this major corporation and this other company. And actually, they did end up settling with the company, and that sort of prompted a whole lot of tension in the government about what the future of antitrust policy looks like.
Yeah. And remember, President Trump started with probably the most aggressive antitrust to kind of break up this concentrated power at the FTC, at the FCC, particularly with Gail over at the Justice Department. And really to kind of one of the big focuses is going to be on big tech, because what big tech had done in the Biden years to kind of suppress the MAGA movement, and obviously President Trump, actually starting, I guess, before the 2020 election. And there's two schools of thought I want to go into. Traditionally, you've had what's called the Chicago School, which is economic, and that's really kind of driven Republican antitrust for years, which is to look at what's best for the consumer, right? They do all kind of modeling what's best for the consumer. The other is what I refer to as the neo-Brandisian or Brandisian, which is about the concern of large concentrations of private power through corporations or through these oligarchs in bed with the government regulatory agencies. And so you've seen this tension right there. Hewlett-Packard and Juniper in and of itself would not, you think, get a lot of attention because it's fairly esoteric on the business side of software and networks and things like that, right? But it's kind of symbolic in the fact of what's going to happen, because we have had Google trying to break them up. We've had Facebook trying to break them up. And now you're looking at, and we're very anti-Facebook and very anti-Zuckerberg. And yet now you hear all kind of, whether it's Amazon or Facebook or whatever, the pressure's coming to try to reach settlements with these folks, Gabe. And I think that's one of the bigger concerns that you see. There are fissures. And look, there are fissures not because people are bad people. Some people actually argue that the Hewlett-Packard Juniper thing didn't mean anything, and it was just you're stopping commerce, and let's just get on with it. But and this morning they had an article, I can't find it right now, but I went nuts behind the scenes in Revolver, which is one of the best news sites out there. Now, obviously, Darren Beattie is gone now. Darren Beattie's over the State Department, and Darren's working on 100 things. He's totally disassociated from Revolver. But they had a piece up that was so dumb and so aggressive. Oh, the populist, shouldn't be worried about all this concentration of power because all we should be worried about is DEI and woke. No, absolutely not. And don't think you're going to put that in front of the MAGA base and the bunch of morons. Just go, oh yeah, let's just do DEI. But if they concentrate, if they come in and they concentrate power, economic power, we don't have a problem with that. No, we have a huge problem with that. That is a centerpiece of populist nationalism. You have to break up. You want to get back to entrepreneurial finance, you want to get back to empowering entrepreneurs, the way you have to do it is break up the concentrated power. Gabe, what feedback, because this article had a little edge to it. What feedback did you get when you put it out?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think what this story points to is that on antitrust and going after corporate influence, there is sort of this alignment between populist Republicans and more progressive-leaning Democrats. And so actually after the story, I had people in various parts of that camp who were sort of thankful to have information about some of this infighting. And I had Democrats reach out to me from the last administration who are favorable to Gail Slater, who's in the Department of Justice and runs an antitrust division.
Yep.
And so, yeah, it's an issue, where I think you, Steve, you probably would find a lot of sort of functionally a lot of agreement with progressives on some of these ideas about going after sort of corporate influence.
But hang on, I do. But here's the thing I got with progressives, and this is Bernie Sanders and all their big talk about they go around with the oligarch tour. You had a Democratic administration, and you had Lena Khan. I don't think you're going to get better than Lena Khan. I'm a huge fan. They cut her legs out from them. They didn't back her. So when I hear the progressives and I hear that, it's all happy talk. And here's why it's happy talk. The Democratic Party, at the end of the day, this gets to be the what was the thing about the theory that Klein and those guys came up with? The abundance theory. The abundance theory is just the corporate wing of the Democratic Party trying to make sure that AOC and Mondami, don't go after them too hard. It's the problem with the progressives is that you had Lena Khan, you had a progressive Democratic administration, and nothing happened. The concentration of power actually got worse with the oligarchs are a creation of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Why do I say that? Because all these oligarchs are progressives. They're just patting us on the head right now. The moment Trump is gone, or the moment that we don't get the seats in the House that we need, or we don't fight California, what's happening, and somehow they win the midterm election, and the first thing they do is impeach Trump, you're going to see all these oligarchs head for the exit. And certainly in 2028, they're going to head for the exit. The moment they don't think Trump is in power, because they just came to us after Trump won on the night of, 5 November at about 10 or 11 o'clock after Pennsylvania fell, that's when they got old-time religion. These people are all self-serving for themselves. And so the progressives had a shot. And Lena Khan, you have some terrific superstars. But I think they're the first ones to tell you they got no backing. And you hear Bernie Sanders and AOC, they don't know. All they do is that. It's just nothing but a bunch of empty talk. If you're going to break up concentrated power in this country, and concentrated economic power in this country must be confronted, whether it's big pharma, whether it's the arms industry, whether it's big tech oligarchs, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. First, they're going to try to crush you. They got all the money. They got the communications firms. They own the media, the corporate media. They got the law firms. They got the lobbyists. And the lobbyists it's a killing zone. They don't care. They don't care about you. People are afraid to take them on. That's why they're not taken on. And that's why when the progressives, say, oh, this is great, they're a bunch of wimps. To me, you had your shot and you didn't do anything. Lena Khan, and I say this, if you had backed Lena Khan, I think the race, Trump would have still won, but the race would have been even tighter. But they gutted her ability to do it. Hey, Gabe, hang on for a second. I just want to hold you through the break, okay? I'll get off my soapbox and let you talk. How about that? Gold, $39.96. Why is that heavy? It's not the price of gold. We tell you this all the time. It's the process. We're not here to say you fish, here to teach you how to fish. The Birch Gold guys, for 4 years, starting back, in 2021? The end of the dollar empire. We focus on the dollar as the prime reserve currency, how central it is to the world economic system. And oh yes, as it comes to pressure, a corollary is, I think the price of gold and the value of gold may be looked at as more as a hedge. FT's got an article over the weekend about the fear of missing out. Don't you miss out. Get smart. Go talk to Birch Gold. Philip Patrick. In fact, Philip's going to join me tonight. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. The End of the Dollar Empire, 7 free installments. Get it, read it, understand it. Will change your life. Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
he has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tonight in the 5 or 6 hour, the meeting with Lula didn't happen. I think the call did happen this morning. Canada's here tomorrow. I'll have more about the situation in Brazil tonight in the evening show, 5 to 7. Article Revolver. I can't find it now, but I'll find it. Maybe it's up. I just can't see it during the show. Headline: Anonymous administration officials attack FTC and DOJ leadership fighting DEI and censorship. Well, gosh, we read that and say, we don't like that. We don't like DEI and censorship. Then we're going to this is the beginning of the body of it. So confused or dishonest populists are attacking Trump antitrust officials for focus on censorship and DEI rather than mundane economic issues. When people, anytime I see mundane economic issues, that's like a flare, or that's like putting a red flag in front of me. Okay, anyway, I'll break this down later. I think it's been pulled, but maybe it hadn't. Elizabeth's helping me out here trying to get it. Gabe, this is a huge issue because this gets down to what type of country we want to have. And in a populist, nationalist direction, we want to make sure that not just power, but the economics of the American economic engine is that people have access to it, what I call a piece of the action. We've had now with the starting with the 2008 financial collapse, the bailouts for that, the solution for that was to concentrate economic power and then political power more than ever. That was what led to the Tea Party revolt first, and then more importantly, the Trump MAGA revolution. Then you had the pandemic, which you had the second greatest concentration of power in American history. And we kind of are where we are, but it's got to be taken apart brick by brick, or we're not going to have a country. You can't let the oligarchs run it, whether those oligarchs are in the defense industry, whether they're lords of easy money on Wall Street or in Silicon Valley. Your thoughts, and where should people go to get more of your writings? Because this is going to be a massive topic.
So one thing I would point out on that Revolver article is, I believe, it sounds like it's based off of my story, because in my piece I quoted anonymous Trump administration officials, senior staffers in the working with Trump, who are describing their dismay at the Federal Trade Commission and its chairman, Andrew Ferguson, for at least their belief that the FTC is focused more on partisan investigations related to some of those topics that article appears to be citing, rather than sort of substantive bread and butter antitrust, which at its heart actually isn't a particularly political issue so much as a issue, like I think you were describing, a dispositional issue, an issue of how people view government and power and sort of the market, which is like a more populist approach, which is more championed by someone like Gail Slater at the Department of Justice. or according to some of my sources and the reporting, someone like Kevin Hassett at the White House and the National Economic Council, who is sort of viewed within the administration as more of a kind of Bush-style Republican and more pro-growth, more amenable to settling deals and otherwise.
I'm a huge Andrew Ferguson fan and Davis over to FCC. I think we've got the right team. I just think we have to have a kind of, and I love Gail, right? We've known Gail since the first administration where she was in the White House. I just think we need to get back to the mindset that we're neo-Brandeisian in the number one order of business. There are no mundane economic issues. Right? There's not. We got to get focused on these oligarchs and big tech, and I think the breakup of these industries. I think there's way too much concentration of power in banking. I think there's way too much concentration of power in media. I think there's way too much concentration of power in big pharma, the arms industry. You take anything. This is what happened, and this is why I don't need to hear any happy talk from anybody associated with Joe Biden. They had the opportunity in the first 100 days to, if they wanted to put taxes in, to actually go in and put a tax on billionaires or increase the upper, but they did nothing. They had total control. They had the House, the Senate, and the White House. And I think that for 60 days, they kicked around the billionaires tax and then just faded away. The reason is they're controlled by the billionaires. Democratic Party, lock, stock, and barrel. Now, you see now that their voters in the streets, I'm not excited about that, but that's the reality. That's why they had this abundance move. This abundance was just the corporate wing of the Democratic Party saying, hey, let's tell them it's all going to be fine. We just take away regulation and do all this. They're going to live in nirvana, right? And, of course, that thing was an epic fail. But this is where the fight's going to be. And I think President Trump put together an extraordinary team. I mean, it was unbelievable. And, the stuff he dropped in the first term that was perfected by Lena Khan and a lot of people around her in the Biden years and then was manifested by Andrew Ferguson and others is just amazing. I just think we have to have and we got to stop the circular firing squad. The way to do that is focus back on, we're here to break up the concentration of economic power. That concentration led to all the woke and DEI stuff. You just can't focus on that because that's just the surface of it. Gabe, we're going to have you on a lot. This is a huge topic, and of course it's one close to my heart, and not because I worked in M&A, mergers and acquisitions at Goldman Sachs. You can tell this is what started the Trump revolution, the financial crash of 2008, what brought it on, who was accountable, and the bailouts for all of them are what started the Tea Party movement and eventually led to the populist economic nationalist revolt of President Trump. As sure as the turning of the earth. And we have to take it through to its logical conclusion, is the great unfinished work we have ahead of us. Gabe, where do people go, social media and over at your site?
Yeah, you can find me on X at G.E. Kaminsky, G-E-K-A-M-I-N-S-K-Y, and read all my work and my colleagues at the Free Press at thefp.com. And I appreciate you having me.
Gabe, thank you. Thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate you
appreciate
the article. Huge task before us. President Trump yesterday was rejuvenated. It was extraordinary to watch. And that's why Poso was so important. Remember, just because he was inside the bubble, the security bubble, we couldn't really get the footage of Poso and what was happening with Jack as he was seeing it firsthand. But President Trump was rejuvenated yesterday. The contact with the troops, with the sailors, their great love for him, right? Their affinity to an alpha male, their affinity to someone who's a natural leader, who will step in and take risk, knows how to mitigate the risk. He's not reckless, right? But he knows how to mitigate risk, and he's a risk taker. When you know how to mitigate it, or you think through how to mitigate the risk, you're not reckless. This is why President Trump, and look at what he's doing. And this is just one aspect. And look, we're going to have disagreements. There are many people in that story right there. Some of the people I consider my closest colleagues and brothers in arms that are on the other side of this right now. That's fine. We'll figure it out. It's not the end of the world, but it has to be addressed. But President Trump got rejuvenated. And here's what's so important about this. He's trying to, in a world gone wild, of what he had nothing to do with. In fact, in his term, when he rose to power and came to the first term, it was all kind of settled down and sorted out. Why? They didn't want to cross Trump. They don't want to cross him. So as soon as he's removed illegitimately by the deep state, and let's be blunt, the economic forces in this country, because big tech was a big part of it, the deep state, the intelligence services, all of it to remove Trump from office after they tried to thwart and shut down his victory in 2016. What's he spend half of his time on now? Or I would say 3/4 of his time. Reversing the invasion of our country that happened during their watch. Remember all the lies they told every day? Bald-faced lies. Oh, we can't help it. We can't stop it. It's just the natural, change of the world and all these. There was all lies, all of it. President Trump sealed the border in 60 days. Think about that. And has now reversed the process of 2 men, and they're still fighting, and they're going to fight. I don't mind them fighting. If they believe in it, fight for it. You're going to lose. We have to ensure they lose. We have to stop this now. If you're comfortable dumping on this on your kids and grandkids when it metastasizes worse and gets worse, fine. I'm not in that camp. I want to do it now. That's the great urgency of this moment. What's the mantra here? Maximalization. Maximize everything. Maximalist. Go to the absolute maximum. Do it with a sense of urgency, and in the process, seize the institutions, purge them, restructure them, rejuvenate them. As you can see, he's rejuvenating the military. His work is, and this is why the Nobel Peace Prize, look, to me, it's who cares? It is an acknowledgement, I guess, to the world's elite of what you're doing. No one's done more for world peace since Reagan took down the evil empire. And this may be more complicated because there's so many more moving pieces and it's so much more deadly today. And what he's done in the Middle East is heroic and monumental. It also should be a lesson. What I said at the beginning of this entire thing, back when the time we started, if you don't play this right, you're going to end up with a two-state solution. You're going to end up without any real involvement in Judea or Samaria. And you're going to end up with, the Persians still being the Persians. That's where you're going to end up in this deal. Why? People, for their own political self-interest in Israel, decided to go down a path that was doomed to failure because you need an active involvement of the United States militarily and financially. And that was just not going to, eventually that's going to stop. It's just going to stop. People are just not going to tolerate it. What I mean by tolerate, you're not going to ever have a smaller country just dictate what you're going to do in a certain region of the world. It's not going to happen. And Netanyahu was so in President Trump's face. I said over and over and over again, they're just a protectorate. And you heard Richard Haas and Ignatius, who are no friends of President Trump's, no friends of the MAGA movement, saying, hey, he's giving him orders now. And they talked to people in the White House, said the guy overplayed his hand, lied to President Trump, went behind President Trump. And so you see that being sorted, and it's going to be quite messy. But at least you see the beginning of the architecture to actually get to a place that maybe at least now people can put down the guns, and the Hamas, and particularly the military parts of Hamas, are as bad as you get. Bad as you get. And the Qatar and the Muslim Brotherhood, as bad as you get. And in doing this, we've designated Antifa, we should designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization because guess what? It is a terrorist organization. Of that, there's no doubt. And we should do that. At the same time, President Trump, and he's upfront about that, Putin and the Bloodlands, they fight about vendettas and ancients, even worse in the Middle East, if you can believe that. Because, Genghis Khan and the Huns and all of it for thousands of years have come across there. Ancient vendettas in the Bloodlands. And President Trump, try as he might, we're not there yet. In fact, we're a pretty long way away from bringing that to a conclusion. And that is getting deadlier and deadlier and deadlier. And you could be in a situation there in Ukraine like the summer of 1914. Remember, if you read the history of 1914, there was the most beautiful, glorious summer I think England had seen in years. Just the weather, just a glorious summer. And yet the ticking time bomb that was going on behind the scenes that led to the Guns of August and changed the 20th century. That war from August of 1914 didn't end until 1989. Really the end of the Berlin Wall coming down and the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union. The short 20th century, the bloodiest century in mankind's history. President Trump is working on making sure we don't repeat that in the 21st century. And for that, there's no doubt he deserves to be awarded the Nobel Prize for Peace at the end of this week. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
'Cause we're taking down the CCP. Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States Navy.
I mean, it is really jaw-dropping to sit here. Thank God I'm an American.
This is a Navy that really wants peace and growth through strength.
A great day to remember the history of our Navy.
Military force in the world. There's a little bit of a narrative, oh, is the military getting weak? The answer is no.
This is not just about individual strength. This is about unity.
Morale here is great.
We couldn't be more thrilled and excited to be here today.
We're the only ones carrying this thing front to back, top to bottom, wall to wall.
This is the new golden age, and with God's help,
And it's all made possible by the unmatched force of the United States Navy.
God bless the United States Navy. God bless the United States of America. And go Navy, beat Army.
Full speed ahead, go, you son of a gun. With your help, we will fight. We will win. Because of you, our Navy and our country will always be proud and righteous and mighty and free. Congratulations once again on 250 years of total dominance. Sail fast. Stay strong. Thank you. God bless our sailors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Real America's Voice was the go-to place today. Thank you guys for doing this.
Okay, Mike Lindell, you join us, Mike, and you've got an association from the Navy. What is it, sir?
Yeah, and by the way, Steve, great job yesterday. You guys were awesome, and it was an amazing show. Yeah, everybody, my stepdad was he was in the Navy. He was on it's called the Brinkley Bass. It was a destroyer from 1952. He was on there. He was an engineerman from 1952 to 1955, but they were called the Peacekeepers. That's what they were there. Remember, the Korean War was ending, and they were called the Peacekeepers. So we've been going to the Navy reunions for years, for decades now, I guess 20 some years. The last one was this summer because most of them have passed away, and this was our last reunion this summer. So it's been very dear to me, and it was great. Their 250th anniversary of the Navy, and for that, you guys, what I'm going to do, we did a special all weekend for the Navy. We gave or for you guys at the War Room Posse, and we did free shipping on anything you ordered. So we're going to extend that today, along with our 3-in-1 specials that we did. You guys, all on Saturday, you guys you can't beat this. You're getting the 3-in-1 special plus the free shipping. So let's start with our towels. All the towels that came in, there is going to be a gap. Remember, we got only so many in. All the colors I just checked this morning are still there. The 6-piece towel sets, normally $69.98. The War Room Posse, $39.98, plus that free shipping. And then you have the MyPillow premiums, the Giza covers. We're out of that. We're substituting the premium for the queens because I'm not letting you guys go without that special. $17.98 for the queen, $19.98 for the king. That is the lowest price in the history of MyPillow, plus the free shipping. And then we have our percale sheets, that we've been closing out. Once they're gone forever. That sheet line, $29.88 for any size, any color. Split kings, Cal kings, RV queens. We have all them sizes. But you guys go to mypillow.com/war room. You're going to get the free shipping on any item on the whole page, including those big ticket items. The beds, made in the USA, mattress toppers, the mattress pads, all the sleepwear, duvet covers. We have over 250 products on sale right now, including, you guys, the crosses. The crosses like I always wear, made in the USA. Those are in. They're getting dangerously low, though. They get sell out every time we bring them in. So you guys get those for 50% off. So promo code War Room, free shipping for the celebration of our great Navy. And you guys call 800-873-1062. All weekend long, the operation operators love the War Room Posse calling in. They love it when you guys call in. Tell them you got the promo code War Room and get all these products. And remember, I want to say one more thing. Remember, we have a 60-day money-back guarantee on all our products and a 10-year warranty. I don't care what it is, pillows, towels, whatever. No, I don't think you get that anywhere because what we make are the best products ever. And my pillow's still under attack, everybody. You all seen that last week. But you guys made it possible, and my employees thank each and every one of you, my employee-owned company, for sticking by us, and it's a win-win-win. And so thanks, Steve, for all your support.
Thank you, brother, and keep fighting. Never surrender. That's Mike Lindell. Thank you, brother. Interesting story about Mike Lindell in the Navy. There's so much going on. We're going to cover it starting back here at 5 o'clock. The Charlie Kirk Show is next. You got Poso after that. Steve Gruber is back in the saddle. Thank him for his great work yesterday at the Norfolk Naval Station. And also you got the one and only Eric Bowling. We're back here 5 to 7 tonight. Philip Patrick is going to join us to make you even smarter about the world's capital markets and a thing called gold. Because it's ripping now. It's on fire. We're going to have discussions of economics, politics, geopolitics, national security. How's that? Pretty full agenda? Back here at 5 o'clock. Every dream you've ever had is in that home. If you're lucky enough to own one, people under 35, very tough. If you own a home, make sure that dream doesn't turn into a nightmare. How's it turn to a nightmare? Somebody gets into your title and takes out a big old hard money second mortgage on it. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Go talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team right now about that. Get you up to speed. Charlie Kirk, the Charlie Kirk Show, next here on Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
We have terrorist organizations, and that's what I keep reminding people is we're not just dealing with criminals. We've got networks of cartel members and terrorists that are infiltrating these cities. And every day that we don't bring them to justice, they're recruiting new members.
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks and 75 are shot with bullets, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it.
It wasn't until President Trump actually showed the strength to say, hey, we're going to take back and protect our ICE agents. We're going to send a National Guard. Did all of a sudden we start seeing local support.
The criminal system has had a disparate impact on black and brown communities. Let me lead with that. So when this person is committing 6 or 7 crimes, I don't know his or her story. Maybe they were abused as a child. Maybe they're hungry. So my remedy is to find their life story to see how we could help first. I have no desire to put them in jail.
For me, specifically black and brown people who have said immigration is not my issue.
So everything that is taking place, it is going to impact you. Same thing with immigration. Whether you're an immigrant or not, especially because they are out of control, they are rounding up U.S. citizens. But if you allow them to do the illegal things to non-citizens, at some point in time, they are going to actually round us up too.
Our intelligence indicates that these people are organized. They're getting more and more people on their team as far as attacking officers, and they're making plans to ambush them and to kill them. We have specific officers and agents that have bounties that have been put out on their heads. It's been $2,000 to kidnap them, $10,000 to kill them. They've released their pictures. They've sent them between their networks, and it's an extremely dangerous situation.
Well, in Portland, where I'm originally from, the Democrats and Antifa have a symbiotic relationship. They both benefit when their political opposition, their shared enemies, conservatives, those who are supportive of the President Trump, are silenced either through violence or intimidation. Antifa act as the shock troops, and the Democrats in power will run cover for them.
The president letting him know that he can't base his decisions or his facts when he wants to deploy the United States military in our cities on social media or the gossip that he hears in the world. You got to have real facts, and when you don't, we're going to hold the line in court.
Instead of going after the bad guys, they're just picking up people who are brown and black and then checking their credentials. Are you a U.S. citizen? I don't know about you, but I don't carry around papers that say I'm a U.S. citizen. They need to get out of Chicago. If they're not going to focus on the worst of the worst, which is what the president said they were going to do, they need to get the heck out.
Stop believing the lies that they are putting out there and the terrible racist tropes that they are constantly using to rile people up. It is time to recognize that while you thought the enemy was the immigrant, or you thought the enemy was the trans person, or you thought that the enemy was the black folk, or you thought the enemy were the women, when the reality is that the only person that is harming you right now, it is the old white Nepo baby that is sitting in the White House that is causing all the destruction, pain, and problems that you are enduring.
No president has ever sent troops into the Democratic cities across the country saying full force. He is amassing power in a way that will destroy our democracy.
If ICE can show up and bother some guys at their roofing job, then bystanders should be able to bother ICE at their state-sanctioned kidnapping job.
Charlie Kirk died reminding us that America is the best and last hope on earth. But our way of life is under violent attack from the left. They canceled us. They silenced us. They lied about the very facts of nature. The mentally unstable are snapping when reality sets in. Men cannot become women. America is not a racist country, and income without work is a recipe for hopelessness.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, happy Monday. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, joined, as always, by Blake Neff. To my left, the TV doesn't know which side you're on. And today I'm very excited and honored to have two great Americans, great patriots, truly important thinkers, and they've done a lot of work for this country at the Federalist, which we'll talk about. And that is, of course, Molly Hemingway, the editor-in-chief of the Federalist, and Sean Davis, who is the founder and CEO. So welcome to the show. We're honored to have you.
It is wonderful to be here.
Honored to be here. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's where we should start, is that you guys honored us. You honored Charlie. You made the trek out here to be with us on set. And I know it was no small task, because you came out for the memorial. You came out again for this. And I think that speaks volumes about who you guys are and what you believe and what you care about. So, I mean, I guess the floor is yours. Tell us, from your perspective, what this last almost month, I can't believe we're getting close to that, about 4 days shy of a month, what it's meant to you, what it's meant to the country, what you're seeing, thinking, feeling.
Well, I'll be honest that I'm still, I think, probably in shock about everything that happened. I haven't really been able to accept the reality of it. Each day I wake up and I just, it seems not real. And I don't know when it is going to seem real. But the first week, 2 weeks in particular, were just incredibly difficult. We have been writing about what's happening in the country. We've been writing about left-wing violence, intolerance, how they're positioning themselves into killing people who they disagree with. It's entirely another thing to have it happen to someone that you know and love, and to realize that we are in such a bad situation. Now, having said that, it's also been really inspiring to see how many people take this seriously, how concerned they are about the country, how much they're inspired by what Charlie did in taking these debates to people and winning these debates and caring about the country. So it's just still a tangle of emotions for me.
Yeah, I've been kind of a raw mess for a couple weeks now. I've had a little time to kind of think through like the societal implications, the political implications, and it was interesting. He was killed on September 10th, so we were just getting ready to commemorate the 24th anniversary of 9/11. And you look at all the things that happened after that. We kind of ushered in the era of the techno-surveillance state. We had a whole bunch of wars we fought to little effect. And it dawned on me in the last week that we went from living in a post-9/11 society, which is what it's been like for the last 25 years, and I think now we're absolutely in a post-Charlie Kirk period. We are now in the age of American martyrdom. Charlie was the first true American Christian martyr. Everything he believed politically was based on his faith. The debate that he was having at the moment he was killed was something that's foundational. Who made you? How are you made? Can men become women? No, of course they can't. And so the fact that he was killed the way he was while doing what he was doing, he is the first American Christian martyr. And I remember talking to a pastor friend, years ago. This might have been 10 or 15 years ago. And we were talking about how the country was changing, how faith was coming under fire. And he said, I worry that we're now in an age where instead of having to teach our children how to live for Christ, we're going to have to teach them how to die for Christ. And Charlie really is the first true big major example of that. And I think we're going to be wrestling with the implications and the consequences of that for decades.
Blake, you've known Molly and Sean for a long time back when you worked at Fox and in Washington. I mean, I said, when was the last time you saw Molly? And you were like, oh, I ran into her at the memorial.
At the memorial. I was trying to get my my friends in. You know, it was amazing how well everything worked in the end. Yeah. But I remember I was figuring that out, so I had to borrow a staff badge and all of that.
But in a sea of hundreds of thousands of people, we just happened to run into.
You know, a good connection with Molly here is, you know, when I first got the offer to work with Charlie, I actually wasn't that familiar with what he was doing, and so one of the contacts I had was Molly, and so I had a text message exchange with her where I just say, what do you have any strong feelings about Charlie Kirk? And I remember her response was, I don't really know him that well either, but everything I've seen has been really impressive.
Yeah. And then you became a regular on the show. You would do call-ins, and Sean, you did too. And Charlie always had tremendous amount of respect for what you guys do at the Federalist, and you know, your TV and your media appearances. And I mean, I just want to echo what you were saying, that, you know, Charlie is a martyr, and a Christian martyr, and everything after the fact became so clear to me. And I said this in my speech at the memorial, like, he was a modern prophet. He was calling us to repent. He was calling our nation to repent. And we called them campus tours, but they were really tent revivals, complete with a tent. And the people flocked to hear him preach.
So I'm not sure if everybody realizes this, because they might know him from the early days where they were watching these clips of him engaging with college students. But his emphasis on Jesus and the Word of God really grew each year. Yes, and so when you're seeing the last few years, the heart that he has for people when they're bringing, you know, it might be packaged in a left-wing political question, but he would see that this person was in need of Jesus. And so when people think about him as this, you know, political campus guy, I think they're missing that. I'm Lutheran, and my church in D.C., we held a service the Friday after he was killed to commemorate him as a martyr. And this, like, to Sean's point, this is not something we do. And we are of a mixed political congregation, but our pastors were explaining, you know, this guy was killed for his beliefs. He always explained the basis of his beliefs. And I think people have a confusion about martyrdom. Like, they think they'll hear stories from days of old, and they'll think it's like this purely religious situation with no political context. But of course, martyrs are usually killed because they're running up against political regimes with what they're having to say. And to Sean's point about being prepared to die, and when we take our confirmation vows, we say, will you suffer all up to and including death before you renounce this? And everybody, of course, says, yes, we will. But I mean, in recent years, it's been that realization, like, oh, that might not be so theoretical.
Yeah, if you read the historical accounts of martyrs, one of the most common ones in the Roman Empire is they would refuse to make sacrifices to the imperial cult. So that's usually what the demand was, that you can do your own thing, but you also have to show up, you know, participate in these religious rituals honoring the emperor as a god or whatever. And they wouldn't do that, and so they would be persecuted and sometimes killed. And, you know, we would sometimes talk about what's sort of the modern religion in America, and it would often be that sacralized LGBT thing. And so you could really make that direct comparison where he was debating the trans issue specifically. Do we sacralize this metaphysical claim about transgender stuff? And he would refuse to do so on religious grounds and moral ones. And that is what he was talking about when he was killed, and that's what it appears the assassin was motivated by, the alleged assassin.
Well, that's why the memorial was so powerful. I remember we were overseas when we got the news, and I remember just getting on my knees and begging God, almost thinking I could outsmart God. God, save him so that his life will glorify you. Thinking, oh, I got it here. And then God answered, no. Wait till I see how his death will glorify me. And to witness the amazing power of Christian martyrdom, I mean, I wish it hadn't happened. Boy, I wish it hadn't happened. But to see the fires being lit because of the power of his faith and the power of everyone else's faith was truly, truly remarkable. We've never witnessed anything like that in this country.
Yeah, for some reason, you guys describing it as you have, it's like, it's also still so fresh. You know, it's funny because I've seen these comments online, you know, they'll be like, why are you smiling on this? You know, and I'm like, shut up. Like, please. Like, you don't see the quiet moments. You don't see, like, alone in your hotel room or mourning and, you know, even just as you talk about this, and I hate to say it, we've got a break in about 10 seconds, but it's like, it just does hit you in waves, and it really is not linear. And hearing you guys talk about it has just brought it all back. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to tell you about one of our partners, a great partner of the show, and who has stood by us through thick and thin over this last month, and that's YRefi. Private student loan in this country totals about $300 billion, and about $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi is here to help you with that. If that's you, go check out YRefi. They are not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. YRefi does not care what your credit score is. YRefi will actually let you skip payments up to every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Just call 888-YREFI-34 or go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFY.com. They not only can help you with a very tricky situation, they are amazing people. Their values are on point, and they are dear friends of the show and of Turning Point. So support them, support yourself. Go to yrefy.com. All right, so we are going to get to the news. We have a whole rundown of the news, but we just, when we have guests that come from out of town, it's important to talk about the big stuff first. And I think, the big stuff first really is that Charlie is a man of faith. And was a man of faith, and his faith endures. His faith is ignited across the country in his death, and I feel it. It's funny. My mom, God bless her. I always bring up my mom, and people always clip these parts. But she really was loving, the things I was saying, I think. But she was like, I think my first Fox hit, I was just like, I said something like, repent and be saved. Like, that's how you honor awesome. Charlie. And my mom was like, maybe a little less preachy on network news. And I was like, Mom, I love you, but no. And then she's like, you look tired.
If we're not going to preach at this time, when are you going to?
Anyways, we will welcome back radio in about 4 seconds. Don't go anywhere. All right. So, Molly, after you went to the memorial, and we will get to the news. We're going to get to all the news. Don't you worry. But when I listened to a podcast you did, and it was so funny to me because you were like, well, I'm Lutheran, and we don't do these kinds of worship songs, but I loved it anyways, and it was so beautiful. And I was like, all right, so when she comes on, I have to play like one of these like moments that was just so powerful. And then maybe we move on after that or get your reaction. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Please play cut 30. Yeah, I mean, I'm somewhat used to these songs and this style of worship, but it struck me when I heard you talking about it that, that a lot of people probably weren't, and this was a somewhat new experience for them.
Right. So in our church, we do liturgical worship, right. Psalms. We have great hymnody, and I love that. Mm-hmm. So when I walked in and it was praise music, I was like, oh, okay. And by hour 8 or whatever, I was right there singing along with everybody.
What I truthfully didn't know until I went to this was how hypnotic it is, I guess, that they'll just sort of sing the chorus repeatedly so that everyone will get whipped up into it and then they can easily sing along.
Yeah.
I'm more used to, verse, chorus, chorus, singing stuff.
Exactly.
So it was different from what I ever had thought how it worked.
And it worked. And to be there with so many people doing that though too was also great. I mean, and to hear the people speaking and having the cabinet secretaries speak very clearly about the gospel was something usually when a Republican or Democrat politician gets up, they say, oh, in my faith tradition, we believe in a God who loves people. And it's just so, it's like, well, that's true, but you could say so much more. And have Marco Rubio out there clearly professing the gospel it was a really cool experience and in an appropriate way, because even though he is a politician, this was a memorial service for a Christian.
Yeah, amen. Anything to add to that, Sean?
Yeah, something about seeing the most powerful people on earth proclaim the gospel is amazing, because you think back to Paul in Acts, who understood he was going to be martyred, but on the way he was going to be sent to Caesar. I think he ended up getting sent to him twice. arrested twice, the purpose of which was to testify about the power of Christ to the most powerful man on earth at the time. And then so in this instance, we saw Charlie cut down way too early, and the result was the most powerful men potentially in the history of the world proclaiming the saving power of Jesus Christ. It was
in front of other
unthinkable.
powerful men. Sean and I kept praying for Elon while we were there.
Oh, yeah. The whole time. I was like,
we hope Elon's listening.
come on, God, get Elon. You know,
I know. And then he said, like, forgive us our trespasses. He tweeted that, or posted that on X.
He retweeted Erica telling people to go to church.
Yeah.
Or re-X'd, whatever.
Reposted, I think is the proper. Yeah. A couple emails here from listeners. Aaron, how to move forward. He says, greetings. My emotions are all over the place. Same. Anger and grief over Charlie Kirk being killed. Please teach the audience how to move forward. How?
I think it's kind of clear what we do. I mean, first and foremost, we're talking about Jesus right now because it matters. And so going to church, being active in your church. But also, for me, I found everything happening here very inspirational. I had been feeling a little tired in my work. We've been doing so much to battle corporate media and the left and even weak Republicans. And when this happened, it just made me realize the importance of what we're doing. It gave me courage to keep going. Everyone can keep doing that, whether it's in your personal conversations or in your work.
Yeah. Michelle says, thank you for playing the gratitude clip. We sang that song the Sunday before Charlie was assassinated, and that song carried me through that week. I am in tears again. Love you, team. Well, thank you, Michelle. We love you, too. We have an amazing audience. If you want to chime in and be a part of the show, freedom@charliekirk.com. Just send us an email. We're going to be checking them as the show goes on. In Charlie's honor. Charlie's the one that taught us to do that, and he would often debate you guys in the middle of the show. He'd just be sitting here. Even while we play a clip, Charlie would just be, sending off emails. Was an amazing multitasker.
Incredible. I'm still learning. I'm checking the emails here, too, but I'm too wordy with my responses.
Yeah, I know. Because Charlie would go, yes.
I'll respond to one, and then I just see, there's 1,000 more left. Yeah. This is not efficient.
Yeah, no, it's great. But we do actually see them all. It's like actually a thing. Somebody on our team is looking at your emails, and so that's in Charlie's honor. We will commit to that. We're going to keep going through the break for the stream and the podcast. More with Molly Hemingway and Sean Davis. All right, we're back. Blake, you got an email?
I want to read one that I saw in the Freedom account last night that I thought was very good. It's from Colleen Floyd. She says, I will soon be 81 years old. I've been to Billy Graham crusades. I follow R.G. Lee, Charles Stanley, Chuck Swindoll, David Jeremiah ever since I was 27 years old. I thought I'd followed the best of those called to deliver the gospel, and I think I have. But I spent time in Proverbs this week, and in reading, especially chapters 2 through 4, I found myself unable to divorce my thoughts from how completely Charlie's life portrayed the wisdom described there. What a stellar example of a truly wise man he was. If there was ever a top 10 or a top 5 of the most productive, inspiring, godly men I followed, Charlie would be at the top. And for his age, I believe he was the most impactful, especially with youth. I pray for the next Charlie, if ever there can be one, who will wave the banner of Christ in such an incredibly profound way as his life and words and examples did. I followed Charlie on YouTube for years, but still feel cheated that I didn't subscribe and listen daily as he grew and the ministry grew with him. What a gift he was to us, to our culture, to our future hope. I only hope that his life and testimony continue to bring young and old to Christ and into the culture he dreamed of reestablishing for next generations as they marry, bear, and rear children to live for Christ. I truly believe he has and will continue to take thousands to heaven with him, and that he will make it as crowded as he devoted his life to make it. Thank you, TPS, Turning Point staff, Charlie's friends, and especially Erica and their children. You all gave him to us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Colleen. That was an amazing
beautifully
email.
said. Beautifully said. And by the way, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that Erica has access to the Freedom email. So freedom@charliekirk.com. She's reading them all the time as well. So please keep sending them. And you guys get emails.
We do. Molly and I get very different kinds of emails. We'll be talking through the day, and Molly will say, "Oh, can I read you the best email I've gotten? Dear Molly, you're wonderful and beautiful. You're such a shining light on a hill." And I'm like, "Oh, that's wonderful, Molly. My inbox looks very different. Dear Sean, you should die."
Oh,
that's like 95% of them. And then Molly's like, "Sean, I don't know why you don't, respond to feedback more in your email." I'm like, "Well, Molly, I don't really know how to respond to that. Just no."
Well, I love that during the memorial, when you talked about how he read every email, responded to many of them.
You would argue with people in the middle of the show.
But I love reading my email from viewers, listeners, readers, because it gives me insight into how people. So I have to live in Washington, D.C. Mm-hmm. You all are blessed not to live in Washington, D.C. And the environment there is just there's so much groupthink, and they hate what I'm saying. I love getting feedback from people because you get really thoughtful responses usually. Sorry.
Cookie crumbled kind of differently for me over here.
Really thoughtful. Pound sand. Except worse. Yeah,
yes,
it sounds
exactly.
Like worse. Yeah.
You have your fans too.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, you have a. If you don't follow Sean's X account, you're missing out. It's pretty subdued and very mild, meek and mild.
I'm trying to be less subtle and nuanced. It's one thing I'm working on this year.
Sean lets it fly, and I think that's a really good lead up to the next story we're going to get to. Well, the first story we're going to get to, and thus begins the news of the day portion of this show. And I'm just teasing it because we're going to welcome back radio in just a second. We'll have a big long 13-minute segment to get into it, but Jay Jones is running for attorney general in Virginia, and his texts have leaked where he's threatening, or we're not threatening, he's sort of fantasizing, fetishizing the murder of his political opponents, happened to be Republicans.
After one of them spoke at a funeral for a Democrat and gave a positive eulogy. That's what set him off, and he went volcanic. Actually, they should die.
Well, not only that, but the kids.
The kids.
So this person's kids. So Blake, why don't you prep? We're gonna have you give the audience the play-by-play on how this happened and what we're dealing with here. But as of right now, in a shocking development, somehow the only sane person of the left to say that he should maybe withdraw or be forced to withdraw is Joe Scarborough. This is what it's come to in 2025, that I'm looking to Joe Scarborough to be the guiding light on the left. So we're really at the nadir of the, I don't know what you call this moment, but it's a bad thing. So at least Joe Scarborough is saying something sensible, I guess. So we're going to tell you all about it. We'll be right back with radio in just 1 second. Laura was the editor of the conservative.
Yeah, the Dartmouth Review. A lot of people end up going there because the Dartmouth Review had Dinesh would write about it and all.
On to freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, joined by the great Molly Hemingway and Sean Davis from The Federalist, and Blake Neff is, of course, with us as well. I'm going to tell you about My Patriot Supply. September is National Preparedness Month, so it's the perfect time to ask yourself some questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out your power for a week? If you're anything like me, there's some room for improvement on this stuff. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever by giving you $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness for free. They just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit, and it includes a full year of emergency food, a water filtration system that can purify almost any water source, like anything, like your hot tub and whatever, a solar backup generator, and a lot more. And here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, you can get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. Head to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk for full details. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Okay. Blake Neff, give us the rundown of this Jay Jones story, and then we're going to have Virginia residents chime in. Well, you're not, but she is.
Yeah. So this is all unfolding in Virginia. This is Jay Jones. He's the Democrat running for Attorney General in Virginia. So chief law enforcement officer.
So like the top
of
cop.
The state. Top cop. And so this is published by National Review last week. It's covering text messages from 2022. What had happened then was a moderate Democrat had died, and there had been a funeral for him, and a Republican who was also somewhat moderate had given, a generally positive eulogy at a memorial or the funeral, something like that. And afterwards, Jones sends text messages, and he meant to send this to someone else, Mark. We don't know what Mark yet, I believe, where he's just basically saying, barf, I'm so annoyed at this, positive saccharine stuff, and he says, if I die, they'll say something gross about me. But then, even though he realizes he's been sending this to the wrong person, and in fact it's a Republican in the state legislature, he just starts going off. Let's put up 231. And so he says, 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, that's the Republican he's mad at. Hitler and Pol Pot. Gilbert, if you have 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head over Hitler and over Pol Pot.
We do have these images. So
and 231.
There it is.
And he says, spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time.
Jeez,
and the Republican replies, Jay, please stop. And what's incredible about this is his reaction to this is not to stop or say, oh, sorry, I meant this for someone else. According to National Review, what he proceeded to do was call this woman on the phone. And we don't have that conversation, but according to someone familiar, probably the woman herself, he proceeds to berate her and, push her and say, like, no, I really mean this. Stop being soft on the death question. And he apparently told her that he wished violence on the children of a colleague and joked about shooting Todd Gilbert. And he hoped that Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. And then after this call, he starts sending follow-up texts where he's still needling her on this and saying, no, you don't get it. When children die, it's the only way that people will change their views on politics. So I actually said on X that I'm somewhat understanding if this was he was talking to a friend of his and said an extreme thing as a one-off. People say weird things in group texts. They say stuff they don't really mean because they're heated and it's private. But this is, he sent a message to someone who didn't agree with it. They said, that's gross. You shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
And he calls them to harangue them for not agreeing this, for being soft on the death of your opponent's children question. And repeatedly did this. We have more. Let's put up 232. He sent additional messages where he said, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. And then 233, I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes. Said all of this. So this has all come out now. And what we've seen is Democrats are basically saying, too bad, he's a Democrat. He should still stay in the race, and we should vote for him.
234 is a really important
234. This is the Virginia Beach Democrats. That is the largest city in Virginia, where they say that they're still supporting Jones despite recent press spotlighting past mistakes. Now, for comparison, because this is relevant, this guy, Jay Jones, publicly called for the resignation of a Norfolk Police Department officer because he donated money to Kyle Rittenhouse's defense fund in 2020.
Yeah.
So donating to support someone who was acquitted after he was attacked
and was in self-defense.
Yeah, in self-defense after being attacked by a literal sex predator in the streets of Kenosha.
A whole mob, but
a whole mob, but specifically the one he shot, and should be fired for donating to that defense. But this guy directly, repeatedly, emphatically fantasizes about the violent death of his opponent's children.
Well, so Molly and Sean, have any Democrats disavowed this guy or denounced him, called for his withdrawal from the race? Or?
Well, I actually did a lot of research this morning when we were prepping for the show, and I put together a list, and I've got it here in my notebook here. So this is
the Michael Knowles book.
This is the full list of every elected Democrat who has denounced Jay Jones's wishing death upon children.
We zoom in on that?
I've got really small handwriting. So sometimes it can be hard to see. Not one person. Joe Scarborough on MSNBC, I think, is the only public Democrat,
I'm
but
going to
no
get that
actual
clip
elected
ready
one.
just to give him some flowers for actually being like a little bit sane here, which is...
What does that say when Joe Scarborough is your moral North Star?
I think after the election, Joe actually, tried to say, hey, we need to wake up a little bit. I saw some clips, at least.
Andrew, Sean always tells me I'm too nice, and I want to say that to you right now. You are way too nice.
Listen, I'm feeling warm feelings that, okay, I'm not going to create, you should get out of this race. Jay Jones, you should, and at least one person. I'm looking for somebody here. It's like John Fetterman sometimes makes me go good for him, even though he doesn't vote the right way.
It's actually the opposite. So that letter you showed from the Virginia Beach Democrats, 8 other Democrat committees in Virginia have signed on to that letter. That letter says, by the way, who among us has not done something similar? And I'm thinking,
who among us has not called somebody?
I've never called for the assassination of my political opponents or wished death on their children ever. I mean, it wouldn't even occur to me. But I think they're telling on themselves there when they say this. The reason why everyone's standing behind him and doing so vociferously is because I think we're seeing a party that has kind of fallen into support for left-wing violence. The thing you mentioned, Blake, about him going after that police lieutenant, who I think lost his career, by the way, for that $25 donation to Kyle Rittenhouse, is that it's all in the same package as the support for BLM riots. It's about the breakdown of law and order. It's about using power to go after your political opponents and do so violently. And it's kind of breaking out into the open. It's related to what we saw after the assassination. Was the response to the assassination was almost more horrifying in some ways, realizing that there were so many people who supported this level of political violence against people like me and my children.
Well, I mean, that's really sick because, you guys are, and you're in the D.C. swamp. So you see this. I mean, what bothered me, I'll never forget the most, was where there was a shouting match on the floor of Congress over a moment of silence and a word of prayer. And Ilhan Omar and AOC are getting in there. I mean, I could not believe it. And God bless Anna Paulina Luna for standing up for Charlie. But I was like, can we not have unanimity about political violence? Are we really at that point as a country where some people are like, well, punch a Nazi, it's really taken to the next level, especially in the aftermath of what happened to Charlie. You would think that would be like an aha moment. And instead for some people, it's the exact opposite.
Have you seen those yard signs that people have in their houses that say, in this house, we believe science is for real and whatever.
Yeah.
I saw someone say that the sign should now say, in this house, we believe Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. He receives both bullets every time. Yes, I hope his kids die. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Republicans are evil. Their children are little fascists.
And remember,
those are all quotes from the guy.
Gosh, this is the movement, by the way.
Sign right here.
Oh, I love it.
Keep in mind.
Send me.
I texted it to you.
Keep in mind, this is the original version of the sign says, kindness is everything.
Right.
There's another tweet from about a year ago that says, when I say, I hate libs, I mean I disagree with them, but I would save them in a flood. And when they say kindness is everything, they mean they want to kill my entire family.
Yeah, it as much as the left loves masks and loves wearing masks, part of their religion, kind of shocking to watch them use Charlie's death as their ultimate mask off moment where they're just decided we're going to let everyone see our true nature here. And Molly's right. That what was so disturbing is it wasn't just that they were okay with him being killed. They were not just signaling, but just outright admitting, we'd kind of be fine if all of you people got killed too. Like it was, and your families and your dogs.
I want to throw up this image, 265. It still horrifies me because this poll was taken September 12th through 15th. So we're within 5 days of Charlie being assassinated. And what you see here is the younger you are and the more progressive you are, the more that you are willing to agree with this statement that violence is justified in order to achieve a political goal. You see that big outlier on the left, and even candidly, 40 to 59-year-old progressives are like wildly violent. You don't get into some sort of range of normal, I guess. Zero should be the answer. It should be the answer, but you don't get into some range of normal until you're 60 plus as a progressive, apparently. But that terrifying node on that graph should send chills down your spine.
Okay, so I remember like 20 years ago, you started seeing polls showing that you would poll campuses and they would say, we don't support free speech anymore. And I would always talk with these people in Washington, D.C., and they say, oh, don't worry about it. When they get older, that's just the campus radicals and activism. And when they get out in the real world, then it will be much better. And instead, what happened is those people got out of school and they started incorporating these ideas into corporations, which are involved in horrific censorship, in these cultures at corporations that are very hostile to free expression and debate. And it's just been a very bad situation. I'm not shocked to see this go this way because that's what happens with censorship.
Yeah, it starts with censorship. It moves to destruction of statues, and it always ends with the murder of people every time. That's why you have to fight the censorship.
But Sean, we've never tried communism before. Not the right way. It's never been
true communism. It's never been tried.
And by the way, Charlie used to always say, he said, what happens on campus doesn't stay on campus. It goes to corporations, boardrooms, and the halls of Congress. And man,
correct.
Has he been proven right? All right, more with Molly Hemingway and Sean Davis. We will be right back.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
100% American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to our Real America's Voice audience and stream and podcast. So we got this email from Deb. She says, thanks so much for making this known across the country. Not only does he support murders, talking about Jay Jones, of children outright, he also supports, like Spanberger, abortion of live births and defunding the police. You may not know, but he was also recently convicted of driving 160 mile per hour in a 70 mile per hour zone in the Hampton Roads area. His community service was volunteering for his own PAC and only for half of the required hours. I did hear about that part. I didn't hear that it was about going 116 in a 70. I did hear about that he spent like half of his community service hours volunteering for his own PAC, which is like,
whoa,
really dumb.
Yeah, so he has a mandatory 1 year. So sorry, we were talking in the break. Yeah, that
can we fact check?
Yeah, so Jay Jones, in addition to, wanting to murder a ton of people and fire cops who donate to innocent people, he was busted for reckless driving in 2022. Maybe he was texting while driving, and he was going apparently 116 miles an hour down the interstate. That is
who among us?
Very fast.
Who among us? That's the first stone.
And he got arrested for reckless driving. That has a mandatory 1-year jail sentence in Virginia, but he struck a plea deal of 1,000 hours of community service and a $1,500 fine. And then to avoid doing any real community service, he did 500 hours of community service at his own PAC, which I guess you're allowed to do in Virginia.
That's. I mean, this guy's just like, the more you know, the more you hate him.
But again, the first thing you said, Blake, he's running to be the top law enforcement official in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
He's an expert on,
and he's calling for the killing of kids. He's reckless driving.
This is going to end really well for
embezzling
you guys.
his community service into his PAC. I mean, and by the way, Virginia is a pretty blue state, so he has a very good chance of winning.
This
very
is
well
the
might.
insane part.
We are getting emails about that. If there's any obviously get out the vote stuff we can do, we'll definitely keep an eye on this.
Yeah, on the get out the vote stuff. Let me. I actually been thinking that we're gonna talk with our Turning Point Action team after the show today and see what we can do because it's important. Welcoming back radio in 1 second. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We have the great Molly Hemingway and Sean Davis from the Federalist, also joined by Blake Neff, and I'm Andrew Colvett. So, Molly, Sean, I feel like Democrats are just sort of anti-rule of law, and and this is something we've known for a long time, but it's being exposed and like deeper and deeper. It's not just a meme anymore. It's not just like a one-liner. It truly is starting to feel like if the country falls into their hands again, that I don't even want to think about it. I saw your eyes instantly. It's really a scary thought because there's one side that still believes in rules and norms and customs and laws, and there's another side that just seems to be throwing out all these rules, and although they will accuse us of the same, which is hilarious. But your thought, like, is there any sanity left in this party, or what do we do to get them back to sanity?
I really think that the era that we saw post the first Trump presidency, where the left used lawfare to go after political opponents, try to keep Trump and other Republicans from being on the ballot, trying to throw them in prison, bankrupt them, go after their family, go after anyone who supported them, that went on with pretty much no resistance. Not just no resistance from corporate media, but also not much resistance from the right. I mean, normal people were horrified by it. It's a big reason why Trump won again when he ran again in 2024. But it put us on a very bad path, and you don't hear people really dealing with that, or how even the Russia collusion hoax that began in 2016 was a way of using our justice system to go after political opponents. It's always kind of been there, human nature being what it is. It's always been there, and you've had to fight against it. It just broke out completely into the open with no guardrails from anybody on the left that I can see.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they get power again, we're all going to gulags. Like there will be gulags. We will be some of the first people there. They're not even bashful about saying what they believe. When they will go out and praise the murder of someone, I mean, there were public universities, taxpayer-funded universities, that were allowing people using taxpayer funds to praise Charlie's murderer. So when people will openly go out and be like, yeah, I'm glad that person I disliked is dead, they're letting you know there's no limit to what they will do.
It's such a ghoulish,
to take power.
It would never
demonic.
occur to me to be like, it's like, and then they're trying to compare it to George Floyd, right? And I remember thinking, like, listen, I'm no fan. I don't like what happened in the aftermath, but there is not a shred, an ounce in my person that isn't sad that he is dead. You know what I mean? Like, I am sad that that incident took his life. I will disagree on a lot of things around it, but to imagine, finding joy in somebody parting this life prematurely in any way, shape, or form is just unless it's the state and death penalty, sure. But like it's just such a nasty, ghoulish, like vile thing to do, and yet they've lost all sense of decency that they were doing it in the open. They were putting it on social media as if like they were going to get praised for it.
I do think this is an area where people on the right are, through their naivete or lack of imagination, aren't dealing with all these loud signs that are happening
My algorithm
everywhere.
is different than their algorithm.
But yeah, I'm just saying they're being kind of open about their support for violence. The New York Times is open about it. The Atlantic is open about it. The Democrats in Virginia are very open about it. And I think people on the right, because we aren't people who seek the death of our political opponents, we're kind of like, what do you think they're saying here? Well, they're saying it pretty loudly. I don't know exactly what the right response to this is, but I think it's definitely incumbent upon people to take it very seriously.
Yeah, the struggle that we have kind of being in like the political commentary DC news space is that there's still a lot of dinosaurs on the right who think we'll win through the power of our ideas. That's all we have to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I don't think we're, like, naive here. I really don't. But it's still so shocking that it's even worse than... I mean, we knew they were coming from us. Charlie predicted he was going to be in the gulags if Trump didn't win. But it's just one of those amazing things. And now they're trying... It's funny, I've seen this comms director for Gavin Newsom. So this judge, I guess, what is it, South Carolina or something? The house catches on fire. And I don't have the judge's name. I don't know if you know the name of the judge. But then this Izzy Garden guy, throw this clip up if you can, this image up, is basically saying a few weeks ago, one of Trump's top DOJ officials publicly targeted this judge. Today, the judge's home is on fire. Basically trying to take the fact that we're all complaining about political violence targeting conservatives and both sidesing it.
A couple things here, first of all. Yes. I mean, the house, by the way, didn't just burn down. It exploded. It was very bad. There is an arson investigation, but also could be a gas line explosion. Like, nobody knows anything right now. But nobody, even if they're very upset with left-wing judges completely not following the law of the land and trying to do some kind of judicial coup, nobody seeks the death of these people.
Of course. And by the way, political disagreement is fine. It's fomenting violence, which is not fine. Hour 2 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime band and producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks so much for being here with us. Is there a link between the weight you carry in your belly and the weight of the world that you carry in your heart? Well, many would argue yes. If that's the case, then dropping physical weight can also help cut some of the emotional weight that may be keeping you bogged down.
We did first 555 in March and then another one in May. I lost 15 pounds, gotten back into 32-inch pants for the first time since 1998. Overall, more positive and optimistic. I've had improvements, gum disease that I have. It's improved our marriage.
I've lost 15 pounds. I was able to forgive. It was the most emotional journey that I have gone through. I physically felt a lift, and it was great.
John Jubilee helped that couple out, and he's here now to help you as well. John, it's always good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Terrence.
So why do you think emotional weight and physical weight are often so tightly linked?
Well, it's kind of a fascinating thing, Terrence, but this goes all the way back, to the Garden of Eden. The first disconnect, the first emotional disrupt between God and man was over food. And then when Jesus was in the wilderness, the first temptation that the devil ever gave him was food. So food, has always had a history, Terrence, of being a temptation and being a relationship breaker. And so all of our relationships, of course, are based in emotion. And so this is one of the things at Energize Health, when we teach about mind, body, and spirit, and we help our clients to get healthy in all three levels. We help them to understand a healthy relationship with food. That's right, a healthy relationship with food and with each other.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm one of the many Americans who has a all too unhealthy relationship with food, which has led to a weight problem. My weight problem is I can't wait to eat. And so that's been a big issue. But John, talk about how you go about helping people deal with not only the weight issues, but the issues of emotional eating and otherwise.
Yeah, well, this is one, again, it's one of the beautiful things, right? So, everybody can go on a diet, Terrence, and the reason every diet works for a minute is because anybody could just discipline themselves just for a minute. But it takes having a healthy relationship with food and being an emotionally healthy person to regulate, to self-regulate, to be able to say, well, wait a minute. You know what? I understand right now. I just had, maybe you just had a disagreement with your spouse or something happened at work or with the kids. And then the old go-to was to emotionally medicate ourselves with what? With food, right? Mm-hmm. So, it's kind of it's almost like a comedy scene in a movie when the woman has a breakup and she goes and gets the ice cream and she's eating the ice cream on the couch. Because she's trying to emotionally medicate herself. And so one of the things we do, though, is we go down to the root causes. Some of these things, Terrence, have happened in our childhood. Maybe our parents got divorced. Maybe somebody was sexually abused. And all these types of things. Maybe an alcoholic or a drug addict in the home. All these childhood traumas can trigger us to become emotional eaters in life. And in Energized Health, we're all about getting to the root of everything, including, at the cellular level. So whether it's the cellular level emotionally or physically, we get to the root so that we can solve the problem.
And the couple that we heard from in the intro said that they had done so through a My 555 challenge. When is the next one? How can people kind of get more information about that so they can maybe replicate what that couple was able to do?
Yeah. So that was their starting point. They started with the 555 challenge, and that's an easy entry point, Terrence. That's $5 for 5 days with Chelsea and I. So I'd recommend for anybody, make that your starting point to get connected with Energize Health. Just go on your screen, or just go on your computer on my555challenge.com. And just register, guys, for $5. And Chelsea and I, in just a couple weeks, that will start. And that could be your new start. And by the way, Terrence, think about this. People that start now, they'll achieve a New Year's resolution, before New Year's Day.
John Jubilee, thanks so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country. My name is Andrew Colvett. I'm the executive producer of this fine show, joined by Blake Neff, another producer, and the great Molly Hemingway and Sean Davis from The Federalist. Thank you so much, guys, for time is flying quickly because we all have very little to say about everything, apparently. And this hour, I think we're going to kind of transition. We've been talking about in the stream for radio's sake, we've been talking about what they did to Justice Kavanaugh and how there is, essentially the person that had tried to, the would-be assassin gets 8 years, very minimal sentence. DOJ is going to be appealing that, by the way. But we have another sort of PD rule of law issue that is emerging in Portland, or it's been emerged for some years now, but it's coming to a head again. And we have independent journalist Nick Sorter, who's been on the ground making a lot of news. Nick, are you there? Hey, there you are.
Yeah. Yep, I'm here. I am in the car, though, because if I'm not in the car, I will just be attacked for talking. So that's why I'm doing this from the car this time. I was trying to do it on the street like I did Laura Ingram's show from the street last week, which resulted in people having to physically remove the Antifa terrorists that were trying to come at me. So I'm going to be careful about where I do interviews at this point.
Yeah, geez, you got to take care of yourself. I think we're all sitting here watching the clips and watching. I mean, I saw the one from last night of them ripping the flag that you had basically stomped out the flames on, and you've kept it, and then they ripped it out of your hands again. And we're all thinking, please, Nick, stay safe. And you can see this is actually the incident. This seems to be an instance, Nick, where the PD is victim shaming Katie Davis Court. They're arresting you, an independent journalist. Meanwhile, actual rioters and Antifa thugs seem to have free reign over the streets in Portland. And are you hearing, I guess is the question here, are you hearing that the leadership of Portland is telling the PD to not defend law-abiding citizens and to allow Antifa to run roughshod?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're getting orders from the top to basically just allow these Antifa thugs to do whatever they want to, because I mean, just to be totally honest with you, the Portland Police Department has been, cucked, I guess, by Antifa. They are afraid of Antifa. And, I had an officer that was actually, can't say too much about him, but he's a Portland cop that is very thankful for what I've been able to expose so far. He's tired of the rot within the organization and basically how they have to cede their power to these Antifa thugs every single day, right? It's demoralizing for the police, for the regular police officers that really want to fight crime and really do the right thing. And I posted this video yesterday or the day before. All the days are running together. I don't even remember at this point. Of how Portland police are sitting on their bikes pretty far away while they relegate traffic control duties to Antifa militants. That, they're the ones that decide who gets to drive down what street. They'll block the road and not even let people like the workers at the spaghetti factory aren't able to get to their jobs at this point, because there's only one road to get to a lot of these restaurants and businesses, and it's the one that they shut down, except, they allow their own people to get through, of course. I mean, it's like, it's total mob rule out here in Portland, like no other city in the United States. It doesn't feel like an American city at this point, Andrew. I mean,
wow.
I hate to say it that way, but that's, there is no law and order out here at this point. You have Antifa that's running the show.
Hey, Nick, this is Sean Davis from The Federalist here. Thank you for your courage and your boldness and fearlessness in doing what you're doing. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've seen with the federal response? Is it making a difference? Are there enough people there? Do they need more? Or is it Antifa just running riot still without any sort of obstruction to what they're doing?
I would say the agent count here has just about doubled since my arrest. Kristi Noem promised personally that she was going to surge more resources into the city. And yesterday, they were able to take back like 2 blocks in each direction, pushing everybody out. They actually pushed everybody out of the Antifa camp that was there. And they're showing no mercy to these people. However, this is where the issue comes in. You're sending all of these federal agents to protect this facility. So what does that mean? That means they can't do their actual jobs. They can't go out and do Title VIII work, which is removing illegals from the interior. They can't do as many immigration raids because they're busy protecting the federal building, right? So that's why the National Guard is so important, because the National Guard can protect the facility probably even better than the federal agents can. And then the agents can go out and continue doing their jobs. ICE agents should not be used primarily to protect their own building. I mean, what is the National Guard for if it's not to protect citizens as well as federal government property? I don't understand why this is a controversial issue.
2 things stand out to me hearing you talk about this, Nick. You're talking about, they've taken back control of this city block and this city block. I'm like, what is this, like Fallujah or something? Like what are we even talking about here? And secondly, there's this story that, a U.S. District Judge, Karen Emergit, by the way, and people are saying, how do you say it? Emergit. So it's saying that this is like a Trump judge. Well, no, it was a blue slip judge, which means, chosen by the Democrat senators of Oregon, but basically, has put a stay on the deployment of National Guard troops. And I think California, I saw again, Gavin Newsom was celebrating this ruling. This obviously will get appealed. Trump has every right to deploy National Guard troops to support and defend federal facilities. But Like, this is like, I wouldn't say we're at Civil War territory. I know a lot of people do think I would definitely say we're at Whiskey Rebellion territory, where we're like having to subdue these uprisings. And that's really what it seems like, Nick, is that you are surviving an uprising, a domestic uprising.
Yeah, that's sort of what it feels like at this point. But it doesn't need to be. This could very easily be quelled. I don't understand why we can't have, if Oregon and California are pushing back so hard on having their guard be used, why are we blocking, or not we, but why is a judge blocking Governor Abbott, who wants to send Texas National Guard to protect the federal facility? Why is that not allowed? Yeah, that's an answer that we can't get here. It seems like these activist judges, their entire goal is to stall and delay, because every day that passes by, that ICE agents and Border Patrol agents are wrapped up in protecting the facility, the less and less people that we can deport. So that seems to be the play here: stall and delay, because we all know at the end of the day, we're going to eventually have National Guard here on the ground. The activist judge knows that too, but they're using every tactic in the book to, make sure it's a long, drawn-out process.
Molly, any questions? We got 1 minute left with Nick here.
No, I'm just struck by this judge engaged in a pretty lawless decision here. So she enjoins the National Guard from Oregon being there, and so Trump calls them up from California, and she says, you can't do that either, even because I said you couldn't do it to Oregon. Well, the letter of the law actually matters, and the letter of these decisions matters. She specifically said Oregon, and so, yeah, you can say that's, she also, I should say, the issue was immediately under appeal, so she no longer has jurisdiction. And so it's just a completely lawless situation to match the lawlessness of the Portland Police Department not enforcing things and the governor trying to keep anybody from being held to account.
Nick, thank you for making time. Stay safe, my friend. We're all watching you from afar and rooting you on. You're doing good work. It's really important work what you're doing. So God bless you, man.
Thank you, guys.
Stay safe. Man, Nick is a brave guy, and he was here in studio a couple weeks ago, so we love Nick Sorter. He's doing great work. I want to tell you about Good Ranchers. One thing this show has always been about is standing for the things that matter, and that's why we're passionate about our partnership with Good Ranchers. Ben and Corley are fantastic, amazing people that love the Lord, and they love producing excellent quality products. Good Ranchers, you just go on their website, insert promo code Kirk. You'll get $40 off plus free meat. $40 off for free meat for life. It's apparently a promise they make for you there. GoodRanchers.com to start your subscription. They also have the amazing seed oil-free chicken nuggets. And my kids love them. Charlie's kids love them. Anyways, we love these guys, and they've stood by us. Go to GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. We'll be right back.
Back, everyone. We're interrupting your regularly scheduled program to take you to the White House for the latest press briefing. Caroline Leavitt is coming out and speaking right now.
We'll be hosting the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney tomorrow for a working meeting here at the White House. On Thursday, the president will host his 8th cabinet meeting alongside his incredible team. Also on Thursday afternoon, President Trump will host the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb, for a working meeting here at the White House. The president also wanted me to relay his congratulations to Japan for electing their next prime minister, a highly respected person who also happens to be the first female to hold the position for our great ally. While President Trump continues to negotiate peace deals, meets with world leaders, and celebrates the 250th birthday of our United States Navy, as you saw he and the First Lady do just yesterday, Democrats, unfortunately, are continuing to play political games. And we are now in day 6 of the Democrat federal government shutdown. Millions of American federal workers are under enormous financial stress as a result, wondering how they will pay their bills and take care of their families. If the Democrats do not vote to open the government tonight, federal workers will not receive their next full paycheck. Additionally, the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children will run out of federal money very soon. This program provides vouchers to buy infant formula, fresh fruits and vegetables, and other healthy foods for low-income families. It can be easily fully funded if Democrats simply vote tonight to reopen the government. Also, our incredible military service members who risk their lives to preserve and defend our country are now working without pay and will miss their next paychecks if this Democrat shutdown does not end tonight. The Republican-backed clean and nonpartisan funding bill fully funds this important food aid program, gets our troops paid, and reopens the government. So all of this begs the question, what is the Democrat ongoing shutdown truly about? The sad truth, we believe, is that the Democrats intentionally shut down the government and are inflicting this pain on American citizens to try and demand free health care for illegal aliens. Of course, this is an indefensible and truly radical policy to be in favor of, let alone to use as the primary reason to shut down the United States government. So the Democrats and their allies are desperately lying about their true motivations. We have to set the record straight with the facts so the American people understand what's really at play here. House Republicans passed a clean and nonpartisan funding bill to keep the government open and ensure our troops and other hardworking Americans are paid. Every single House Democrat except one voted against this clean and nonpartisan funding bill. Senate Republicans have subsequently tried to pass this same clean funding bill 4 separate times, and they will do so again tonight, to fully pass it to be sent to the president's desk for signature. And the president is ready to sign this bill to reopen the government as soon as it is sent to his desk. Yet every single Senate Democrat except 3 have voted against this clean and nonpartisan funding bill. The Democrats' current position is that the only way the American government can reopen is if illegal aliens can get free health care. Don't take my word for it, just look at what's inside of the Democrats' proposal to reopen the government. Their funding proposal would result in nearly $200 billion spent on health care for illegal aliens and other non-citizens over the next decade. To put this in perspective, $200 billion is enough money to fund the entire children's health insurance program, which provides health insurance to low-income children and women. Under the Democrats' proposal, the millions of illegal aliens who improperly were granted asylum and paroled under the Biden administration would once again be allowed to receive Medicaid benefits. It does not end there. The Democrat proposal would also require Medicaid to pay more for emergency care provided to illegal aliens than it does for American patients who are disabled, elderly, or children. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. The Democrat Party has unfortunately closed our government, costing Americans their jobs, threatening our military readiness, harming our economy, and causing chaos, all to help the illegals who broke into our country. Instead of holding illegal aliens accountable and removing them from our country, which is what this administration is trying to do every day, the Democrats want to give them the free benefits paid for by the American taxpayer. Democrats in 2025 are for illegal aliens first and Americans last. This is the reality we are unfortunately facing right now in Washington, D.C. President Trump and Republicans will not give in to these radical demands. The president and Republicans have a sacred responsibility to serve and protect the interests of their constituents, the American people. That's why we are backing a clean and nonpartisan funding bill with no strings attached to reopen the government. Democrats should do what they did 13 separate times under Joe Biden and vote for this exact same type of funding bill. Now the Senate will vote tonight for the 5th time to reopen the government on the 6th day of this shutdown. All we need are an additional 5 Democrat senators to end this madness and vote for the clean funding bill to reopen the government. If you are an American watching at home right now, call your Democrat senators and tell them to do the right thing and end this shutdown. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Elizabeth Mitchell from the Daily Signal. Elizabeth, thanks for being here, and please kick us off.
Thank you for having me. I have 2 questions. First, President Trump told reporters yesterday that firings of federal employees are taking place right now. In which departments have people already been fired from their federal jobs due to the shutdown?
the president was referring to the hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have been furloughed as a result of this federal government shutdown, both here at the White House and across the entire federal government, at agencies across the board. There are federal workers who are staying home. Many of them work in the White House. You know them. Some of them sit just behind me at those desks. They are unable to show up to work right now because the Democrats chose to shut the government down. And so we're already, unfortunately, seeing the consequence of this. And then, of course, the Office of Management and Budget is continuing to work with agencies on who, unfortunately, is going to have to be laid off if this shutdown continues.
And Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said the FDA was required by federal law to approve the new abortion pill last week. Is the administration considering steps to undo this in light of requests from pro-life Congress members and organizations?
I think Secretary Kennedy and the Department of Health and Human Services, as I addressed in the briefing last week, we're following the law, and we will continue to do so. As I said last week as well, it's not an endorsement of this drug by any means. It's just a law that they were following. Jennifer.
We heard you say that you want people to call their Democratic senators. Is the president calling Democratic senators himself? Can you say what he's doing today to resolve the shutdown?
Yep, I was just in the Oval Office. He was on the phone with Speaker Johnson. He's also spoken with the Senate Majority Leader, who are in touch with, of course, moderate Democrats and Democrats across the board, who we understand hopefully want to do the right thing by their constituents to reopen the government. So the president is being kept very well apprised of the ongoing shutdown on Capitol Hill. And, of course, his position is very clear. There's nothing to negotiate. Just reopen the government, and then we can talk about all the important issues facing our country.
So he hasn't called specific members of Congress?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then on the Affordable Care Act, is he willing to give more, to share more on what he'd like to negotiate on the Affordable Care Act later? Is he willing to say specifically what he would like and when?
But look, the president is definitely committed to fixing and improving our healthcare system. You saw it again last week when he had one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world coming into the Oval Office and promising to lower drug prices by 200, 300, 100% in many cases for various types of drugs for American patients. That is a huge fix to a broken system that has been ripping off the American people for far too long. So the president's very committed to this. But right now, we need to reopen the federal government, and the president is remaining very firm in that position. Catherine.
If the vote fails in the Senate today to reopen the government, would that trigger layoffs?
Look, again, we hope that the vote will not fail because this administration wants to reopen the government. We don't want to see people laid off. But unfortunately, if this shutdown continues, layoffs are going to be an unfortunate consequence of that.
Is there a timing for when that would happen?
Well, look, we'll see how the vote goes tonight.
And can you confirm, is the White House floating a proposal to cap Obamacare subsidies by denying them to new enrollees?
I have not seen a proposal like that. Emily.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday he was considering a phase 2 approach to Venezuela. Is the president considering U.S. boots on the ground or any kind of support of overthrowing Maduro?
I won't get into any specific proposals that are being considered by the president and his national security team, but I think we've been pretty transparent and clear in the administration's view of the illegitimate Maduro regime, and the president has taken very unprecedented, tough action to end the illegal trafficking of illicit drugs into our country from Maduro's illegitimate regime.
Caroline.
Danny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The French government has collapsed again for the fourth time in a year. And I was just wondering if there's any concern in the White House about the kind of ongoing political crisis there. Any thought about whether the President Trump's good friend, President Macron, should either call elections or even resign over that?
Well, I can tell you the White House and the National Security Council are very much aware of this situation, but I think it would be imprudent of me to weigh in on French internal politics from the podium, so I will reserve comment on that. Behind you, yes.
What is President Trump's expectations for talks today and I guess this week in Egypt? And is there a new timeline that the president is giving all sides to reach an agreement?
Yes. There are technical talks happening right now in Egypt amongst Special Envoy Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, as well as their respective parties from all sides. What we saw take place on Friday, and I have not commented on that from the podium yet, is truly remarkable. You've seen all sides of this conflict agree that this war needs to end and agree to the 20-point framework that President Trump proposed. it's an incredible achievement, and the administration is working very hard to move the ball forward as quickly as we can. The president wants to see a ceasefire. He wants to see the hostages released, and the technical teams are discussing that as we speak to ensure that the environment is perfect to release those hostages. They're going over the lists of both the Israeli hostages and also the political prisoners who will be released, and those talks are underway, and the president is very much on the ball and is being apprised of this situation.
The president had given a Sunday evening deadline. Obviously, the negotiations have extended that, I imagine. What is that new deadline? Does the president have a time frame in mind to see this phase implemented?
Well, the Sunday evening deadline was to hear back from Hamas on the proposal one way or another. And of course, on Friday, Hamas put out a very clear statement in the president's view that they accept the president's framework, and that's why those technical talks are now underway. But again, we want to move very quickly on this, and the president wants to see the hostages released as soon as possible. Steve.
How long do you expect those technical talks to last, Caroline?
I don't want to draw a red line up here, Steve. Of course, it's very important, as I just mentioned, that we get this done quickly. That's how the president's team feels, so we can get some momentum, get the hostages out, and then move to the next part of this, which is really ensuring that we can create a lasting and durable peace in Gaza and ensure that Gaza is a place that no longer threatens the security of Israel or the United States.
What do you expect to be on the agenda for the president's meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada tomorrow?
I'm sure trade will be a topic of discussion tomorrow, and all of the other issues that are facing both Canada and the United States. I know the president looks forward to having that discussion with Carney in the Oval Office. Caitlin.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. On the layoff of federal workers, potentially, the president said yesterday that Democrats will be to blame if federal workers lose their jobs. Historically, though, in past shutdowns, workers have been furloughed, but they have not been laid off en masse. So wouldn't that be the president's call to lay people off?
As I've said repeatedly, Caitlin, this conversation about layoffs would not be happening right now if the Democrats did not vote to shut the government down. And as I also said last briefing as well, we are $37 trillion in debt, and the government is not receiving any cash. So someone has to look at the balance sheet and be good stewards of the American taxpayer dollar. And layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of that.
First term, for example.
Well, as I'm telling you now, this administration is focusing on checking the balance sheet and ensuring we're doing the right thing by the American taxpayer. And again, these conversations about layoffs would not be happening in the White House today if not for the Democrat shutdown. And they have a choice to change that. They have another opportunity tonight to do the right thing to reopen the government. Joey.
Over the weekend. Sorry, my second question. A federal judge over the weekend that the president had appointed to the bench in his first term in office basically argued that he could not deploy other states' National Guards to Portland. Basically said that it was untethered, his argument, to what is actually happening on the ground. Which local officials in Portland have said that the National Guard is needed there, if any?
With all due respect to that judge, I think her opinion is untethered in reality and in the law. The president is using his authority as Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Code 12406, which clearly states that the president has the right to call up the National Guard in cases where he deems it's appropriate. And if you look at what has happened in Portland, Oregon, for more than 100 nights, I was talking to our law enforcement team about it this morning, for more than 100 days, night after night after night, the ICE facility has been really under siege by these anarchists outside. They have been disrespecting law enforcement. They've been inciting violence. We saw, again, a guillotine rolled out in front of this federal building. And so the president wants to ensure that our federal buildings and our assets are protected. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. And ultimately, in the case in Los Angeles, that judge ruled in the Ninth Circuit, that panel of judges ruled that those troops could remain and that the president was well within his authority to do so. So we are appealing that decision. As you know, we expect a hearing on it pretty quickly, and we're very confident in the president's legal authority to do this, and we're very confident we will win on the merits of the law.
But no local officials that you can point to that have said we need the National Guard? Because I spoke to the police chief of Portland last week. He said that the president's claims just don't match up with what's happening on the ground.
I would encourage you as a reporter to go on the ground and to take a look at it for yourself, because there's been many members of the press, not press in this room, but independent journalists, some of whom we'll be inviting to the White House very soon to share their stories. because they have been in the middle of these riots and they have witnessed the anarchy that is taking place night after night. It's on video. You should play it on your show. You have a great opportunity on prime time on CNN to show your audience. Yeah, but you're probably talking to partisan Democrat officials who are opposed to everything this president does. You should also ask the people who live in Portland. We've actually heard from many members of the community who have said that this is complete civil disobedience. It's a mess. It's been loud. It's been troubling for neighbors in the community who are just trying to live peacefully. And these people are not there to peacefully protest. They are there to cause mayhem and havoc.
Yeah, Caroline.
Stephen, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. First, do you have a reaction to reports that thousands of Cuban troops are deployed alongside Russia fighting in Ukraine? And on a very different matter, the president last week floated in an interview with our colleague Daniel from One America a rebate for tariffs of up to $2,000 per person. Is that plan contingent on the Supreme Court's upcoming ruling on the legality of the tariffs? And is the White House preparing for legislation to make that happen?
Sure. On the first point, I have not seen that report, Stephen, but I'll check in with our national security team after this and we'll get you an update. To your second point about the tariff rebates, I think it's an idea that the president has discussed and floated with his team of advisors, but no decision has been firmly made at this point in time. Why don't we go to the back? Owen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A few days ago, President Trump demanded Jay Jones in Virginia get out of the race for condoning political violence in a text message against a Republican politician a few years ago. He hasn't left the race. He hasn't dropped out. What's the president's reaction?
Well, as you know, I'm not at liberty to discuss political races from the podium. I think the president himself made his position very clear, and I think anyone could agree the messages that were sent by this Democrat nominee for Attorney General in Virginia are really shocking, alarming, and completely unacceptable. He was threatening to kill his opponent and his opponent's children, and that type of rhetoric has zero place in our country, and the president was absolutely right to condemn that.
One more, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. The Democrats have questioned and scrutinized the president's comments about using potentially the military, American cities, as training grounds for the military. And when you look at Portland, Chicago, local and state officials say that their local law enforcement is able to handle the situations, these protests on the ground. The president says that Portland is burning, using that as justification for the National Guard in Portland. But when you look here in Washington, D.C., the president just last week said it is now a completely safe city, and there are still National Guard members on the streets that are not involved in ICE activities. Can you provide the justification for the White House here in Washington, D.C., why the National Guard members continue to be out on the streets?
Because Washington, D.C. has invited the National Guard here. Why? Because the mayor is doing the right thing, unlike mayors in other cities like Portland, as Caitlin and others have pointed out, who refuse to see that there are positive results from when local law enforcement works with federal law enforcement to do the right thing on behalf of their citizens. And Washington, D.C. is no doubt a safer city right now today than it was a few months ago when President Trump started this initiative to make D.C. safe again. And the National Guard is still here because the president and the mayor agree that it's a good thing for the city. Just like you're seeing in Memphis, for instance. We'll have National Guard deployed to Memphis. We have federal agents who are on the ground working with state and local law enforcement. The state police in Tennessee are part of this effort. The local metropolitan police in Memphis are part of this effort. State and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement should be working together. And it's a shame that we see in some cities across the country that their mayors are just simply refusing to cooperate because they don't like Donald Trump. And that's what this boils down to. And I don't think any American would disagree that Chicago needs more law enforcement reinforcements, that they need more resources. Look at this headline from over the weekend. At least 30 people shot during the weekend in Democrat-run Chicago. 5 of them were killed in one weekend. This is completely unacceptable, and the president wants to make American cities safer, and he's willing to work with anyone to do it.
If the courts allow you to ultimately send in the National Guard into Chicago and Portland, do Democrats not have reason to be concerned that there are long-term plans by this administration to keep U.S. military or the National Guard in American cities, like what we're seeing here in Washington?
Why should they be concerned about the federal government offering help to make their their cities a safer place. They should be concerned about this. They should be concerned about the fact that people in their cities right now are being gunned down every single night. And the president, all he's trying to do is fix it. And there has been a complete smear campaign by the Democrats and the media, quite frankly. I was reading Political Playbook this morning, one of the most inside the Beltway newsletters you can find. And you guys are framing this like the president wants to take over the American cities with the military. The president wants to help these local leaders who have been completely ineffective in securing their own cities. And we have already seen there's a positive formula for that. Look at Washington, D.C. The murder rate has declined significantly. Our streets are safer. People who live here feel safer. All of you in this room, I know you do. You just won't admit it. And it's a proven system that works, and the president wants to make America's cities safe again. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, if I may.
Because the mayor wants them. Michael.
These talks in Egypt, if Hamas does agree to relinquish power and give it up, cede power to this transitional technocratic government, if that does happen, would the Trump administration then recognize a Palestinian state?
Look, I don't want to get ahead of the technical talks right now, Michael. They're extremely sensitive. They're taking place, again, as we speak, and there's a lot of there's many things to discuss, of course. This is hopefully we expect and we hope going to be one of the greatest peace deals this world has ever seen. And the Trump administration is working diligently and working very hard to get there. And as I said, Friday, all terms agreed. We have the Arab countries who are working with us. Of course, Israel has been incredible in cooperating with the president's plan and agreeing to it. And we're very hopeful, and we expect that to continue.
Caroline, you tweeted about this over the weekend.
Thank you. I was going to you in the blue shirt and tie.
Thank you,
yes,
Caroline.
You're welcome.
The Daily Mail. Today, the Supreme Court declined to hear Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. Will Trump rule out granting her clemency? Is that something the White House is considering?
It's not something I've heard discussed, and we don't comment on clemency requests that may or may not have been made, but I'm certainly not tracking that one at this point in time.
Caroline.
Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. So we're talking about these radical groups in Portland and Chicago. I know the president has spoken about potentially going after George Soros with RICO charges and for funding all of this violence. Has there been any update on that? And also, is the administration looking into the other nonprofits, maybe taking away their 501c3 status for funding this violence? And then I have one more question.
Sure. The financial backing of these groups, particularly Antifa, is certainly something the administration is looking into aggressively. And the federal government has never really been mobilized or tasked with doing that. So we're kind of kickstarting that into gear. The FBI is working on it alongside the White House's Homeland Security Task Force. We have our intelligence community looking into this as well. And even the Secretary of Treasury is involved with these matters since they are financial in nature. And we will continue to get to the bottom of who is funding these organizations in this organized anarchy against our country and our government. It's a question the American people have been begging the answer for many years, and we're committed to uncovering it. And when we do, I'm sure you'll be one of the first people to know.
Separately, Caroline.
Thank you. So Gaza, under the president's plan, is going to be governed by a transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee made up of qualified Palestinians and international experts. Now, given how radicalized the Palestinian population is in Gaza and in the West Bank, can you offer some insight or guidance into who are some of these Palestinians that are going to be considered for leadership roles in Gaza, and where you're going to be finding them, and do you have any names?
We're not quite there yet, Jonathan. The president believes peace is possible in Gaza, and that's why he presented this detailed and comprehensive plan. The first step of that is securing a ceasefire and releasing the hostages, and then those conversations about ensuring a durable and lasting peace can continue. But what do you need to have peace in a region like Gaza that's been war-torn for far too long? You need security guarantees, and you need good governance. And so those will be two of the priorities that this administration is focused on.
If I may, the president has said he wants the government to reopen this week in a deal. What's going to happen by the end of the week if there's no deal? What's the White House prepared to do?
With no deal with what?
To reopen the government.
Look, as I said, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of pain inflicted. There already is on the American public, on our troops who are not being paid, again, on women and young children who depend on critical food assistance. We hate to see this. And in fact, the Office of Management and Budget is trying to do everything they can to find funds to get out the door for these vulnerable populations in our country. Again, we shouldn't be having to do that. The Democrats have a chance to change course tonight. I believe the vote's taking place at 6:30, and we urge Democrat senators to vote to reopen the government and to do the right thing. Thanks, guys.
That was Caroline Leavitt hosting her latest press briefing. Of course, many of the questions had to do with the ongoing government shutdown. She, of course, blamed Democrats, saying that Democrats can end the shutdown at any moment simply by accepting the continuing resolutions that's on the table in the U.S. Senate. A vote is expected later on this evening on that. That's it for us right here on Real America's Voice. Let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show now.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
Great cities. And we cannot let our great cities, like what happened to Detroit and Chicago and Philadelphia and Baltimore and New Orleans, allowing that to happen to your cities is saying to the people, we're willing to let your entire country to turn into this. So I wish more people on the right would take notice of this and actually fight for these cities rather than just saying, oh, they're run by left-wingers and they give it to them good and hard, they deserve it. So I think that's wrong.
There's a couple of things, and Blake, maybe have my back on this. There was a couple of things that Charlie really seemed to focus on in the last days of his life. It was Mangionism versus MAGA.
Mangionism versus MAGA.
MAGA. It was Islam, and it was taking back our cities. There was probably some others, but like those to me, like he just kept hitting them every day. It's like Charlie believed like we have to take our cities. Every inch of America is America.
And it was really pushing back because you'd see these takes on the right. That's very common.
Or like George
let them
Will
burn
or whatever.
Or let the cities burn, or let the we need to have a socialist or a Marxist run things for a while.
And it'll be so painful. We'll get it
it'll
back.
be so painful. It's always this hope. Like, actually, it's a good thing that we lost this city. And he'd always say, no, you should. First of all, you should fight for every inch of America. We should fight for our biggest cities because those are tremendous monuments to American achievement. Sorry, New York is a great American city. It's a huge center of culture. It's a huge center of economic stuff. It's a huge center of American history. It is a part of America. You don't just give it up to this lunatic from Uganda. And
people always say, like, okay, in the communist countries, they eventually became more free. Yeah, after like 70 years, and how many people died, and how much creativity was squashed. Like, these are real losses that you have while these cities are being horribly managed. Little girls and boys who can't go to school safely. That's something every American should care about.
Yeah, and again, to Nick's point, so these ICE facilities aren't able to actually do their job because they're fighting for their lives and defending like buildings like it's a war zone. And so Illinois has now sued the Trump administration as well about deployment of National Guard troops. So it's all craziness. None of it makes any sense. And the points are made up and the rules don't matter. I guess that's where we're at here on the Charlie Kirk Show. We'll be right back.
You almost took out his.
Hey, boy. Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't Don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We had a Blake, a little spill. You had a spill.
We're learning. We are learning how to do a show.
There is, Charlie has left us wanting much, and lack of spills was one of his. He never did. I don't think. I don't think that ever happened to him.
So.
I'm going to tell you about Why Refi. Why Refi is a great partner of this show, and they. First of all, they love Charlie Kirk. They love Turning Point USA, and they love this show, and they've been proud supporters of this show. And it couldn't be a better partner because they're helping young people get out of private student loan debt. Did you know that there is $45 billion of distressed private student loans in this country? Why Refi will refinance distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't even touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay, so it will fit in your budget. They will make sure that happens. Why Refi is not a debt resettlement company, and they work with each buyer individually. Why Refi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantee interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. And they don't care about your credit score. That's a huge, huge deal. They do not care about your credit score. And they'll work with you. You can even, this part blows my mind, you can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. That's pretty great. So just call 888-YREFI34 or log on to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states, but you owe it to yourself to check it out. Give mom and dad a break. If you have a cool borrower, get them off there. That's what a good son or daughter would do. Take it upon yourself. Get your financial house in order and let the folks at Why Refi help you get there. We are at our last segment of the day with Molly Hemingway and Sean Davis of The Federalist. So we've got editor-in-chief, founder and CEO. It's like the duo of duos. And The Federalist does such important work. Maybe we should let you pitch that on the other side of this break. We'll welcome back radio, and
we also have that Charlie clip.
Yeah,
too.
We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, Molly Hemingway, Sean Davis, Blake Neff. This is our final segment of the day. So I'm throwing it to you. And I want you to tell people how to follow you, where they can follow your work and follow your social, but also sum up the day. The floor is yours, Molly.
Well, it's just great to be here, and we're very honored to be able to be here. At The Federalist, we tackle the news every day, pushing back against left-wing narratives, lies, propaganda, which still are happening even as people know not to trust the left-wing media. They still have a lot of control. So if you want good journalism, definitely check us out at thefederalist.com.
You guys do great work.
And yeah, we've been known for debunking the Russia collusion hoax, pushing back against COVID hysteria.
You know what you're exceptional at? You're very, very good at a lot of things. But if there's ever kind of like a weird hoax thing, where they're twisting some narrative and they've got some new, you can feel it's like new hoax alert, right? Just go to The Federalist. Molly's probably got a piece out within about 24 hours where it's really thorough, or one of your other journalists would. It's really a great service that you do for the movement, I have to say.
Thanks. Very happy to do it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think we discovered accidentally something that y'all probably knew for a while, that when you're not based in D.C. and when you don't have everyone who lives in D.C., you get a different perspective. You get exposed to normal people who have different views and opinions than the consensus in Washington, and it frees you up to just say what you think and what you believe. And with us having most of our writers, nearly all of our freelancers out living normal lives out in real America, it really changes your perspective on politics, and it kind of gives you the courage and the freedom you need to just say what you believe.
I love that, and everybody should check out The Federalist. Truly one of the gems and most important publications that we have in the conservative movement, because it's thoughtful, it's smart, but you guys are based, so there's like it's a very hard dance to pull off, as you've probably witnessed. Blake, we have a clip that you wanted to play for us.
People say we have to get Charlie in every show. He was always with us, so he had some thoughts on MAGA versus Mangionism this last year, and let's play clip 36.
Look, you have two options. You can go MAGA or Mangionism. You can go MAGA or you can go Mamdaniism. You can go MAGA or you can go Mohammedism. It's very funny how all the M's, MAGA is the only option on the right. Neoconservatives are not coming back. The corporate oligarchs, we're not going to let him. So MAGA has cemented the worldview of the American right. But the left, we don't know. It could go Mangione, which is the most extreme. You could go Mamdani, which is very, very extreme. Or you could go Mohammedism, which is just Muslim Islamic takeover. You get reform or you get revolution. We at MAGA want to reform stuff. Political undercurrent underneath Mangione that cannot be ignored, that should not be dismissed. And that political reality is on the American left.
It's chilling.
Reform or revolution? That's a big theme. America has a lot of problems. You can't ignore them. You can try to fix them, or you can blow everything up. And there's a lot of people who want to blow everything up. It's this sort of emotionally incontinent will towards just total revolution, total destruction.
I think this clip also shows something that has not been covered as much as it should be since the assassination. People know about Charlie's campus activism. They know about his love for Jesus and sharing the gospel. He'd also become quite an important statesman who synthesized complex ideas and was providing a way forward to have a very healthy, large movement. And so we can be heartened by how much wonderful response there has been from people wanting to get involved after his assassination. But this was a huge takedown of someone who is very important for a healthy movement going forward. And so I hope we see people rising to support that as well.
You also see the thing that he was so good at, and I don't think we fully appreciated it until recently, is that when we're in the space of ideas, we argue, we debate, we generally come into a debate wanting to win the debate and win the argument. And I think what everyone saw in Charlie and why he attracted so many people and why they loved him so much was that he didn't want to win the debate. He wanted to change people's hearts. He didn't want to win the argument. He wanted to change their minds. And you see it in that clip. He's so articulate. He's so respectful. He was wanting to change hearts and minds because that's how you change countries.
Yeah, we miss him a lot. I don't know why, but just hard to, it's even hard to watch that clip because I hate how right he ended up being, and it's terrible. And we love him and we miss him and we soldier on because he would want us to, and I know that. And it's one of the things that keeps me going every day is just knowing Charlie would be like, all right, don't waste this. And so thank you for being a part of just coming and being with us, and you give us a lot of strength and encouragement, and I hope it's been good for everybody else. It's been lovely having you guys.
Thank you. We love you.
Thank you.
Blake, you have your DC friends back there. Right?
Thanks for coming out.
All right. Thanks so much. We will talk to you tomorrow.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
A Kennedy curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king. Moments ago, President Trump arrived in Norfolk, Virginia, where thousands of sailors are celebrating a big bash, the Navy's 250th anniversary.
Sections over here, waiting the arrival of President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, join Base Andrews, and we'll travel via helicopter to the USS Truman, where President Trump will give remarks to the world's finest Navy on their 250th birthday.
Trump.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily, here live on Real America's Voice. Today is October 6, 2025, Anno Domini. And folks, as you can all see from the videos yesterday, you can see from, of course, social media played out across Real America's Voice, and we just did a huge hour recapping that with Steve Bannon over on War Room, that I was honored to accompany President Trump as well as First Lady Melania Trump to celebrate the 250th birthday of my United States Navy, the world's finest Navy. A celebration took place yesterday down in Norfolk, Virginia, as well as in the Virginia Capes operating area, where boarded Air Force One, then flew down to Norfolk, boarded a V-22 Osprey, flew that out to the USS Bush, embarked for a sea power exercise and evolution where we were able to see everything from Navy SEALs boarding and raiding a ship, conducting a VBSS raid, as well as display of naval warfare, naval capabilities, including CWIS, the close-in weapon system, so anti-aircraft systems that the destroyers and aircraft carriers have, as well as naval cannons, as well as tomahawks being fired. You can see one of the tomahawks right there, fired from a U.S. destroyer, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. We're on the Nimitz-class USS Bush. That is the flagship of the 10th Carrier Strike Group. And the USS Bush also took the lead in a number of operations all around the world. We then saw an aerial demonstration, which is absolutely fantastic. And President Trump spent the entire time right down on the flight deck himself, as well as First Lady Melania Trump, and was honored to be able to join the flight deck with them. Took this video you're seeing right now that President Trump has posted up on his own True Social account. He posted it twice, actually. I guess he liked it so much, where it's an FA-18 Super Hornet conducting a sonic boom right in front of President Trump. And I got to say, you know, the entire left was telling us all weekend that President Trump was sick or something was wrong with him or he was unhealthy. Well, he stood just feet away from an FA-18 hitting a sonic boom, breaking the sound barrier, didn't even flinch, didn't even move a muscle, moved his head, wanted to see the plane. He also stood just a few feet away from where an F-35 Lightning II landed right there in the tailhook, and this thing was caught just feet away from where the president and first lady were standing, did not skip a beat. And you see the precision, you can see the excellence of the United States Navy and the purpose that we have sea power. You know, we talk about it all the time, and President Trump talked about it as well, as how America as a young nation needed the United States Navy to go up against who? The British Navy, with the aid, of course, of the French Navy later on. Then we saw the British Navy come back, 1812. Spanish-American War at the end of the 1800s, when it was, of course, Commodore Dewey, George Dewey, went over to Manila and shattered the Spanish Armada, shattered the Spanish fleet, and it let the world know that there's a new dog on the block. There's a new sheriff in town, and that's the United States Navy. And you saw that all the way up through, of course, the events of World War II, where the United States Navy once again showed that naval supremacy. And we're showing around the world right now that you want to reach out and touch somebody, you want to put warheads on foreheads, if you need someone to stand the watch from sunup to sundown and everything that comes in between, for the past 2.5 centuries, that has been the men and women of the United States Navy. And they will never, ever give up the watch. It was an incredible day to be there, an incredible time. Right back with so much more that's been happening here within the United States on Human Events Daily next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
A Kennedy curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here, Human Events Daily. Folks, did you know that Utah and Florida recently banned fluoride in their drinking water? Why are they doing a massive U-turn on something that's been pumped into our water for 80 years? The government claims fluoride's got good for healthy teeth, but that's, of course, just, some of the nanny state you don't know, because you don't necessarily need bureaucrats medicating your water. You need the freedom to choose pure water. And that's why my family uses Cove Pure. This is a countertop water purifier certified to remove up to 99.9% of impurities. And that includes fluoride and other stuff like PFAs, fertilizer runoff, you name it. Look, when Tanya first set up our device, the first thing I noticed with this filtration system is that Cove Pure helps water become what it's supposed to taste like. Pure, clean, no aftertaste. The best part is you can choose any temperature, hot or cold, with just one tap. Boom, super easy. And I like easy buttons. It's so easy, there's no drilling, there's no plumbing, there's no plumbers needed. You just fill it in and plug it in. Head over to covepure.com/POSO for a limited time. You get $200 off. Look, the government has no business forcing things into our water. Don't wait for them to sort out pure water. Guys to do too. Over to covepure.com/POSO, covepure.com/POSO for $200 off. All right, very excited now because we're going to bring our next guest in. But before we do, from the Article 3 Project, I want to play a clip that just happened up in Chicago from the mayor. Let's play it now, guys.
And today we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ice-free zones. That means that city property and unwilling private businesses will no longer serve as staging grounds for these raids.
Jack Posobiec will be bringing on here Will Chamberlain from the Article 3 Project. Will, what is going on? That sounds like the mayor of Chicago saying that he is going to reject the authority of the federal government. Plus, we saw everything from Portland over the weekend. What are we facing right now?
I mean, we're facing a rebellion by the states of Oregon and the states of Illinois. When you hear we need to rein in this out-of-control administration, you should actually be hearing we are conspiring to obstruct justice and obstruct federal law enforcement. Because that's what's happening. He doesn't get to rein in anybody in the federal government. That's not the way our system works. He must have never read the Supremacy Clause, despite becoming the mayor of Chicago. The likely outcome here, though, is I mean, whatever happens here, it's probably unlawful. You can't, and the feds will just ignore it. But if the Chicago mayor, in his wisdom, decides to try and enforce these laws and prevent federal authorities from doing their job in the city of Chicago, the likely outcome here is that he'll be arrested for kidnapping and false imprisonment.
So, I mean, what it sounds to me like what we're coming up towards, and we haven't heard something so forceful yet from any of the elected officials of Portland, but we've certainly seen court cases and rulings and police reports that sound like Portland is moving in the same direction. Will, are we going to see a standoff between potentially the authorities, the legal authorities of these cities and the federal government?
And we've already seen a standoff, if anything. This is just the federal government trying to fix things. You have to understand what the city of Portland has done and what they're doing. There aren't a huge number of law enforcement officials whose job is to protect federal property. The service that does that is the Federal Protective Service. They have something a little less than 1,000 agents, and over 100 of them have been sent to Portland. They're working 12-hour shifts 7 days a week. They're working flat out to protect federal officials and the federal property. They wouldn't have to do that if the Portland police were helping to protect, but the Portland police won't do a thing in front of the office. And not only are they not doing a thing, they're also litigating against the federal government to try and prevent the National Guard to provide some relief to federal officials in front of this ICE facility. So there's already a standoff. There's already a confrontation now. When it comes to the courts, they're going to lose this confrontation. Federal authorities will prevail legally and will have the right to go there. Then it's just a question of exactly how far do local and state authorities in Oregon want to push this rebellion.
So I want to step back here a second because you mentioned the Supremacy Clause, and this is something where, I think a lot of people, when they miss, sort of Civics 101, Government 101, they sort of lose the argument, they lose the plot because they think, oh, that's the mayor can do whatever they want. They just sort of see, politicians they like and politicians they don't like, but that's actually not how it works. By the way, I'd love to have and side note, I'd love to have a long conversation with you about red states at some point here, because mayors do not have sovereignty. Governors have sovereignty. Mayors do not. But that's a separate discussion. We will have that discussion later because I can see that coming up. But walk us through just the very basics of the Supremacy Clause here.
Well, it just says that federal authority is supreme over state law. The United States government is a government of limited and enumerated powers under our Constitution. They don't have every power in the book, but where they have power, they are supreme. When state law and federal law conflict, federal law wins. When state law enforcement and federal law enforcement conflict, federal law enforcement wins. So this is a standard case. The state of Oregon doesn't get to tell federal authorities where they're allowed to put federal officers to protect federal property. It's not how the law works. And similarly, when you hear the Chicago mayor again say things like, we're going to rein in the administration. No, you're not. You don't have the authority to do that. You don't rein in the administration. The administration reins you in. It reins your city in, because that's the way our system works. If you don't like it, you can try what the South did in the Civil War. It didn't work out too well for them.
No, and you'd think that Governor Newsom and Governor Pritzker would have remembered that conflagration, or at least perhaps had heard about it at some point in their history classes, because of course that's what the entire issue was. Will, when I come down to it, so you've done a lot of commentary as well, and I know we're coming up on a little break, but we have a few minutes on this ruling regarding the National Guard in this respect, and basically a judge saying that it's not that the government is not allowed to. So this is something where I remember I was digging in on this, and I gave a talk on it earlier today on War Room, where I said the federal government has Title 10 authority under the Insurrection Act to federalize the National Guard. It's really simple. It's right there. It's black letter law, and it has been so since, by the way, prior to the Civil War. This was the Insurrection Act of 1807. And of course, we had, even before then, we had the Whiskey Rebellion. And George Washington, a sitting president of the United States, who rode into battle with Alexander Hamilton at his side to put down such an insurrection. This is not something new.
No, and it's also not a close decision. I think I don't even think this is going to the Supreme Court. I think the Ninth Circuit is going to slap what this judge in Oregon did down. The basic reason being she's substituting her own judgment for whether federal authorities are struggling to enforce federal law for the president's. And the president's in the position, has the information, and is elected to make the calls on when to use federal forces to reinforce and protect federal property. It's not the place of this judge to do so. And so she's decided apparently that she's the new commander in chief, at least with regards to federal officials in Portland. She's wrong about that. And she's going to lose this very quickly.
And so what was the ruling specifically that you put down?
Well, first she issued a ruling on the 2nd that said the Oregon National Guard could not be deployed to protect this ICE facility. Then President Trump issued an order saying he was going to move the California National Guard and the Texas National Guard to protect it, because by its terms, the order only applied to the Oregon National Guard. The Texas governor also gave permission for his forces to be used, so that should have been very straightforward. But she decided late last night at 10 p.m. on a Sunday night to extend her order to cover any National Guard troops being deployed to protect a federal facility in Portland. And she did so when she probably doesn't have jurisdiction because the order is already on appeal.
And this is something that I just don't understand. What is her basis for such a ruling?
She's saying that the president's factual findings are untethered from reality. So her argument is that there are some factual predicates to invoke the Insurrection Act, namely like the difficulty of enforcing federal law or the state of rebellion. And therefore, she made factual findings saying there is no difficulty enforcing federal law, there is no rebellion, therefore you are not allowed to invoke the act.
And so does this all really come down to, like so many of these other cases, the definition of what a rebellion is this time around?
It's that, and it's also a question of who decides. I think that's the foundational question, right? There's deference that needs to be given to the executive. They're the ones in charge of military forces. The president's the commander in chief of the military. They're the ones who have the intelligence and the information necessary. One district judge in Oregon with 4 law clerks is in no position to determine when federal law is being under-enforced or when federal officials are in danger. And they are here. They really are.
This is like the last iteration of it where they were trying to say the president couldn't use emergency deportation orders because there was a federal judge who was arguing that we weren't under invasion, if I remember correctly.
Exactly right. Exactly the right analogy to be making. It's the question again is not it's not the actual facts on the ground. The prior question is who decides, who is in the position to make these determinations about whether there's an invasion, whether law is unable to be enforced. And clearly the way our Constitution is structured, those determinations are for the president.
And for the president of the United States to make those determinations, it does not. The ball does not roll uphill as it stands. Mm-hmm. Right? A local federal judge does not have the intelligence, the support of DHS, NCTC, all of the other factors at their disposal. They just don't have that. You can't just be sitting there watching CNN and Fox News. But by the way, even if you were, you'd be watching Real America's Voice, and boy, we could show you a whole lot of rebellious and insurrection activity that's going on in these 2 cities. Jack Posobiec back with Will Chamberlain when we return.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America.
They talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Solik. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, folks, we're back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got some great news for all of you. Blackout Coffee is back with a great offer for you and the Human Events Daily audience. For years, this has been my coffee of choice, and I know so many of you have missed it just like I have. And I can hear producer Russ is talking about how much he loves it too. This isn't just coffee, it's America in a cup. Founded on Christian values, rooted in family, and built on the belief that hard-working Americans, look, you just deserve better than the corporate swill that's out there that's passing for coffee. We know that Blackout Coffee is a family business. It roasts every batch right here in the USA. 2 roasts you gotta try. Morning Reaper, this one's great. A smooth medium roast that kicks off your day without any bitterness. And for the dark roast lovers, I gotta say, I love Brutal Awakening. It is a bold, rich roast with deep flavor that keeps you sharp and alert. It's perfect for serving friends and family all around the holidays. We got Halloween coming up, we got Thanksgiving, then of course Christmas, New Year's. It's all coming, and it's coming fast. Gatherings start with the best coffee. So here's the deal. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. That's blackoutcoffee.com/POSO. And hey, support a company that shares your values, supports American jobs, and fuels your freedom. One strong cup at a time. Coming back on with Will Chamberlain. And Will, so you reminded me during the break that the invasion question, that was the Alien Enemies Act, right? That the administration was originally using to to remove illegal aliens in an emergency situation. What was the status of that case? Did they ever end up, was that adjudicated?
Yeah, and I think ultimately, the funny thing is I actually don't remember much of the outcome. I think it got mooted effectively when Venezuela agreed to take back all the people who were subject to the Alien Enemies Act in El Salvador. So I don't remember the exact outcome, but I don't think the administration lost.
I think they'd actually. I think you're right. I think they actually did win, though. But of course, we'll caveat that with that. We'll double check on it, because this is so key, though. Here, these federal judges, and well, look, you were around in the first administration. I remember you used to write some great articles for humanevents.com. We should probably get you to try to do that again sometime. And talking about different legal strategies that could be used, the emergency fund, declaring an emergency for the use of funds to build the border wall was one of your ideas that I believe the administration actually did end up adopting. But here's a difference. We're not seeing the administration really back down from these local, district judges in federal district, but they're still, they're still confined to one locality. We are not seeing that, are we?
No, because we're on the right side of the law. There was this big meme going around, especially at the beginning of the administration when all these injunctions were coming down fast and furious, that it's the administration that's behaving lawlessly. Look at all these injunctions. And then now the Trump administration's on an incredible winning streak at the Supreme Court. I think we're at 20 in a row, 20 wins in a row, unheard of. I don't think any administration's gotten close to that. And what it's revealed is not that the administration was behaving lawlessly, but that these lower court judges who thought they were entitled to resist the administration were behaving lawlessly. And I think that's exactly the outcome you're going to see in this Oregon case. I'll put this out there for people. If anybody wants to bet on the outcome here and whether the Supreme Court's going to ultimately reverse this person, I'll give you 10 to 1 odds, right? 10 to 1 odds that this temporary restraining order doesn't survive because it's lawless.
Will Chamberlain giving out 10 to 1 odds. Now, is that Kalshi, Will? Where I don't know where people go to take you up on that.
People might arbitrage.
Oh, all right.
That might not be good.
Exactly. All right. So that's Will Chamberlain, folks. Give him out your 10 to 1 odds. Step up all takers. Will. So here's another one though. All right. Since we're talking odds. Jay Jones, this reprobate who's running for attorney general, he has this huge scandal on his hands because it came out in text messages that, of course, Neera Tanden is telling us those are private text messages. They shouldn't count. That's an incredible legal standard. I don't know if I've ever heard that one before, but okay, for someone running for attorney general, I'm sure everyone that is on the other side of you in court is certainly going to be using that from now on. These messages, though, where he's talking about killing a political opponent, his wife, and their children, desecrating their grave. Will, do you think that he's actually going to drop out? Because it seems like the Democrats, including Yevgeny Vindman, are just driving on and continuing to re-endorse him in the face of direct murderous rhetoric.
This is a tougher line to set because he's not an office holder. I think there's a reasonable chance he's forced to drop out by the Democrats because they're really not going to be happy with getting drowned in ads a month before the election. They might think that he's dragging down the entire Democratic ticket in Virginia and will ultimately bring them all down. So probably 40% chance.
I think that's, look, for the Virginia Republicans, that's what you've got to go all in on this thing. Because, and let me just say something, too, because this isn't, just some abstract thing, all right? It's been, 26 days since Charlie Kirk was murdered. And I know there were some people asking, well, why wasn't the burial public? And it was because of people like this. It was because of people like this, because he's talking about going and defacing the graves. And that's exactly what would happen with Charlie if that were made public. This is what's so disgusting. And Will, it's like people don't even act like it's happening.
Oh, yeah, there's a real problem on the left. There's a bloodthirstiness. I realize my tolerance for partisan Democrats at the moment is extremely low because clearly there's a large faction of the left that if they weren't actually trying to kill you, they would be perfectly happy to see you dead. And then there's another large portion of the left that wouldn't be willing to say anything if you were killed or would just be indifferent to their friends cheering you on. So it's hard to know what to do about this political party right now and its members in terms of understanding that they need to be brought back to reality and civility. But I will say this, the basic way that representative democracy functions is that the parties honor each other, that they don't treat each other as the embodiment of all evil. Because in a world where they do that, suddenly the peaceful transfer of power becomes very much an open question.
Right, because it goes from a situation where, obviously, as Charlie stood for, peaceful debate to, I don't want peaceful debate, I want to oppress you and remove your right to even exist. Will Chamberlain, where can people go to follow you and all the great work you guys are putting up?
At Will Chamberlain on X is where you'll find most of my commentary. Also follow the Article 3 project on our various action items that you can essentially bug your House representatives and senators to do what you want at a3paction.com.
All right, go follow Will. Go follow the great Mike Davis over there, Article 3. Folks, coming up next, huge New Jersey update with Scott Pressler.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America.
Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. Right now, I want all the patriots to take a moment, step back, and say, you know what? My cell phone service is not right for the country. It's not right for me. It's not right for the movement. And I'm going to go change it. And I'm going to go change it to one that supports me, supports the country, and supports my values. And how you do that, it's very simple. You go to patriotmobile.com/POSO. So go to patriotmobile.com/POSO, all patriots, or give them a call at 972-PATRIOT. And you will get a free month of service with promo code POSO. Look, we all spend money, sometimes a little bit too much money, on cell phone services. Now, you won't do it with these guys. But we want to know that if we're spending that money, if we're doing something that we were required to have to maintain our standing in today's society and today's economy, then we want to do it with a service that supports our values, that supports first responders, that supports the great veterans of the Army and the Navy, like President Trump was at yesterday. Marine Corps, they have their 250th coming up. Air Force, a little bit longer for the Air Force and a whole lot longer for the Space Force to hit their 250th. But you know what? Patriot Mobile will be right there supporting them as well. So how do you get access? You go to patriotmobile.com/POSO, patriotmobile.com/POSO, and you will, right now, if you use promo code POSO, get a free month of service. Check them out. You're going to love them. Patriot Mobile. All right, I want to bring on now my good friend, Scott Pressler of Early Vote Action, because, Scott, there's a lot going on in the state of New Jersey, the Garden State, and as usual, you are in the thick of it. What's going on, man?
Hey, Jack. Well, I am here in Union City, New Jersey. I'll be going to Somerset tonight, the home of Jack Ciattarelli, and he is our Republican candidate. For anyone that thinks New Jersey is a blue state, I want to remind you the 2021 election was decided by 84,000 votes. And I'll tell you, Jack, that 600,000 Republicans sat out in that year's election, meaning this election is winnable. Jack Ciattarelli can be brought across the finish line, but he needs all of us to come together as a family in order to get it done over the next 29 days before Election Day.
And now, Scott, I've been looking at these polls, and I think a lot of us saw these polls last week. You know, we're really, really tightening up. And I've got one, where did it go? Right here. So this is out of New Jersey. I want to say just over, I want to get the exact dates here for you. This is from the Hill, PICS, ECP, New Jersey voters. This is from the September 22nd to the 23rd, so it's not recent, but it's close. This had him tied, Sherrill 43, yes, Ciattarelli at 43. So this just came out today. Massive, massive poll, the type of things that you just haven't seen. And for people who think that it's impossible, look, Governor Christie did it in just 2009. Now, that was a different sort of political epoch, a different political era, different kind of candidate. But New Jersey has gone red in gubernatorial races in recent history. And it functions very similarly. Scott, let me ask you this question that I was chatting with somebody about it. Do you think that New Jersey kind of functions like Pennsylvania a little bit when it comes to voting patterns?
A little bit. I think there is a difference between federal elections and state elections. And some of the people that were going to be a straight D ticket for Kamala Harris and Democrats in a federal election, well, some of those Democrats are willing to vote Republican, especially when it comes to these sky-high property taxes that we have in New Jersey and the electricity prices that continue to go up and to impact working class families. And so really, PA and NJ, they share 1/4 of the same border together. And I think it's very interesting that, yes, they may in federal elections vote straight D, but this is our opportunity in a quote unquote off year election for gubernatorial that some of those Democrats we can bring on over to vote for Jack Ciattarelli for governor.
And that's something too. When you've got the economy being a top issue, then this becomes a huge issue for the party in power. For the party in power to say, "Oh, well, the economy isn't good, but we also need to keep supporting us." It's a very hard argument to make. Joe Biden wasn't able to make it. Kamala Harris wasn't able to make it. And I think in this case in New Jersey, the Democrats aren't going to be able to make it either, are they?
No. Well, this is a trifecta state government. So Trenton Democrats are in power and have been in power, especially under lockdown Phil Murphy. And I want to be clear to anyone that's on the fence.
Lockdown Phil.
Lockdown Phil. Mikey cheating scandal Sherrill. She is no different than Phil Murphy. She's Phil Murphy 2.0, just not in a suit. This is the woman that made $7 million on stock trades while being in Congress. This is the woman that voted against the Laken Riley bill. This is the woman who wouldn't even acknowledge Charlie Kirk and in fact said degrading things about him. This is the woman that is going to continue Phil Murphy's legacy, if you want to even call it that. So you vote for Mikey, you're going to get more of the same. You're going to get more offshore wind, which is unpopular, higher property taxes, which is unpopular, higher electricity prices, which is unpopular. You're not going to get school choice, which is popular. You're not going to get medical freedom, which is popular. And so therefore, the voters only have one choice in this election, and that is Jack Ciattarelli for governor. But Jack, we must vote down ballot because Jack can only do what he can to legislate if he has a legislature that's Republican and actually can pass his bills and put them into law.
That's exactly right. And I loved, I forget who had the write-up of it the other day, but they said that Mickey Sherrill is basically the Kamala Harris of New Jersey. I love that. So the Kamala Harris of New Jersey. It's so perfect. A limousine liberal who she goes on with Charlemagne the God, and she can't even tell you how much money she's made off of insider congressional trading, saying, well, was it 7 million or was it 8 million? I can't remember. I'm just not sure. It's completely ridiculous, especially you go on a show like that. You got to have an answer to the most basic questions. And she's, attacking conservatives and just going all over the place. She seems to me, and specifically with that answer, Scott, you really don't always, especially a lot of Democrats these days, they typically seem to be doing better at media. She came across to me as so uncharismatic and so aloof and so just, I got to say, like Kamala Harris. She just seemed like Kamala Harris, just one of these candidates who's got no time for anyone who's got an issue and is frustrated with you for even answering the question. You know what I mean?
And she even had the gall, Jack, to attack me on social media. And when she did, it was hilarious because she got ratioed into oblivion, especially after I replied to her and called her her real name, which isn't Mikey Cheating Scandal Sherrill. It's actually Rebecca. And Rebecca, you're not even from New Jersey. You're from Virginia. And on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, we're going to make sure that Rebecca, Mikey Cheating Scandal Sherrill, never gets anywhere close to the governor's mansion.
Are we saying that Becky from Virginia is trying to take over New Jersey? I don't know about that Becky from Virginia. No, I'm not so sure about that Becky from Virginia trying to sneak in there. And by the way, the cheating scandal, I spent the entire day with the Navy yesterday down with the fleet. And, I don't usually speak with as a prior Navy intelligence officer. It's just not something I try to use in my day-to-day parlance. But, when it comes up, as to say that, look, people knew in the 94 cheating scandal, which obviously wasn't there. It was a huge scandal. They still talk about it to this day within the United States Navy. There's a huge black eye for the Navy. It was a huge black eye for the integrity of those officers. And it really came down to be something that said, you know what? This class of people has gotten way too powerful in our Navy, and they've gotten so far removed from the deck plates themselves. If you want an officer to be of the highest standards, you need that also from your elected officials. They need to be sacrosanct. And by the way, this whole spin about, she was protecting others. Then why not release the records? Then why not just release your records and show us that you didn't cheat? It's really simple, Becky Mickey Sherrill from Virginia. If you didn't cheat, why not just release your records? But she won't. She won't release the records. Her records are sealed. By the way, her husband, who was caught up in the whole thing as well, he won't release the records. They've got a lawyer. I don't understand. It's real simple. You got a problem. You got a way to fix it. She could release the records today. She could release them right now. She could release them this afternoon. She could release them tonight. She could release them tomorrow morning. But she won't do it. Scott, we're coming up on a quick break. I know there's a big event coming on Friday. Are you able to stick on? Hold over to the next one?
I'm sticking around.
All right, Scott Presler sticking around from Union City, New Jersey. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with real America's voice.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love rap. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily. We're on with Scott Pressler, who's up from... Well, he's in the state of New Jersey, I should say. He's up there in Jersey right now. Scott, walk us through. So, of course, you're with Early Vote Action. What can people do if they are outside? Let's say they're nowhere near New Jersey. Are there ways that they can help at least raise awareness or get involved in the race?
Absolutely. Well, first, let me make a pitch to you. Let's say that you're in California watching Human Events right now and you're going, this Jersey election doesn't impact me. Really? It does. I would argue, Jack, that this election 2025 in Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, really, momentum begets momentum. And if we want to protect President Trump, if we want to protect his ability to legislate and to keep the House of Representatives next year in 2026, that means that we have to win big this year. That's why New Jersey matters, because we flip the New Jersey governorship from blue to red. You're going to see dollars. You're going to see donors. You're going to see enthusiasm. You're going to see sky high energy going into 2026 to support our president and the Republican Party. So you may download the free Early Vote Action app. It's on Android, it's on iPhone. Now, just because I don't want your cell phones to get spammed when you text message, turn off iMessage. Limit yourself to 50 texts a day. But if everyone downloads the Early Vote Action app, sends 50 texts a day from one of the myriad of campaigns that we have on there to New Jersey, to Virginia, to Pennsylvania, you can make a real big impact just from the comfort of your home. That is peer-to-peer organizing in the palm of your hand.
And that's incredible. So you can do that right on the app. You can get involved. Now, let's say you're in New Jersey or within driving distance of New Jersey. If you're like me, you come from Pennsylvania or Pennsylvanian, or if you're anywhere, really it's a quad state area because you've got New York, you've got Pennsylvania, you've got the D.C. area, and even Virginia is not that far.
Yeah, so really, I ask you, come to New Jersey, come to the Garden State. We've got influencers all over the country that are coming to Jersey because they know how important it is. You can help us knock on doors, and we're not going to send you to Trenton, guys. I'm not sending you to Newark or Camden right away. I'm going to send you to Republican doors. Why? because this is a base turnout election. President Trump came within 5 percentage points of winning the Garden State. That is historic. He won Passaic County, a Hispanic county that went for Donald J. Trump. If we get every beautiful Trump supporter to vote this year on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, we will send Jack Ciattarelli as the next governor in the Garden State. And so help us knock Republican doors. Help us chase ballots like Cliff Maloney is doing. This is a team effort. Everybody's swimming together in the same direction. And that is the way that we're going to win this November, together as a team.
Well, I love what you said, too, about the fact that it's the ability to get into the state, get involved, building the momentum, because victory begets victory. And yes. Obviously, you know, we've all gone through this horrific experience of the last month since losing Charlie. And Charlie's murder, I think, casts a pall over everything in a sense. It's everything I do, every interview. It's always there. It's always there, not far from my thoughts. But at the same time, you know what else is there as well, Scott? And I know you went on with Charlie so many times. It's what Charlie would be saying. He would be saying, get involved, get active. Don't just tweet. Don't just be out there on social media. Be out there in person. And Scott, you've got that Charlie Kirk spirit as well of activism, of saying, I am going to be the man who stands in the gap. And I've seen you do it for years. I've seen you absolutely do it for years. No matter the election, big or small, Scott Pressler is going to be there. He's going to be on the ground. And that's what Charlie always talked about. He said, don't just talk about these things, actually show up and organize. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people who think that all Charlie did was go around on campus and debate. And of course, there was no one better than him at that. But that was the secondary effort, because the main point of it was to organize and to win elections. And I know that's exactly what Charlie would be telling us: win the governor's race of New Jersey.
And let's make this relatable for a second, Jack, in a very somber but fitting tone. The last day to register to vote in the Garden State in New Jersey is actually Charlie Kirk's birthday, October 14th.
Wow.
There is no better way to honor him, his legacy, constructive, positive action, by going to NJ, New Jersey, nj.gov, and registering to vote. You can do that on Charlie Kirk's birthday, October 14th. And one thing that we're doing, Jack, too, in the most respectful manner, is in-person, on-demand mail-in voting is happening across Pennsylvania, and it actually opens up in Bucks County, PA. We are going to be asking voters across the Commonwealth to vote in person on October 14th in honor of Charlie. And I'm placing that upon you guys. Take positive, constructive action, be the change that you want to be. And Jack really is being respectful when he says that is what Charlie would want us to do. He would want us to make sure that the tragedy that happened doesn't happen to anyone else, and that we continue to fight for freedom. And we do it with ballots, not bullets.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's what Charlie always stood for. And you know, and in the past couple of weeks, you know, there's obviously a lot of questions, a lot of decisions, a lot of different things that people have had to do that, of course, nobody wanted to do or nobody ever asked for. But the one thing that I think nobody ever is in doubt about was that what Charlie would have wanted. And what Charlie would have wanted is for us to get active. He would want us to get active in our local elections, and he would have asked for us to go to help where it was needed. When Charlie, saw that Nebraska had an extra electoral college vote, he flew to Nebraska, and he started holding events saying, let's get this winner take all. Let's make it winner take all. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And of course they eventually didn't, but hopefully the Cornhusker State will find their way out of that and do it for Charlie, do the right thing. But it's what he was all about. It's getting off your duff and going out there and actually doing things. And so, Scott, I believe there's an event coming up this Friday, Wildwood, New Jersey, the Great Wildwood, if I have that correct.
Yes, there is going to be a huge rally in Wildwood this Friday, October 10th. Scott Lebedo, Benny Johnson, Chairman Judge Mike Donahue of Cape May County. And Wildwood is a pretty special place because I think that's where President Trump did his biggest rally ever in support of the president. And so we're asking everyone to come. However, I don't want this to just be a rally where people come, get hyped up, and then they just go home. No, we are going to couple the rally with activism and make sure that people have walkbooks or have downloaded the application or get a mail-in ballot or are voting early in person on October 25th, which is the first day of early in-person voting, which goes to November 2nd. You in New Jersey have 9 days of early in-person voting. But I welcome everyone and anyone to come to this rally. And I'm telling you, this election, Jack, is going to come down to a few thousand votes. Every vote is going to make a difference.
All right. Well, we're going to blow it out. By the way, Scott, you'd appreciate, I don't know if anyone told you, but we were registering voters even at Charlie's Memorial out there in Phoenix. We had the station set up, a Turning Point Action. But you know what? You've inspired me, Scott, and I've had a couple of contacts with the New Jersey, Cape May GOP. I tell you something right now. I'm going to commit to you, Scott Pressler, that I, Jack Posobiec, will be there this Friday, Wildwood, New Jersey. It is the rally on the shore. We are going to take back the Garden State. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
My name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
RAV's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Well, welcome to America's Voice Live. I am Bo Davidson, filling in for the great Steve Gruber, who is on his way back from Norfolk, Virginia. Today is Monday, October 6th. Let's get into today's top stories. Well, thanks to President Trump, a peace deal is currently being negotiated in Egypt between Hamas and Israel. Many are anticipating the release of the rest of the hostages from the attacks 2 years ago tomorrow. That's October 7th. I'll bring on a former congressman to discuss that today. And also, President Trump has deployed the National Guard to multiple Democrat-run cities around the U.S. in order to reestablish law and order, from D.C. to Portland, as well as my hometown of Memphis, Tennessee. I'll bring on a Tennessee state representative to discuss what it's looking like in Memphis today as well. And then later, I'll bring on head pollster from Rasmussen Reports to discuss President Trump's approval ratings, as well as polls on the ongoing government shutdown. All the details and updates coming your way today. But first, I want to start with the U.S. Navy. And off the top of the show here, I would be remiss, we all here at RAV would be remiss, if we didn't mention the action-packed Sea Power and Freedom event that celebrated the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Navy yesterday in Norfolk, Virginia, hosted by Steve Bannon, with on-the-ground reporting from Jack Posobiec and, of course, the aforementioned Steve Gruber, who normally hosts this hour. Our viewers here on Real America's Voice were treated to a thrilling and expressive celebration of one of the most powerful branches of the U.S. military. Here's a little recap of it. Take a look.
In commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States Navy.
It is really jaw-dropping. Thank God I'm an American.
Bo, is the military getting weak? The answer is no.
This is about unity.
Morale here is great.
We couldn't be more thrilled and excited to be here today.
God bless the United States of America. And go Navy, beat Army.
Fight. We will win. Congratulations once again on 250 years of total dominance. Stay strong. Thank you. God bless our sailors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Real America's Voice was the go-to place today. Thank you guys for doing this.
Well, that was a truly stunning display of American might. But right now, we're going to take you live to Washington, D.C., where there's a gaggle with Stephen Miller. Let's take a look.
We have the full interagency, IRS, ATF, DEA, FBI, and HSI. And then you have, in that case, also the state resources, too, the state troopers, state investigatory agencies, then the National Guard. So that's one model. Then in the case of Portland, you have an acute crisis with threats to life and property at the Portland ICE facility. And so that is a reactive deployment. There is a acute ongoing threat to lives and property. And so National Guard was dispatched to protect ICE officers and their property in the conduct of their duties at a federal building. The president has also said that in the immediate future, in Chicago, there's a need for the same. Obviously, you saw, for example, there was 2 vehicle ramming attacks against ICE officers in Chicago. The president has indicated in the future there might be additional resources brought to Chicago. But the most recent order that he signed relates to the ICE mission. I hope that answers your question.
Will the White House abide by the ruling?
The reason I asked that, Mr. Miller, is the president has floated other cities, perhaps New Orleans. Is that still consideration? And is the administration actively considering others?
Yeah, Governor Landry sent a request, as you know, and so we're working with Governor Landry as we speak to figure out an appropriate next step. I'm not going to sit here and say advance what is next. Obviously, in the case, Memphis is a good example, a good model, where the governor reached out to us. He said we've had, in fact, I think Memphis for many years had the highest per capita murder rate in the country. He said that Memphis has been suffering from unimaginable levels of crime for years. We want your help. We want the full Washington, D.C. package. as a side note, we meet every week with city leaders here in Washington, D.C., and this has proven to be, in their own mind, in their own words, one of the most extraordinary things that anybody has ever seen.
Stephen,
yes.
Stephen, you said the other day that you want to use legitimate state power to dismantle left-wing terror networks. Which organizations were you talking about, and what kind of state power are you envisioning using?
That's a great question. Thank you. And I'm glad for the opportunity to add a couple more details to that. So the struggle that's taking place right now is between the lawful exercise of power by the American people through a duly elected government versus the unlawful exercise of street violence in the form of domestic terrorism. So, again, the clearest example of this is when you have ICE officers who are carrying out the statutes and laws of the United States to arrest and remove illegal aliens, who are being subjected to violent attacks in the conduct of their duties. That's an example of illegitimate violence, illegitimate power in the form of domestic terrorism being used to impede the conduct of their official duties. The answer to that, in a civilized, modern, civilized society, is to use legitimate state power, grand juries, subpoenas, arrest warrants, search warrants, and every other federal power at the disposal of the commander-in-chief to identify and find everybody who is trying to use the real and actual threat of violence to impede the conduct of these federal responsibilities and ensure that they're placed behind bars. I'm not going to give you any advanced information about what these investigations have yielded so far. The Joint Terrorism Task Force has the lead, but they have found that these campaigns, that's not, of course, only against ICE officers. There's also conversation we're having about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the 2 attempted assassinations against President Trump, the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO, the attempted assassination of Justice Kavanaugh, which, of course, had an insane sentence of 8 years. So it's the broader spectrum of political violence. But obviously, ICE as an agency has been subjected to a 9-month effort to substitute left-wing violence for the votes of the American people. No federal officer in the conduct of their duties should have to worry about being physically attacked, being physically obstructed, being physically impeded, being doxxed, having a bounty put on them. And the fact that Democrat politicians are trying to normalize this really indicates how far we've gone as a society, that there is not universal condemnation of this organized campaign of violence against ICE officers. Yes.
Just a follow-up.
Right.
I don't know of many Democratic politicians who have endorsed these terrible incidences that you just referred to. And I also don't know of any evidence that there's some kind of vast underlying organizations funding them. Is that what you're indicating is happening here?
Yes, in fact, we know that it's true. But obviously,
you think Tyler Robinson was being funded by some terrorist organization?
No, what I said was that you asked whether there was some larger criminal conspiracy relating to domestic terrorism in this country. And I said, yes, there absolutely is. Now, of course, Antifa has been designated as a domestic terrorist organization. This is only one example of many in which we have, it's typically a continuum of violence. It involves both organized doxing, it involves violent threats and intimidation, it involves explicit calls to commit violence against a targeted person, and then that tends to escalate into physically violent and obstructive acts. And so it's this continuum that we see over and over again where they're trying to use illegal violence and intimidation to disturb the operations of the federal government and federal personnel. And we see this playing out over and over and over again.
Because Antifa isn't actually an organization, right?
Yes.
We've spoken several times about how sanctuary city leaders and state leaders, they might face charges for human smuggling and harboring illegal aliens. Also spoke about 13 USC 1324. And, it's since gotten worse. Today, Brandon Johnson signed an executive order prohibiting the use of city property for federal immigration operations.
By the way, that's a great example. On the Brandon Johnson, it's an example of how I was asked the question of, well, do you have any example that this behavior hasn't been condemned by Democrat officials? Well, I can go one better. The mayor of Chicago not only has failed to condemn the violent obstructive acts against ICE and law enforcement, but in the aftermath of 2 coordinated attempted murders of ICE officers through vehicle ramming attacks, he issued a no-go zone for ICE officers. What do we think would happen if, say, under a Democrat administration, Republican officials declared no-go zones for the FBI? What do you think the reaction to that would be? how many people do you think would be arrested and placed into jail over that? And so it's just important to understand these are not isolated incidents. If you can't see, then you don't want to see. In other words, if you can't see that since we've taken office, there has been a organized, systematized campaign to delegitimize, dehumanize, threaten, impede, obstruct, and physically assault ICE officers in their conduct of their duties, then I can't persuade you of it because you're choosing not to see what's right in front of your face. Yes, sorry. Yes, back there, sorry.
Jay Jones has not dropped out of the race for Attorney General in Virginia.
Yes.
He's under immense pressure to do so.
Yes.
Does that surprise you?
Sadly, it doesn't surprise me. Look, what you saw with the Jay Jones comments, and it's a piece of this whole conversation, was the deeply held inner monologue of a high-ranking Democrat. They're someone who rose to the top of the ranks of the Democrat Party. So if you read the text message exchange, it's clear that he talks this way often and frequently. That is his homicidal ideation and his fantasies about elaborate murder and torture is something that clearly he is comfortable with and is doing frequently. So you have to ask yourself, what kind of system is someone operating in where they speak so freely and commonly about, again, elaborate murder plots against people they work with? What kind of system brings somebody up like that and elevates them to the point of nearly being the Attorney General? That's a system that has absorbed this narrative that we see so often, which is that the Republican Party, and in particular that the Trump movement, again from the Democrat narrative, is basically, this is a term I've seen, is unpersoned, right? That they dehumanize you to the point of not having a right to live. And so we saw this, of course, with the 4 years of lawfare against President Trump and the desire to incarcerate him for life. Then, of course, that kind of eliminationist conduct and rhetoric then leads and gives rise to more violent behavior like attempted assassinations. And now, of course, because so much of this conduct was never punished over time, now we see so many Americans, and not all Americans, of course, many foreigners too, who feel very comfortable engaging in direct day-to-day violence against ICE officers. It's a common experience for ICE officers when they're conducting an arrest to be physically assaulted by others while they are carrying out an arrest. So you might be arresting, say, a child pornography illegal alien, and you will get physically assaulted while you're doing it. Now ICE officers have to worry about getting sniped from rooftops when they're coming and going from their facilities. And we've normalized the idea, not I haven't, of course, and you haven't, but others have, that ICE officers should have to work in a federal building every single day where they're attacked going in, they're attacked going out, where every night there has to be street battle against armed insurrectionists every single night, night after night after night. That's normal. You ask why we need the National Guard, why we need troops? Because it takes hundreds of additional personnel, far beyond the resources of the federal officials working in Portland, to hold and secure a perimeter to provide freedom of movement. And it's not enough, by the way, if you're an ICE officer, just to stand here and put the line back here, right? They're under sniping attack. They're going to get rocks hurled at them, right? They're in physical danger. So you have to clear a safe perimeter so that ICE officers can carry out their duties without being an imminent threat of physical harm. And the fact that we've normalized these attacks on ICE officers, that is how you end up in a society in which domestic terrorism becomes the norm, and eventually elections don't carry the day because violence beats votes. And that's what we're seeing attempted. And so when we see a muscular response to the federal government, it's because we're not going to let violence beat votes. Next question.
Stephen, 3 months from now,
yes,
when we're having this conversation in December, what do you see the end game being? Because you clearly don't have trust in some certain local and state law enforcement entities.
How could you?
And so where do you see the National Guard, where do you see the military going? You suggested that if the courts rule against you, you will find other ways to use the military. That would lead me to believe that there's a conversation about the Insurrection Act that is taking place. What should Americans expect over the next 3.5 years, understanding that there is a real likelihood that those same local law enforcement and state officials will never, ever cooperate with your efforts? Should people expect the National Guard and the military in their streets over the next 3.5 years?
I think so to be clear, we talk about the National Guard in their streets. So right now in Portland, they're talking about having National Guard deployed to secure a federal building in Portland. And so there's a lot of elements to your question. I'll try to get to all of them. But when I hear comments from Democrat officials saying that this violence from the left is being provoked, their word, by the presence of federal officials. Think about how broken of a sentence that is, right? In other words, if tomorrow we went to, say, Dothan, Alabama, and there was a federal building there, and we put 100 police officers in front of it, they wouldn't be attacked. Nobody would throw rocks at them. Nobody would try to shoot them. Nobody would do anything. They would say, hello, good morning. Maybe they get them a cup of coffee before they go out for their shift for the day. They'd ask, how are your kids doing? How are your kids doing? The fact that Democrats think that their own base cannot contain their desire to inflict violence upon the mere sight. In other words, the National Guard's not being sent there proactively. They're being sent there reactively to defend ICE officers under siege. So in theory, if ICE officers were in their building and the National Guard was in their building and nobody was violently attacking them, the only thing that you would see is there's a building, there's ICE officers, there's guardsmen. The violence is entirely rioters choosing to show up and wage violence at a specific federal building. They've handed out flyers. I saw one in Antifa flyer recently, and it said, we need to mobilize around the Broadview facilities, this is in Chicago, to shut down ICE. So what does that mean? When they say we're going to mobilize to shut down ICE, what are they saying? They're saying they're going to carry out insurrection against the federal government by using force, obstructive force, to keep ICE officers from going out and conducting arrests. Would we ever tolerate this with any other law enforcement agency? If we said shut down the FBI and say, let's pick one of the organizations that the media might understand better. So let's say the Proud Boys said we're going to shut down the FBI, and they went and they formed a human obstructive wall in front of the entry and exit to the Washington field office of the FBI, and they attacked anybody coming and going. How many nights do you think that situation would persist for? Not even one, let alone over 100. We all understand this to be true. So to your other question, yes, the president has multiple statutory authorities under federal law to secure a federal building. And so when a court issues an injunction, the only activity that's enjoined is what's specifically enjoined in that order, not activity that isn't addressed or spoken to. That order was another part of in 3 or 4 months. So this is the most important point I can make. This is the behavior of the anti-ICE rioters, violent attacks, doxers, is motivated by a desire to achieve a concrete outcome. In other words, their objective is fewer ICE arrests in Chicago, fewer ICE arrests in Portland. So very straightforwardly, the way to end this ongoing assault is to demonstrate that they will fail completely and totally. In other words, if you were able to secure these buildings using additional resources, you're not having your entire federal law enforcement apparatus doing nothing but physical building security. If you're able to use the National Guard to secure these buildings and free up your ICE officers and your FBI agents and everyone else to go out and do enforcement in the community, to go out and find dangerous predators and remove them, you will demonstrate very conclusively, as we did in Los Angeles, by the way, that all your riots and violence will get you is more deportations.
That has happened in Washington, D.C. That has happened in Washington, D.C., has it not? Yet the men and women of the National Guard remain here in the streets instead of being at home.
Well, so it's a great example, but not in the way that you phrased it. So I know you all have questions, but it's a
but
great...
why? But I think that's where, if you're a democratic city, you're looking at Washington, D.C. and saying, they complied, there is no mass protest, and the crime, President Trump said it's a crime-free city now, so why are the National Guard remaining? And that is why there is such a front.
You're adjacent to a great point. But the reason why there's peace and calm in the city is because the criminal element is understood that their criminal activity will not achieve their desired outcome. That's the most important point.
So you support them remaining in the streets of these American cities?
Here in Washington, D.C., the National Guard, as John Fetterman has said, is one of the most wonderful things that ever happened to the city. It means you can go out to the National Mall and not have to worry about being attacked. But the other thing is that...
you support them in American cities long term?
The National Guard deployment is part of a cohesive public safety operation, like in D.C. and like in Memphis, is an extraordinary blessing. The tragedy that I see is when...
you support them in American cities long term?
I answered the question the way that I did. The tragedy that I see is when you have a 6-year-old boy, has happened recently, whose killer, who stabbed him in the head till the knife was blunt, got released from jail on good behavior. The tragedy is when you try to murder a Supreme Court justice and you're out of jail in 8 years. Right? The tragedy is when you have somebody who's been in and out of the criminal justice system for well over a decade with 39 arrests, like in North Carolina, and can just walk up to an innocent Ukrainian refugee and knife her to death in the throat. That's the thing that gets me upset. And that's the thing that gets the American people upset. And the second thing to your question is, putting people in jail who are committing this terrorist activity is the #1 most important deterrent.
Yeah, you long-term believe that over the next 3.5 years that military...
I think everyone wants me to move on to the next question.
Sure,
Thank you. I've been very patient. Thank you. Thank you.
Last week, Director Vogt paused infrastructure funding in New York City, the subway, the Hudson River Tunnel, and then he also paused funds in Chicago. They were connected to DEI, but I mean, can we expect, for one, is the administration going after infrastructure projects in Democratic-led cities, and are there other cities that the administration?
It's a great question for Russ Vogt. I'll do two more. Thank you.
We'll hear your full interview with CNN. So just to be clear here, will the administration abide by the judge's ruling? And then also, can you just clarify, is the administration actively looking into other legal avenues to deploy the National Guard in Oregon? I know you don't want to get into specifics.
So, yes, the administration is going through the appellate process to obtain relief from the ruling, just as we did in the Ninth Circuit in California. And at the same time, we're availing ourselves of all available options, and we'll examine them. All right, I get to do two more questions. That was a short one.
Venezuela. Do you want to see Maduro out of Venezuela? What's next there?
I've nothing to add to that other than what the Attorney General and the Secretary of State have said, which is that there's a $50 million bounty that has been placed on Maduro in connection to his indictment as a narco-terrorist drug trafficker, and he needs to be brought to justice for the crimes for which he was convicted in an American court. Venezuela is run by a drug cartel that is guilty of not only flooding our nation with TDA and other foreign terrorists, but of course helping to kill hundreds of thousands of Americans through deadly drugs.
So we've heard that the president is considering cutting off funding, certain aid to Portland. What is the timeline on that, and what is he considering?
I'll get an update from Russ. Yes, sorry.
So regarding the shutdown vote, the president and the House Speaker has sort of alluded to being open to reforms to Obamacare. What reforms to ACA would the White House actually support?
My only comment on the shutdown right now is that Democrats should support a clean funding bill to reopen the government, and that it's outrageous to shut the government down in an attempt to get free health care for illegal aliens. Time for one more question. Yeah, back there, Brian.
You called a legal ruling legal insurrection. Are you recommending the president take action against judges whose rulings you disagree with?
No, it's simply a factually accurate statement that when a judge assumes for him or herself the powers that have been relegated or delegated by the Constitution to the president, that is a form of a legal insurrection. And we have seen...
Insurrection carries legal weight, so are you recommending...
We have seen over the last 9 months a ongoing legal insurrection in which district court judges as a class in many cases have issued, which is why they've been overturned so much, have issued rulings that are flagrantly unlawful and unconstitutional, and it is an insurrection against the laws and Constitution of the United States, and we need to have district courts in this country that see themselves as being under the laws and Constitution and not being able to take for themselves powers that are reserved solely for the president. One more question? Yes.
Is farmer relief going to be announced this week?
Sorry, back there. Thanks.
Why are White House staffers being let go?
Don't have no information on that.
James Comey is being arraigned. Do you believe that he should be perp-walked? Is he above the law? Is Christopher Wray next? I sure
hope. I don't think to say something. I sure hope that James Comey's not above the law, and I think American people want to make sure that James Comey is held to the full legal standard to which any American who committed similar crimes would be subjected. Next to you, one last question.
As we're seeing a surge of attacks on ICE agents, including, for example, the shooting in Dallas,
yes,
this weekend in Chicago, 10 cars, surrounding ICE agents,
right,
another one ramming into an ICE vehicle. To what extent does the administration believe that such attacks are organized? And based on that possibility, or we're alluding to Antifa, how does that change the calculation and how the administration is going to respond to these attacks?
I mean, as I've said repeatedly, this is organized domestic terrorism. The purpose of domestic terrorism is to obtain, through violence and intimidation and the threat of violence, a change in politics or policy that cannot be obtained through lawful democratic means. So when you have a 10-car ramming attack with armed attackers clearly intending to murder ICE officers in the conduct of their duties, what else can you call that? Right? Remember, the central issue that was litigated in 2024 was whether or not to turn back the border invasion. Americans voted to send the illegals home. The invasion that took place was one of the greatest crimes that had ever happened in the history of this country. And now that ICE officers are simply trying to execute on the mandate of the last election and the laws that were passed by Congress, they have been the victims of an unceasing campaign of violence and intimidation and terrorism. As Secretary Noem said, there are now bounties on the heads of ICE officers. They have to shield their families' identities at school and in public. They're being constantly doxxed and threatened with assassination. Again, we're just days from an attempted mass assassination of ICE officers at an ICE facility. And the response to that has been to try to, for example, in Chicago, to try to prevent ICE officers from being able to enter key parts of the city to conduct their responsibilities. This is an all-out campaign of insurrection against the sovereignty of the United States because the Democrat Party and those who are committing violence in this country do not believe in the legitimacy of the sovereign territory of the United States, and they don't want any of these illegal aliens to go home. So they want to cement by force, by violent force, the invasion that took place between 2021 and 2024. Thank you.
Is farmer relief going to be announced in the South Carolina fire, Stephen? Have you heard anything from law enforcement on that cause?
What I heard so far was that
Well, you just heard from Stephen Miller there giving a gaggle at the White House in Washington, D.C., talking about law and order and the use of National Guard and, of course, organized domestic terrorism. He did reference that the government shutdown still is in effect in Washington, D.C., as the Senate gears up to vote again tonight on a budget. So will Chuck Schumer and his Democrats continue to hold the government hostage? Well, here with me to discuss this is a new addition to the Rav family, Real America's Voice correspondent and an old friend of mine, Benny Ray Harmony. Benny, good to see you again.
First off, Bo, thank you so much. And this is kind of a full circle moment being side by side with you right now.
It is. And I do remember seeing you at Turning Point USA events in the past, so we have that sort of special connection as well, and we are full circle. Well, Benny, to the point, with the government about to enter its 6th day of the shutdown, do you see a resolution being reached today, or is that sort of short-sighted?
No, Bo, I don't. And to be quite honest with you, I don't think this is at all about the American people at this point. This is about the Democrats they are mad that Trump won the election. They saw the revival that is starting to happen in our country. And their hope, and this is at least what I believe, their hope is that the public will blame President Trump. And I'm just going to tell you right now, that is not happening. It is very clear what the American people think, and they're seeing the same thing. I think it's going to be a while before we see a resolution to this. Sadly, the Democrats would rather argue and debate Mike Johnson than actually take care of the citizens and their constituents in their districts.
Yeah, and Benny, I'm curious, are Schumer and Jeffries still adamant on the issue around the Obama-era subsidies for Medicare, or do you think they've pivoted to anything else?
Honestly, Bo, that's a really great question, and I hope that's something I'm going to get into here soon. But I really don't see anything large happening right now. I think they are going to make this and drag it out as long as they can. And the question is this really about Medicare and Medicaid? You know, is this really what they're saying it's about? It's hard to believe anything these days.
Well, I know, Benny, that sombrero on Hakeem Jeffries is going to grow by the day. I think we're up to a 10-gallon hat, hopefully, at this point. I know that keeps being a meme that people see. I do want to ask you, Benny, just about your transition here to Rav, and just I think people noticed what you did and what unfortunately happened to you for speaking your heart and your mind. And I feel confident that you would do it all over again. And so I'm just curious to get just kind of your perspective on that and the aftermath and coming and joining the Rav team.
No, you're right, Bo. When Charlie was assassinated, I think something snapped inside of all of us, not just me. And I loved my job. I was very passionate about my hometown community and getting to tell those stories. And that tribute that I did at 11:30 on Friday, the 12th, I believe, it was not something that I thought would end my career with our ABC affiliate in Springfield. I saw something happening in America. And you know more than anyone, when you have the honor to broadcast and you get to sit in these chairs, it's our duty to connect with the people that are listening and watching us. And in Central Illinois, it's a very large Christian and conservative values place. And I was getting messages from people saying, why aren't you talking about the Charlie Kirk stuff? Why isn't your station covering anything? And I thought it was time for me to explain maybe why I wasn't in the best mood, or I could tell that, and I knew they can tell something was up, and so I thought it was my duty to give that tribute to Charlie, and it was no intention for any of this to happen, but I truly believe this is God's plan, and I'm excited to be joining the RAB team.
Yeah, and when one door closes, another one opens, and here you are here at RAB. Before we let you go, Benny, just any advice to those young aspirational journalists like you were at one time who feel afraid for speaking their minds and standing up for their principles?
You know, Bo, I have probably gotten at least 10 plus messages from young journalists that are at affiliates just like I was, saying how bold of an action that I made and how that inspired them to fight for their values and their mission. And if that is all that comes out of this, is encouraging these young journalists to not listen to the chatter in the newsroom. Don't allow your general managers and your news directors to tell you, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. You are right, and there is truth in everything you say, and so I just encourage anyone in those roles to speak up regardless, because God does have a plan for you, and He will deliver.
We can't always see it, but you're 100% right. God does have a plan. Well, thank you, Benny, and welcome to the RAV family.
Thank you, Bo.
Good to see you, Benny. Well, let me be blunt. Gold is up around 40% this year. Now, that's not speculation. That is reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, well, you're missing the boat, frankly. Here's the facts. Inflation is still too high. The U.S. dollar is still too weak. And the government debt is insurmountable. And that is why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs. But it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold Group and get in the door right now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. And all you got to do is just text America to 989898 and claim your free info kit. There's no obligation, folks, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? So just text America to 989898 right now to claim your free info kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. Well, coming up after the break, I'll bring on head pollster at Rasmussen Reports, Mark Mitchell, to discuss recent polling in America, including the presidential daily tracker and the government shutdown. Details straight ahead. Stay with us.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Welcome back to AVL. Well, President Trump has been in office for a little over 8 months now, and the president's approval, based on polls, has remained relatively steady despite falling just a few percentage points. Today's daily presidential tracking poll on Rasmussen Reports shows 46% of participants favoring the president's performance, while 51% disapprove. As mentioned, President Trump's favorability dipped a little bit. However, the percentage remained unchanged from last week, meaning one can only go up from here. And joining me to discuss this is Rasmussen Report's head pollster, the great Mark Mitchell. Mark, it's great to see you again. I want to know what the methodology used by Rasmussen Reports is, and because you guys haven't really changed your approach much, have you?
We've leaned more into online panels, which a lot of people use, but we still use RoboDial IVR because we're getting more older people than a lot of other folks. They're having a hard time getting to those people. But, you know, if you look at the people who are perennially accurate, us, Big Data Poll, Trafalgar, and Insider Advantage, we all have different methodologies. But you know what? We're all accurate. It's because we're not shilling for the establishment. We have the desire to actually put out real numbers, and that's really what we all share in common.
Well, Mark, with the government shutdown taking up a lot of this news cycle, is Rasmussen seeing or hearing anything in regard to how people feel about the shutdown as a whole, and who do they feel is most to blame for it?
It's always a political football, and I'll tell you, Donald Trump's support is sticky. What you didn't see on that chart was a huge honeymoon, but you didn't also see any huge dips, too. I think it'll rapidly recover, but every time there's a shutdown, we poll on this. Remember, we had the largest shutdown in the history of the government under Trump, and, you know, only 10% of people said it had a major impact on them, and a year after the case, most people said that it was, you know, nowhere near as bad as everybody predicted. And so everybody focuses on the blame thing. Oh, it's going to blame Republicans. Oh, they're going to blame Democrats. Well, when we polled, people say they blame Republicans and Trump by plus 12 points over Democrats. But the thing is that a lot of that blame's coming from Republicans and Trump supporters who want to see the government shut down. And so what nobody else polls on, and then we do, is that time and time again, recently with these shutdowns, a majority of voters say, yes, if we can get spending cuts, if we can get spending freezes, we support the government getting shut down. So my advice, because everybody was really happy when DOJ was taking a hatchet to the government, is fine. Keep it shut down. Make the Democrats beg to reopen the government because you're hacking hundreds of thousands of federal workers. You're picking apart. Listen, if we're not going to get reform through legislative action, let's try other ways. But, you know, I would love to see them use the nuclear option now, too, and pass all of these good bills. Like, finally give Americans a reason to vote Republican. Pass simple, one-page, very clear bills that are popular, like election reform, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's amazing how in a shutdown what you can actually get done. President Trump is seeing some dips. We mentioned that at the top. But are the Democrats doing any better in terms of favorability? And if so, where are the areas that they're improving?
So you hear a lot in the headlines about how Democrats have the lowest favorability ever. And it is low, but it's nowhere near that fake 19% Quinnipiac number. The last time we tested it, it was 46%. But people don't like Republicans either. It's 47%. And that's one of the things that we've been following. People voted for Donald Trump. There was a lot of crossover appeal because of his anti-establishment platform. These people aren't necessarily going to convert to Republicans. And so that's a big concern for November of 2026. Republicans have to give those people a reason to vote Republican. And the polling shows that so far they haven't quite done that yet. Democrats lead narrowly on the last generic ballot we run by +2. And that's expected, but right now it looks close, and a lot of stuff can obviously happen between now and then. But it's like with the mandate that Trump got into office, you would love to see the Republicans actually support him and again, earn the vote of the American public who might be complacent in the fall of 26.
Well, Mark, let's zero in on a Democrat right now, or if you want to call him that. Zoran Mamdani in New York. How is he faring so far in New York's mayoral election? It seems like he's around 45%, but it seems like most people still prefer somebody else.
Yeah, but you know, I don't see, like, if one of them drops out, I don't see a ton of Eric Adams support going over to Curtis Sliwa. I don't think any of these guys have a chance. I think Mamdani's going to win because that's the trend of where liberals are going. The Democrat Party is getting more and more liberal, and unfortunately, a lot of people like to say that Gen Z is getting more conservative. They're not. They voted for Trump because he's anti-establishment, but they think the whole system stinks. They don't think capitalism works. They want a Democrat socialist. And so if Trump can't fix things and America can't recover its economy, rebuild the American dream, the newer generations are going to go into the hands of open communists, and we're seeing it in New York City. And I hope this guy doesn't mess things up too bad. Maybe they'll moderate him a little bit, but this is the future.
Well, it seems like he doesn't have majority support, so I think that'll present a very interesting situation in New York if he is elected, which, as you said, he probably will be. Finally, Mark, with respect to the situation in Gaza to further develop this week, is there any data you have that shows how people are feeling about President Trump's handling of the issue as a whole?
We've done a lot of polling on this. It's kind of indeterminate. A lot of Republicans still support Israel. A lot of Democrats don't. Israel's also losing a lot of support in the younger generations. I don't think a lot of people are really hanging on every word about what's going on over there either. What I can tell you is that bombing Iran to take out the nuclear program was popular, yet people also don't support American involvement with troops, and that Israel has been losing support over what they've been doing. They are increasingly losing a PR battle. We showed them losing 16% of support among Americans versus Palestinians over a 1.5-year period. I think if we polled it again, we find it to be even worse. And I think a lot of people have questions about how they're increasingly trying to influence public opinion over here. So my advice, listen, is it can't continue. It's not going to go well for them in a public opinion sphere. And I think it's also being perceived as derailing Trump because his highest numbers that we saw were in the middle of June, and he had +8 net approval rating. Well, what happened when those numbers started tanking? It's when America got involved in the stuff with Israel and Iran. So my advice is focus on the domestic policy agenda, the reason that Americans put MAGA into the White House, which is to rebuild the American class, economic populism. People don't want Romney. They don't want policy. They don't want granddaddy republicanism. They want aggressive action to reform a broken and corrupt system.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you look at social media, and I've seen a lot of people on the right, especially younger generation, Gen Z, shifting on this issue pretty rapidly. So that's a very interesting point, Mark. Well, thank you so much, Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen. We really appreciate you and always your excellent data. Thanks, Mark.
Great to be here. Thanks.
Don't go anywhere, team. America's Voice Live will continue after a brief commercial break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love RAV?
Because we've become family. All those RAV live chatters and me.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Welcome back to America's Voice Live. I'm Bo Davidson in for Steve Gruber. Let's be honest, folks, taxes are never fun. And if you owe back taxes, haven't filed, or you forgot to file for an extension, then you could be facing penalties from the IRS. Nobody wants that. But that's where Tax Network USA comes into play. They have helped their customers save over $1 billion, that's with a B, when dealing with the IRS. Here with me to discuss this is the spokesperson for Tax Network USA, Cameron Kenzie. Cameron, it's great to see you again, as always. Returning to this topic of taxes, which can be a little bit icky, can you tell us a little bit about Tax Network USA and what services you guys offer?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on, Bo. It's good to see you. I don't think I've been on with you in a while, but Tax Network USA, as you know, Bo, it's one of America's leading tax relief firms. We specialize in helping individuals and business owners really just take on the IRS, whether that's audits, back taxes, wage garnishment, unfiled returns even. Our team includes actually CPAs, enrolled agents, even former IRS agents who really just know the tax code inside and out. They know how to help you directly. No matter what the case may be, we've probably seen it before, so nothing is too big for us. And we just know how the IRS operates. So we know how to push back against the aggressive enforcement that we've seen, and really we're just here to help.
Yeah, it sounds like a very helpful service. And I mean, I think all of us who watch television, we're kind of flooded and inundated with different tax network services. What can you do for me? And there's a lot of them out there. So I got to ask, what are one or two things that you would say set Tax Network USA apart from other tax service providers?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. We're not just here to file your taxes. We're here to fight for you. So I think that too many companies, will charge these really hefty upfront fees that we've seen. They'll give you this really just cookie cutter advice, and then they'll really vanish when things get tough or there's questions about things. And, we're not that firm. We've helped eliminate over $1 billion in back taxes for our clients because we approach every single case strategically and personally and personalized to you. We're not just another service provider. We share the same values of the people, the audience that's watching this show right now. We want limited government. We want less bureaucratic nonsense. And we want to protect people from these weaponized institutions, especially that we've seen in the past with the Biden administration. Luckily, that's actually lifted up a bit with President Trump. But no matter who's in office, that's the lens that we approach every single case with. And we're on your side. We're not on their side. And so our goal is not to just solve a problem. It's to really just get your life back on track so you're not dealing with this burden.
Yeah, it's always nice to have someone in your corner. I know that everyone can relate to that. Cameron, explain how your tax prep services work. Just show me, walk me through what a person has to do.
Yeah, it's pretty simple and strategic. We don't try to add any financial burden or any emotional burden to this. You know, it starts with a direct consultation. We'll kind of just dig into your case a little bit further, understand your full financial picture. If you do decide to move forward from that initial call that is completely free, or you can fill out a form that's also completely free on our website, we take it from there. We basically act as a liaison between you and the IRS, so you're not having to contact them directly or deal with that burden yourself. You know, you can go home to your loved ones, your wife, your husband, not having to deal with that. We flag every single deduction. We fix any errors. We make sure that your filing is clean and accurate and audit proof. So, you know, even though, you know, the tax deadline has passed, if you've gotten letters from the IRS or you think something's wrong with a previous return, that's really, now's the time to essentially act.
And Cameron, just my last question before we go. What advice would you give to someone who's really struggling and underwater with tax debt?
I tell everybody the same thing, Bo. You know, don't wait. Don't toss the letters that you see in a drawer somewhere, hoping that this problem goes away, because the IRS really does, unfortunately, count on people who are too fearful or too afraid to act. They're panicking, they're procrastinating, and that's really how these penalties stack up in the first place. So it's really just important to get a team who really knows how to negotiate for you. They know how to reduce what you owe, and they'll put a real plan in place. And so that's really where TNUSA steps in. You've got more options than you think, but timing is really everything in this case. So be sure to get ahead of it.
It is. Be proactive. Exactly. You see the website on the screen there, tnusa.com/rev. That's where you can go. Well, thanks, Cameron, for just so much for joining me. Appreciate you as always.
Yes, you too, Bo. Thank you.
All right. If you want to know more about your options, then visit that website at the bottom, tnusa.com/rev, or you can call 1-800-905-8000 to talk with a tax expert today. Well, after the break, we will have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America really is. Plus your answers to our America's Voice question of the day, which is, are you going to support Steak and Shake more or less now, considering their support for America, President Trump, and Charlie Kirk's legacy? We'll have those answers. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots.
Welcome back to AVL. I'm Bo Davidson in for Steve Gruber today. What makes America wonderful? Well, we do it every day with the hope that we leave you with a smile on your face. Today, we want to highlight an establishment that unashamedly stands with American values and has some pretty good fries to boot. On Saturday, the restaurant chain Steak and Shake took to X and announced that flag installations for American flags have begun and that every location across the country would erect the biggest U.S. flags that local government would allow. Furthermore, and this was big, Elon Musk responded to the X post by noting that he would be ordering from there the next day, showing that the messaging of patriotism and celebrating America resonate with some of the biggest names in the world. And additionally, Steak and Shake locations across the board have implemented the heavily discussed beef tallow fries quickly after HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. called for the use of it, citing the fact that the fast food industry's shift to being heavily dependent on seed oils was correlated with the rise in obesity. And to further add to Steak and Shake's support of America and its people, we should also mention that the billboard that was paid for by a franchisee to honor the late Charlie Kirk. For what makes America wonderful, we celebrate establishments just like Steak and Shake who celebrate America and actively make an effort to work with leadership in the country to make America healthy again. That's part of that big MAHA movement. And you too can bring the flavor of Steak and Shake to your home as beef tallow made to order is being shipped out. Just go to steakandshake.com or scan the QR code that you see now on the bottom right of your screen. And now to our question of the day, which was mentioned in the previous block. Are you going to support Steak and Shake more or less now, considering their support for America, President Trump, and Charlie Kirk's legacy? So we got 4 answers to this right now, and I think they're going to show. Let's see. Are you going to support Steak and Shake more or less now? What's our first answer there? It says, had lunch at Steak and Shake today. Longest drive through line I have ever seen. Wow. Okay, so we're seeing some support there. Here's another one here from another user. Let's see, we've got giving them more support, unlike Cracker Barrel. Not surprised there. Cracker Barrel has been big faux pas, but I think they're turning things around, hopefully. Here's another comment. I would rather give my money to companies who support the original values that made this country the greatest country on earth. Amen to that. And our final user says here, although they are providing better options for cooking and backing America, they are still lacking quality workers and zero personal touch. Computer-generated orders, and then you pick up. I can't even read this. It's so small. But basically, it sounds like they're not too thrilled about the computer-generated orders, and they think they need to pick it up. So there's a contrarian opinion. I would like to bring in Eric Bowling now to discuss this just for a little bit. We've got Steak and Shake Wagyu beef tallow and 100% grass-fed beef tallow here. These are things you can order from steakandshake.com or at the franchisees themselves. Eric, have you ever been to Steak and Shake before?
I have. I love Steak and Shake, and I love them even more now because they're putting the flag in front of their I guess the franchise locations now. I'm not really sure how because the company has locations and their franchisees. Maybe they're going to make it a requirement across all of them. That's fantastic. I will tell you, I've never had tallow before in my life. I have no idea what tallow is, but it sounds.
I think it's beef fat, I think, and that's supposed to be better than the seed oils that Bobby Kennedy has been saying we should be rallying against. So there you have it, steakandshake.com, or you can go to your local Steak and Shake.
It's amazing how, some people have leaned into it, like American Eagle with Sydney Sweeney, and then you have Cracker Barrel who screwed up, and now they're leaning into it the other way, and we would see these companies just nosedive in market shares and whatnot when they come out with these one-sided ideas. Like if they push back against MAGA, they just get smoked, and they're learning their lesson. MAGA has never been, we on the right have never been about boycotting. We've been about boycotting, support the people who are doing things right. But I think people are starting to realize that you can't alienate half of your customer base by becoming so political. It's just, keep politics out of sports and maybe restaurants.
Well, what's amazing, too, is I go to Cracker Barrel every now and then, and it's kind of like it's been such an establishment or what it represented. To see them flip so markedly from that, I thought was just, I couldn't believe it.
One CEO.
Yeah.
One, and the founder, the founder was watching this happen. He had sold out years prior, and, shaking his head, saying, I can't believe this has happened to the company that I built. And to their credit, they're trying to make it right. I haven't followed up, though. Did they let that person go, that CEO go? Because the person who, at Anheuser-Busch, remember when they did the Dylan Mulvaney push for trans? Somehow someone thought a trans spokesperson for a football beer brand would be a good idea. That person got bounced right away. That was a $16 billion mistake she made. I don't know.
I think the CEO's still there.
They'd be wise to
But at least Steak and Shake is leaning into this. You're going to see these giant American flags. And I'll tell you, when you're on 95 or you're on some highway and you see that, it kind of makes you want to go there. It makes you pay attention a little bit.
And Trump paved the way. You remember, Mar-a-Lago put a big flag up, and he was being fined $1,000 a day by the city of Palm Beach until he became president. He said, I'm reversing all my fines, and has that monstrous flag at Mar-a-Lago. And then he put couple at the White House now too. So he's all about it. They're following Trump's lead, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Well, kudos to Steak and Shake for stepping into American values.
Yeah, and kudos to me learning about beef tallow.
Me too. Apparently the fries are made in it, and so you can cook steaks in it, vegetables, anything you want. It's supposed to replace those terrible seed oils like canola that are not supposed to be good for you. So.
Got it.
Maha.
Well, listen, hey, great job, great hour, Bo. And
thanks, Eric.
Good to be on set with you. All right, folks, why don't we do this? It's just about 4 o'clock, a couple of seconds before. Give it a couple of ticks, as they say, and then the bell will ring. The control room to grab the bell. We can see what's going on Wall Street. It's been an interesting day, to say the least. The good news is most of the indices are up. The Dow is down. At one point, it's down 200-300 points. Ends up down only about 60 points. S&P up 24. It's a nice move of the S&P. NASDAQ also up, meaning both of those have hit record territory. Both of those have been very, very good across the board. Oil, earlier I saw it up a touch, and yet it's about $62 a barrel. Gold was strong again. Yet another strong day for gold, up $78 to the ounce, really approaching the $4,000 per ounce level for the first time ever. And you're going to like, the guys in the control room are going to like this silver just ripping at $48. $48 for silver. Amazing. And then crypto. I'm watching it all night. I'm watching Bitcoin trade 122, 123, 124, 125. We got almost, we breached the 126,000 level in Bitcoin. That's great news. Ethereum, 47.20, very, very strong. Solana up, CRO up. Alrighty, folks, Americans were watching the justice system with growing concern. Remember, we watched Donald Trump being treated the lawfare by the left. Did he clean it up? He got in there. He wants to change things, and they are. But we're watching it with growing concern. From Washington to Wall Street to the heart of Texas, more and more people are asking the same question. Is the law still blind? You know what that means? You know, on that little scale where Lady Liberty, Lady Law is blind because you're not supposed, it doesn't matter who you are, it should be treated equally. Or has the law become a political weapon? One long-running bankruptcy case we want to talk about may hold the answer. The case involves Highland Capital Management, a Dallas-based investment firm that once managed billions upon billions of dollars. 6 years ago, Highland entered bankruptcy after a $100 million arbitration dispute. Since then, more than $850 million has been paid out. $850 million paid out. The company remains solvent, yet the bankruptcy drags on, generating over $260 million in fees, lawyers' fees likely, and professional fees and expenses. Many Americans see this as a system completely out of control. One that punishes those who play by the rules while rewarding those who manipulate the rules. Think lawfare, think Trump. They point to what's happened to Highland's founder, James Dondero, a man pushed out of the company he built from the very ground up. Even a $300 million charitable investment fund created through Highland has been dismantled. Its assets redirected through a maze of settlements and legal rulings that few can even follow anymore. At the center of the controversy is the U.S. bankruptcy judge. Her name is Stacey Jernigan. She was appointed in 2006. She's faced sharp criticism for writing and selling novels that portray hedge fund managers in harsh, fictionalized terms, the same types of figures appearing before her in court. So she's judging these cases with subjects, plaintiffs, defendants, who are the same people she's writing negative books about. Legal observers say that the blur between the line between art and impartiality raises serious questions about whether personal opinions have influenced judicial decisions, especially there. Attorney Michael Edney of Hunton Andrews Kurth says, we're urging the court to adopt rules that ensure the perception and the reality of an impartial judiciary. A judge should not simultaneously preside over cases and write books portraying the industries and litigants before her in a negative light. It just doesn't work. Across the country, Americans are seeing lengthy, high-cost legal campaigns that appear to push political outsiders or business leaders who don't fit the establishment mode. It pushes them into a corner. They see it in the courtroom and the battles involving former presidents. Hello, Trump. And they see echoes of it in cases like Highlands, where process itself becomes the punishment. You can wipe people out by just keeping them in the process. They have to defend themselves. Lawyers cost a ton of money. That's what this case is really. It's raising these grave questions, including whether insiders traded on non-public information, whether mandatory financial disclosures were ignored, and whether sweeping legal releases insulated powerful players from accountability. If those allegations prove true, it would mark one of the most expensive and politically charged bankruptcies in modern history. For millions of Americans who've already lost faith in the fairness of the courts, Highland stands as a symbol of what happens when power and politics replace transparency and, more importantly, justice. For many, it's not about one businessman or one company. It's about the principle of fairness itself. A justice system that can bankrupt the solvent, silence dissent, and protect insiders is a system that ordinary citizens can no longer trust. The Highland Capital case is still moving through the courts, but the implications reach far beyond any one firm. Many Americans now believe that without real transparency and accountability, confidence in our justice system will continue to erode. When any courtroom can appear political, no matter who's on trial or who's on the bench, every citizen's rights are at risk. Restoring faith in the rule of law isn't a partisan goal. It shouldn't be. It's an American one. The first step, many say, is demanding a system that's truly fair and impartial, and accountability to those people it serves. Blind justice, it's called, folks. Heartland in Texas. My first guest was a TV anchor for the ABC affiliate in Illinois. When she learned of Charlie Kirk's assassination, she went on to give a heartfelt, nonpartisan tribute to Charlie Kirk. Take a look.
Tuning into Marketplace today. So I want to talk about something for a minute, and it is heavy, so please bear with me. I want you to know that it's okay if you feel sadness. It's okay if you're grieving. 2 days ago, I lost a mentor, my first boss. The first person who made me believe in myself, that encouraged me to chase this dream that you're watching right now. Charlie Kirk. There's a lot going on in our world right now, in our country, but I want to say one thing. Lean on your neighbors. Speak up for what you believe in. I don't care what it is. I want to share with you one of my favorite sayings that Charlie would always tell us at the office. He would yell it from the mountaintops, so please listen. When conversations stop happening, when individuals become wordless, that's when violence begins. So if you do one thing today, make it be with passion, with conviction. Stand up for your friends, stand up for your beliefs, and speak loudly, even if your voice shakes. Your words have meaning, your values have purpose. Never forget that. Thank you, CK. You changed my life.
Well, right after that newscast, she was suspended by the company. She decided she wasn't going to take that, and she resigned, which is fortunate because she's now part of our RAV team. Welcome, Benny Ray Harmony. Benny, really good to have you. Why do you think your previous network, well, by the way, which affiliate was that? Was it an NBC affiliate? Who was the affiliate? It was ABC. Was ABC affiliate?
Yes.
And so you come off the set with that heartfelt, emotional plea to think about Charlie Kirk, and tell us what happened.
So I came out of the studio, and Eric, it was almost a Holy Spirit moment. When I was walking to the studio that day, something inside of me almost told me that this was going to be my last walk to the studio. But I just felt this overwhelming sense of peace in this idea that it wasn't planned. There was no plan to this. And when I got behind that desk, and I knew that red light turned on and it was time for me to talk, I couldn't not say anything. For the 2 days before that, I was visibly upset, and viewers even noticed it. People were reaching out saying, "Are you okay? What's wrong? Something going on?" And I felt it was my duty to tell my viewers what was happening and the importance that Charlie Kirk played in my life. But when I was leaving the studio that day, I did feel liberated, and I felt like I said my piece, and I spoke truth, and that was all that mattered to me in that moment, was honoring and highlighting someone that meant a lot to me. And the events that occurred after that, I was not expecting.
Well, tell us, because you went viral with that. People saw it, they clipped it, they shared it, we all shared it. And we thought it was terrible that they suspended you. So when you resigned, were they try and stop you from resigning, or were they all right with it?
Yeah, so it was that Friday. My show was 11 to 12, and so that was in the last bit of the 11 o'clock hour. And so after the show, I actually had a shoot where I had to go interview some people, and I turned my phone on Do Not Disturb, and it pinged. I got a message from my direct supervisor who said, "Are you in the building? Can you please come speak to me?" And I said, "I'm not there at the moment, but I will when I get back." I went into his office. He informed me that I had to, all he said was, "You need to delete that video you just posted." And I was like, I post everything. I'm very active on social media. I said, post what video, or delete what video? Literally from my show, you want me to delete that? I post everything from the show. And he said, yes. And I said, okay, can you tell me why? He said, I don't know why. He goes, I was just told to tell you that you need to remove that video or there will be consequences. And I said, well, I'm not removing a video from my personal page. So let me know what our general manager, decides, because I'm not deleting it. So the weekend happened. I go in first thing on Monday morning. My direct supervisor, he reaches out to me and he says, can you come into my office again? And I'm fully glammed. I'm fully ready to go on air. And my direct supervisor says, you are not having a show today. You are off air until further notice. He said, I don't have any details. All I know is that you're not to have a show today because you wouldn't delete that video. And when he said that to me, in that moment, all I could feel was Charlie. And I kept thinking, what would Charlie do? And he would stand up and say, I'm not standing for this. We're not doing this. I wasn't going to wait for the punishment to happen, because in 2 to 3 days, I most likely would have been fired. There's a lot more internally at that station, Rincon Broadcasting, than what has been said. And I've purposely stayed pretty quiet about everything because I'm not really sure how I want to handle it. There's some really dirty and corrupt stuff happening there.
Interesting. We can get into it. Maybe you come back and we'll dig in.
I'll be back, Eric.
Well, yeah. Here's how it works, folks. So this is an ABC affiliate, which means ABC is kind of responsible for the content of what the owners, the actual station owners and operators, owners and operator of the station. So Rincon is an ABC owner and operator. ABC owns the actual intellectual property. Disney owns ABC. Bob Iger, same guy who put Jimmy Kimmel back on air after what he said about Charlie Kirk as well. So you got a problem, folks watching. Talk to Disney, talk to Bob Iger, talk to ABC, and talk to Rincon Broadcasting. Very quickly, you're in D.C. with Rav. Tell us what you're going to be doing.
So I am going to be a congressional correspondent. I'll be helping Brian Glenn at the White House as well. So you all will be seeing a lot more of me in the political atmosphere and just right here in our beautiful, amazing, clean and safe Capitol. I needed to say that, Eric, because this is the first time I've been back for a couple of years now, and I can see great changes, and I'm looking forward to being on the ground right here with Rav.
Well, welcome to the Rav community. Thank you for your time, Benny Ray Harmony, and we will see you again very, very soon. Thank you. All righty, folks, let me be blunt. Gold up almost 50% this year alone. Not speculation. That's real data, real hard numbers. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, well, you're missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still too high. The U.S. dollar still too weak and getting weaker, and the government debt is insurmountable, $37 trillion. This is why central banks are the ones flocking to buy gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs, but it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold Group and get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of your pocket. Just text America to 989898 and claim that free info kit. No obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven forever, for a millennia. What else can we say about that? Text America, that word America, to 989898 right now to claim your free info kit on gold. That's America, 989898. Protect your future today with the only group in gold you got to do this with, Birch Gold Group, folks. All right, we will be back 2.5 minutes.
In commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States Navy.
It is really jaw-dropping. Thank God I'm an American.
Bo, is the military getting weak? The answer is no.
This is about unity.
Morale here is great.
We couldn't be more thrilled and excited to be here today.
God bless the United States of America. And go Navy, beat Army.
Fight. We will win. Congratulations once again on 250 years of total dominance. Stay strong. Thank you. God bless our sailors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Real America's Voice was the go-to place today. Thank you guys for doing this.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't
All right, folks, it's 4 o'clock, and you know who loves the 4 o'clock hour as much as I do? Your President Trump.
Of tons of copper required for that. Even a single family home today may have as much as 400 pounds of copper in a home. And we have, as a nation, in the past, have basically gotten out of the mineral and energy and mining area. President Trump, when he said drill baby drill, he also was mine baby mine. We've got to get back in the mining business. China controls 85 to 100% of all the mining and refining of the top 20 critical minerals. And in this mine area up there, we got copper, lead, zinc, gold, silver, gallium, germanium. So rich in all of the minerals that we need to win the AI arms race against China and to prosper as a country. And so again, today, this was his history being made. When some of this was set aside in 1980 by Jimmy Carter, there was a special authority created for presidents to decide if there was a dispute. And so for the first time in history, a president is actually using that authority, President Trump, as he does, using his authority for the benefit of the American people. And the appeal came in from the state of Alaska asking that this road be built. Alaska's not a colony, they're a state. They have an opportunity to build roads like any other state. With this signing, President Trump, Alaska can go ahead and build this road. It'll be a toll road, not a public road. It's a toll road, so it'll be controlled in terms terms of traffic. It's a gravel road. It'll be sensitive to the environment. There'll be collaboration with the Native Alaskan corporations in terms of how it's built and how it's used, supporting the Alaskan Native tribes with subsistence hunting regulations on either side of this, but this opens up a wealth of resources. In addition, there's going to be an announcement made later today that is part of this announcement that the Department of War, the United States government, is making an investment in Trilogy Minerals. They're one of the companies that has mining claims in this area that is a remote wilderness right now. And again, making that investment so we can make sure that we're securing these critical mineral supplies and that ownership in that company will benefit the American people. With that, I'll kick it over to Chris Wright.
Thank you, Doug, and what a huge thank you to the President today. This is a tremendous achievement for the people of Alaska. We were in the North Slope of Alaska a few months ago celebrating energy development there. They want jobs and opportunity to develop the resources on their lands. This is another major step forward. We say energy is the lifeblood of society, the circulatory system. Minerals and metals, they're the skeletal infrastructure, the physical upholding of everything we do. Everywhere we walk and operate, your cameras, everything you hold are made out of metals and minerals. President Biden thought it was appropriate to offshore both of these industries outside of our country. That has not left us in a strong place. President Trump, in his first term, and even more strongly in his second term, is bringing those industries back to our country. America was a mining powerhouse for a long, long time, and our mining industry got squelched. Now we're seeing it come back to life. You saw the President's truth not long ago about a deal for lithium production in Nevada just a week or so ago. This will more than tenfold increase American lithium production. And this infrastructure, this mining road into the Ambler Mining District, will just have immense impact on future mining opportunities for our country's security and economic opportunities for the people of Alaska. Our critical minerals and mining expert within the administration is standing right next to me, David Copley. I'll see if he wants to add any words.
This is a really big deal for the American mining industry, and I think it shows the President's seriousness about getting this industry going and making sure we have the critical minerals we need for our defense industrial base and for our broader economy.
Thank you very much. And I think we want to get this going by a certain time, so I signed it. And Will, I'm going to give it to you, and you get it filed.
Yes, sir.
Good job.
Thank you, sir.
It's a big job. Thank you very much. So we created a great deal of wealth for that part of the world and that part of our country by doing this long, very difficult road to build, and we'll be talking about that sometime later. But it's a great deal for our country. It's a great deal for the people of our country and for the taxpayers of our country. And if you have any questions on that, let me know. Steve?
For the road to be constructed, I mean, how quickly will they get underway?
Well, this road, as I said, industrial road, it'll have ownership. It'll likely be split between the state of Alaska, the federal government, and the Native Alaska corporations. We would expect that construction would begin next spring with planning throughout this winter. The 211-mile long road will be a gravel road with a solid design base to handle the weight of the trucks that are going in and out. This is typical design that far north because asphalt with a freeze-thaw cycle, very difficult with asphalt or concrete. So gravel, a fantastic gravel road is going to have the least impact on the environment, going to be the best suited purpose. Alaska's done this in the past with the Red Dog mine. They built a toll road that again has ownership. The companies that use the road pay to transit that road. So this is an economic model used around the world in mining districts. We'll apply it right here. And again, it's going to generate revenue for the American people and for the citizens of Alaska as opposed to a cost.
And also 2 bridges. We're going to build 2 bridges that will be able to complete, and we'll get them up very quickly.
And how long to complete? I mean, 211 miles, that's a lot. That's a lot.
A year.
It's going to come in three phases. The first road, as President Trump said, will go quickly, which is they call it a pilot road. We'll build a single lane gravel road through the full duration of it. That'll be then expanded into a second phase and then a third phase over time. But again, we want to get that pilot road built because then we can help get materials back to help the mine get started quickly as well.
Mr. President, there's negotiations happening with your team in Egypt right now over your proposed peace plan. It was reported by Axios over the weekend that you had a call with Prime Minister Netanyahu where you told him to stop being so negative and to take the win when it came to Hamas's response to that. Is that true? And what else did you say to him?
He's been very positive. He's been very positive on the deal. Everybody is. I think every nation is. We have just about every nation working on this deal and trying to get it done. Something that you could say 3,000 years if you look at it in certain ways, or you could say centuries, but this is a deal that incredibly everyone just came together. They all came together. No, Israel's been great. They've all been good, Caitlin.
And in the negotiations, do you have any red lines in terms of Hamas disarming and whatnot? Are there any places you're willing to negotiate?
If certain things aren't met, we're not going to do it. But I think we're doing very well, and I think Hamas has been agreeing to things that are very important.
Mr. President, on the government shutdown, Mr. President, if the vote today fails in the Senate, will that trigger layoffs?
It could. At some point it will. And, the Democrats are the ones that started this. And if you think about it, it's about health care to a large extent. It's about we want great health care for people. We don't want to give the money away to other people that come pouring into our country. And they've already poured because nobody's coming into our country. Now we have the border totally stopped. In fact, numbers we just announced again, we're at another zero. So we have zero for 4 months in a row. 0 people coming into our country illegally. That's a pretty good number. I'm not sure even I can believe that, Doug. If you want to know the truth, 0. We went from millions of people to 0, but it's pretty close to that number. And the way you stop them is not to give away, not to announce that you're giving everybody free health care, free this and that. But what that does is it affects the American people because the American people are unable to get good health care. Obamacare has been a wreck, as you know, and to do that, we have to keep it propped up and do the best you can with it. It's a mess. But a lot of things are going on in that. We talk about Hamas. Then we talk about negotiations that we have going on right now. We have a negotiation going on right now with the Democrats that could lead to very good things.
What kind of, are you speaking
and I'm talking about good things with regard to health care.
Are you speaking with Democratic leaders? What kind of negotiation is going on with Democrats?
I don't want to say that, but we are speaking with the Democrats, and some very good things could happen with respect to health care.
Would you make a deal with them on the ACA subsidies?
If we made the right deal, I'd make a deal. Sure.
So you would be willing to?
You have right now subsidies. You have subsidies. That's the problem with Obamacare. The subsidies are so much. It's billions and billions of dollars is being wasted, and we can have a much better health care than we have right now. And we're talking to them. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen because this has also been going on, not for 3,000 years, but it's been going on for a long time. But, yeah, we're talking to them.
You would work to make a deal with them on Obamacare subsidies to reopen the government?
I want to see great health. I'm a Republican, but I want to see health care much more so than the Democrats.
So, Mr. President, on all of this, as you know, the American people are experiencing a lot of pain with any kind of government shutdown. And while you're dealing with Democrats and, of course, Republicans are standing their ground, what is your message directly to the American people who may encounter some of this pain and despair? How do you give them hope?
Well, up till now, there hasn't been a great deal of pain. There could be a great deal of pain, but up till now, there hasn't been. I will say this, just hang in there because I think a lot of good things are going to happen. That's all I can say. I mean, I think a lot of good things could happen, and that could also pertain to health care.
A follow-up question, Mr. President.
We have seen a surge in attacks on ICE agents across the country, including the shooting in Dallas and over the weekend in Chicago. We saw 10 cars boxing in on ICE agents and another one ramming into an ICE vehicle. We have heard Secretary Noem saying that some of these attackers are actually organized and they're planning to kill and ambush these officers. What are the consequences for these individuals?
We're going to have very severe consequences. We're going to find out who's going after our federal agents. So when you look at Chicago, they've had probably 50 murders in the last 6 or 7 months, 8 months. Many, many people shot, like 30, 40, 50 people shot. Didn't die, but they've been shot. It's like a war zone. And then I listen to the governor and the mayor get up and say how they have it under control. They don't. It's probably worse than almost any city in the world. You can go to Afghanistan. You can go to a lot of different places, and they probably marvel at how much crime we have. Then you go to Memphis, where we are right now. Now, it's just like in Washington, D.C. right now. You people know better than I do because you have to live right inside and So many of the press have come to me. They've said, I can't believe it. It's changed so much. We have a safe city in Washington. Memphis will very soon have a safe city. Chicago can be very, very safe. It's going to be very safe. But Chicago is going to be very safe. And you say, why is it that a governor wouldn't accept free help from regardless? I mean, whether it's National Guard or the military or anybody. I mean, if women raped and beaten and knocked to hell, and the same with men where they're being shot all over the place in large numbers. I mean, we had a week in Chicago where 11 people were murdered and 38 people were shot. And then we have a governor get up and say, oh, it's safe, we can handle it. He can't handle it. He's an incompetent guy. That's why they threw him out of the family business. They threw him out. I knew the family business very well, and they threw him out. And now he's a governor. And he should say, we'd love to have a safer place. Chicago's a great city potentially. You know, I told you, the head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, save Chicago. It's a great city. It's going to be lost if you don't do it. We have no choice but to do this. And when judges give us rulings that, you know, you don't have to do it, Portland is on fire. Portland's been on fire for years. And not so much saving it. We have to save something else, because I think that's all insurrection. I really think that's really criminal insurrection. So I appreciate the question. These are unsafe places. We're going to make them safe. So you see what's going on in Memphis. Not pretty, but you know what? We're doing a pretty job, because it's going to be a very safe place in a little while. And the people of Memphis are so happy that we're there. And the people of Chicago. So you have black women with MAGA hats on in Chicago, all over the place. They want the guard to come in, or they don't care who comes in. They just want to be safe. And they really don't care. You know, there was one woman, and she was great today. She said, you know what? I don't care if it's the National Guard, the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. I don't care who comes in, as long as we're safe. And that's the way most of the public feels. We're going to make Chicago really great again. And we're going to stop this crime. Then we're going to go to another one, and we're going to go city by city. We're going to have safe cities. And it was so great that we started with our nation's capital, one of the worst. I mean, so many people, every week somebody was killed. They'd come from Iowa, they'd come from Indiana. They want to see the Jefferson Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial. They want to see something, and they'd get shot. And you'd call their parents, I'm sorry, but your son is dead. And they go, what do you mean he's dead? Came to Washington, D.C. Not anymore. That's not happening anymore. We have a safe place. We have a safe capital. It's as safe as we have probably almost just about in the country. And if you look back 6 months ago, 7 months ago, this was a death trap. You look back during the Biden, I mean, what they did, how badly they managed things. And almost all of these cities, most of these cities are Democrat run. And we don't care, Democrat, Republican, we're going to make them safe. So we have to save Chicago. It's very important. And you can't have a governor getting up and saying it's good when 11 people were shot over a weekend. What?
The Insurrection Act, under what conditions or terms would you?
Well, I'd do it if it was necessary. So far, it hasn't been necessary, but we have an Insurrection Act for a reason. If I had to enact it, I'd do that. If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I'd do that. I mean, I want to make sure that people aren't killed. We have to make sure that our cities are safe. And it's turning out, and we started with D.C., it's been so successful. Think of it. People wouldn't go to restaurants. The restaurants were closing. We were losing a lot of restaurants, as you all know. And now restaurants are opening, and they're thriving. And I went 2 weeks ago, and it was great. I'm going to go again. I felt very safe, very safe. Forgetting about guards and Secret Service, I would have gone. It would have been very safe. D.C. is a great, and look at the cleanliness of D.C. Look at how it's clean. You don't have tents all over the place. We had parks where you couldn't even walk through the park. You had people from tents, and they were violent people. Some of these people were violent people. We have a great, safe capital again, and if you look at it in 6 months from now, it'll be the most beautiful anywhere in the world. It's being cleaned. The graffiti's all gone now. The tents are all gone. We have a capital that you can be proud of, but it'll only get better with time.
Tomorrow is October 7th, the 2-year anniversary of the original Israeli attack. You expect the Gaza deal tomorrow or any sort of hostage?
I think we're going to have it soon. I think we're going to have a deal. It's a hard thing for me to say that when for years and years they've been trying to have a deal with Gaza. But, literally for centuries, okay, if you really think about it. But we're going to have a Gaza deal, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And what do you think about the talks?
Well, I'm the one that got the hostages back. Remember that, I'm the one that...
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, I got them back.
Israeli citizens are celebrating what you've accomplished in this deal. Should it come through, there will be a lot of celebration on the streets of Israel. The hostages' families, have they been in contact with you with regard to this deal that could happen?
They're so happy about it. It's like they can't breathe. One said, I can't breathe. It's very sad because you have hostages and you have people that are no longer living. But the parents, and I've said this to you many times, the parents want the bodies of their boy back, the bodies of, their loved one back. In most cases, they're young men, and they're dead. And there's probably 32 or so, about that number. Nobody knows exactly what the number is. They want that body back as much as if their son were alive. I've been with them. Many have come to the White House, to the Oval Office. I've been with many of the people that I got released. We have a fantastic group working on it. Steve Witkoff has been amazing. Jared, I have Jared. I took Jared out because Jared's you don't find anybody more capable. And we have the A+ team working on it. I think we've made tremendous progress. The people of Israel wanted to happen, but the people related to hostages. You see in Israel tens of thousands of people. They really want the hostages back, and they really want things to end. And I think Hamas now has been, all I can say is they've been fine. They've been fine. I hope it's going to continue that way. I think it will. I really think we're going to have a deal. We have a really good chance of making a deal. And it'll be a lasting deal. We want to have peace. This is beyond Gaza. Gaza's a big deal, but this is really peace in the Middle East. And the amazing thing is we have every Arab country, every Muslim country, we have every country surrounding. They all want. I spoke with President Erdogan of Turkey. He's fantastic. He's been pushing very hard. He's a very powerful guy, and he's been pushing very, very hard to get this deal done. And Hamas has a lot of respect for him. They have a lot of respect for Qatar. They have a lot of respect for UAE and Saudi Arabia. Everybody is on our side to get this deal done. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen it. There's always been like 80% of them don't want something done. I think virtually we even had a very strong signal, as you know, from Iran. They'd like to see this done.
Mr. President, Governor Abbott offered up the Texas National Guard to guard you. Have you had any other conversations with other red state governors?
Yeah, I have. They're willing to offer. Every one of them is willing to offer whatever we need. We thank Governor Abbott of Texas. Every one of the red state, as you call them, red state governors is willing to give whatever we need, because they want our agents protected. These ICE agents have a tough job. They have to go in and get, in many cases, stone cold criminals, hardened criminals, long-time criminals. And every, essentially, Republican governor has offered up whatever we need. And some Democratic governors also. Daniel?
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. A quick question on the subject of the order. The Biden administration, previously speaking, they shut down Alaska for business. You have reversed that. You reversed it on day one. You opened it up, going after all the critical minerals. This mission of yours, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, to boost our own independent production of critical minerals, rare earths. It's necessary. Can you just talk about how important that is over the next 4 years, sir?
Well, it's very necessary. In the past, we were able to go to other countries, buy whatever we want, but all of a sudden, if those countries are hostile, and by the way, China hasn't been. We've made deals with China. They approved the TikTok deal. Everyone said you'd never get the TikTok deal approved. They approved it, and we have great people buying it. Big, strong American companies are buying it, the most prestigious companies there are, actually, and they're going to make sure everything's good. But President Xi was great. He approved it. So I'm not saying hostile, but it's good to have our own minerals. And we created tremendous value by creating a road. We build a road that only we can do because we have the rights to do it, number one, and we have the power to do it. And so we build a road that's over 200 miles long through a very beautiful area of the world. Actually, it's incredible. When you look at it, it's incredible, but a rough area from the standpoint of building. So we get a road done, and with that, we unleash billions and billions of dollars of wealth. It's pretty amazing when you think of it. And it's wealth that we need if we're going to be the number one country. We're number one now with AI. You probably read. We're beating everybody with AI at levels that nobody ever thought even possible. And one of the reasons we are is because of energy. So our grid is old and tired, like most grids are. They get old with time. I mean, the older you are, the older the grid gets, right? But I've allowed the people building AI or other plants, other types of plants, but AI in particular, because they need so much electricity, I've allowed them to build their own power. And it's been amazing. They're building massive plants, and with the plant, they're building their own electricity. They've become a utility in a sense. I said, maybe you'll do better with the utility than you do with the AI. I don't know. But we're letting them build their own electricity. So we don't have to worry about the grid. We don't have to worry about anything. And they're going to build it in such a way that if they have excess capacity, they're going to put it back into the grid. It's pretty amazing. So when they build, we're giving them permits to build their own electric power plants, and it's incredible when you see what they're doing. And because of that and other things that we're doing, we're leading every country. Nobody's even close to us with AI. And AI seems to be the big thing. I don't know. I can't tell you that. There are a lot of people building, and a lot of people have high stock prices because of AI. So a lot of people think it's great stuff. And I think it's great stuff. I look at it, it's amazing what it can do. In terms of medical costs, in terms of knowledge, it's basically information, and information at a level that nobody thought possible before. So we'll see. But they're building plants where you saw the one overlay that I did where, in this case, it's Meta. One of their plants is essentially almost the size of Manhattan. And that's a building, it's a building that covers Manhattan. So it's big stuff. And nobody's even close to us. We're leading AI by so much.
Mr. President,
go ahead, please.
Since the start of your administration, we've seen a lot more Americans wanting to join ICE. And as we're seeing more attacks on them right now, what's your message to rank and file ICE agents who are trying to do their jobs but are facing 1,000% increase in attacks?
I love your questions, I like it. So who are you with?
I'm with NTD.
Very
I
good.
was the one who got mugged.
You were the one, that's what I thought. You got mugged. You're not getting mugged anymore. She was really, you're lucky to be with us with that deal that happened. I know all about that. Not anymore, though. You feel a different world out there, right?
Totally. If you safe with the baby now.
Oh, good. Well, you're safe now. Nobody's going to be hurting you in any way.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to report today.
Thank you. So the bottom line on your question, we're just going to make things real safe. We're going to have a country that you can be proud of, not a country that you read about every day where somebody gets mugged from behind or hit over the head with a baseball bat. Those people aren't with us any longer. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. On today's call with Lula from Brazil, are you considering lowering tariffs after the call?
Well, I had a great talk with the president of Brazil. He was a good man. I met him actually at the United Nations. I was going up to make a speech, and I didn't have a teleprompter. I was walking up to my teleprompter. I said, I don't have a teleprompter. But just before that, I met with President Lula, and I found him to be very good. I mean, we had a very good talk for about, 2 minutes. And then I went up to make the speech, and I was surprised to see, how would you like that one, Doug? I've got every leader in the world sitting out there. My teleprompter isn't on. You know why, Daniel? Because it was a rigged deal. But fortunately, I made a better speech than I would have if I read it off a teleprompter, which is pretty easy to do. So it was quite a day. That was a big day. But we met and we liked each other. And, we had a great conversation. We'll start doing business.
And are you considering traveling to Brazil for your
At some point, I would. And he's going to come here. We talked about that.
And A follow-up question on Israel.
Israel government has been arresting and deporting activists that were traveling to Gaza. Today, Greta Thunberg, for instance, also some.
She's just a troublemaker, you know. I mean, she's no longer into the environment, now she's into this. She's a troublemaker. She has an anger management problem. I think she should see a doctor. She needs anger. If you ever watch her, she's a young person. She's so angry. She's so crazy. Now you can have her. She's just a troublemaker. Yeah, please.
In its term today, Mr. President, and the Supreme Court is back in session. They rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance at getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're open to doing?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
You know, I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. So, but I will speak to the DOJ.
Why would she be a candidate for clemency, sir?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people who have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I have to ask DOJ. I didn't know they rejected it. I didn't know she was even asking for it, frankly.
Fly Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, sell them to NATO, and let them sell them to Ukraine.
Yeah, I've sort of made a decision, pretty much, if you consider. Yeah, I think I want to find out what they're doing with them.
Yes.
You know, where are they sending them? I guess I'd have to ask that question. That war should never have started, would have never started. Such bad judgment was used there. I think on both sides, by the way. But nobody looks good with the war with Russia and Ukraine. Nobody. That's been a horrible. This week they lost over 7,000 soldiers between the two of them. This is every week they're losing 7,000, 8,000, 5,000.
They have a range of like 1,500 miles or something, and so they'd be able to attack deep in that.
I would ask some questions. I want to see what's. I'm not looking to see escalation.
Yes. And tomorrow you're meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister. What's on the agenda for that, Mr. President?
Well, I was going to ask about tariffs because a lot of companies from Canada are moving into the United States. You know, everybody's moving back into the U.S. and he's probably going to be asking about tariffs. They're losing a lot of companies in Canada. They're coming into They left here 20 years ago when presidents that sat right at this desk weren't doing their job properly. They were probably good politicians, but they weren't good at business, and they allowed these companies to leave. And all they had to do is do what I'm doing right now. And, you know, I'm not saying it's the easiest thing to do, but it is. It's effective. We're a rich country again. We're a powerful country because, you know, I've ended 7 wars. At least half of them was because of my ability at trade and because of tariffs. If I didn't have tariffs to throw around a little bit, you would have at least 4 wars raging right now with thousands of people a day being killed that aren't happening. We settled. You know, we settled 7. We're getting close to settling 8. That would be a big one. And that's something that could happen. But so I think he's coming probably to talk about tariffs because a lot of companies are leaving Canada to come into the U.S. And they're leaving Mexico. And by the way, they're leaving China. They're leaving all over the world to come into the U.S.
And would you
Nobody's actually seen anything like it.
Would you shift your position on tariffs in response to whatever he says to you?
Look, my positions turned out to, everybody said I'm right. They find billions of dollars that they didn't even know they had. Recently, they said they found billions of dollars and they couldn't understand. I said, check the tariff shelf. And they come in the next hour and they said, sir, you're right. It was from the tariffs. We're a really rich country again. But more importantly, maybe influence. If I didn't have the power of tariffs, you would have at least 4 of the 7 wars raging. I use tariffs to stop wars. If you look at India and Pakistan, they were ready to go at it. 7 planes were shot down. They were ready to go at it. And they're nuclear powers. And I don't want to say exactly what I said, but what I said was very effective. They stopped. And that was based on tariffs. It was based on trade. Tariffs are very important for the United States. We are a peacekeeper because of tariffs. Not only do we make, hundreds of billions of dollars, but we're a peacekeeper because of tariffs. Mr. President.
The shutdown, Mr. President. The shutdown that occurred during your first term lasted 35 days. How long do you expect this shutdown to last?
Well, you don't know. Look, I can say this, that it would have not happened except for the Democrats. The Democrats are very foolish. They've lost their way. And we have a new thing now. When you look at it's called crime. It's called absolute, as Biden would say. Well, I won't say what he would have said. Remember when he said, it's a 3-letter word, no. Remember that one? Everyone say, what was that all about? He probably meant exclamation point or something after the word. But this is a 5-letter word, crime, C-R-I-M-E. And we want to put it out and are putting it out, and they don't. They don't seem to care about it, but they do care. I believe that Pritzker and this mayor of Chicago that like to say about they don't have it under control. Not only is it not under control, it's the opposite. And I believe they're afraid. They're scared for their lives. I believe that the Portland people are scared. You look at what's happened with Portland over the years. It's a burning hellhole. And then you have a judge that lost her way, that tries to pretend that there's no problem. Actually, she's not even saying that. There's a huge problem in Portland. I'll tell you what the problem is. Crime. Okay, crime. There's a huge problem in Chicago. It's called crime. And we want to put out the crime, and they want to inflame the crime. And why they want to, I don't know. But it could be that Pritzker is scared for his life. Yeah.
You appointed that judge on the UN. Do you have an update on the investigation into what happened to you at the UN last month? And also, what's your message to Americans who are concerned about your and your family's safety as you're very out in public?
Yeah, I am out there. There's no question about it. Well, at the UN, we had a problem with the teleprompter. We had another problem that nobody has actually talked about. The people in the room didn't hear my speech. Did you know that? The people in the room, they didn't have any loudspeakers, and they didn't hear my speech. And I thought I made a really good speech. I mean, considering I didn't have the use of teleprompter, which is unusual. But I made a speech. I could have walked off the stage. I guess most people, I think most people would have just said, we'll see you in about a half an hour, right? But, they obviously turned off I think they turned off the teleprompter, but there was a reason that it didn't work. I actually know the reason. They didn't let the teleprompter person into the room, okay, which is essentially the same thing. So I made a speech. It turned out to be a very good speech, got good reviews. I went out to the audience after the speech. I saw my wife. I said, how good was that speech? Was that unbelievable or what? She said, I didn't hear a word you said. I said, what do you mean? She was sitting in the front. I said, what do you mean? She said, you couldn't hear anything that you said. The speakers were turned off. So I think that's pretty bad stuff, right? Especially since we support most of the United Nations. And yet I still want to keep it in New York because I think the United Nations has tremendous potential. If properly run, the United States has tremendous potential. But think of this. I settled 7 wars. I never spoke to the United Nations about it. Not one of them. You look at, and those were wars that were raging a long time, and in many cases. And I settled 7. I never heard from the United. They didn't help me. They should be able to settle the wars. I shouldn't have to be settling the wars. Yeah, please.
Last week you signed the security guarantees for Qatar. Do you see any role for the Senate in that? Did they have to vote on that, or do you think a president?
Well, I wouldn't mind if they did. If they want to, they'd let me know. Nobody said that. But Qatar's been very, very helpful to us in this process, and I think you'll find that. I think. Maybe the most influential, they're very influential, very strong. With Hamas, they're very strong. And Turkey's likewise been helpful. I mean, honestly, UAE, Saudi Arabia, everybody's been helpful. I just spoke today with the King of Jordan, and he's been terrific too. I can't think of any country that's been negative about this. This is why it should happen. I mean, everybody wants it to happen. And usually when everybody, including, I think, Hamas, and when they want it to happen, it's going to happen.
James Comey is being arraigned on Wednesday on
obviously after his indictment. Are you worried that your own statements calling for his prosecution could help him actually in his defense of this case?
No, I think he's a crooked guy. He's a dirty cop. Comey, I think he's a dirty cop. He's recognized by many people to be a dirty cop and dishonest guy. So all I have to do is, I have nothing to do with the case. I just say,
but you called on Pam Bondi to prosecute him and oppose
No, I don't call anybody. You know what? I'm allowed to do that if I wanted to do that. But Comey's a crooked guy. He has been for years. And he got caught. Look, he lied. This is just a simple case. He totally lied. And then he confirmed the lie on, I guess, numerous occasions, or at least one occasion. He confirmed the lie. He said, that's what I said, and I stand by it. And, the guy, he didn't say, to the best of my knowledge. He didn't say, well, I don't remember. He made a very definitive statement and a very important statement concerning him. And he got caught in an outright lie. And that's why a group of people, it wasn't me that voted, they voted to indict him. But he's a crooked guy, in my opinion, and we'll find out. The court's going to determine that in a little while, I guess, yeah.
Do you expect to announce farm relief this week?
Yeah, I'm going to do some farm stuff this weekend.
You met with members of the Navy yesterday celebrating their 250th. Can you talk about that? And as we get closer to America's 250th, you've initiated a prayer initiative as well. Talk to me about both of those events and why they're so important, particularly the prayer initiative going forward to the celebration.
Yeah, and we're dealing, as you know, with all of the different, and not just evangelicals, Christians. We're dealing with lots of different faiths, religions. And I felt for a long time that, if a country doesn't have religion, doesn't have faith, doesn't have God, it's going to be very hard to be a good country. There's no reason to be good. I want to be good because you want to prove to God that you're good, so you go to that next step, right? So that's very important to me. I think it's really very important. And yesterday was amazing. We went to the naval base, the largest in the world, actually, and I saw things that were incredible. The level of I don't want to use the word weapons, but they are weapons. The technology on these planes, or the carriers, and all of the different things that we saw. They gave us missile displays. They did the whole. I don't think they've ever done anything like it, but it was really impressive. And the talent of the pilots, where they can land. The aircraft carriers look massive, but when you put them in the middle of, like, the Atlantic, or in this case, pretty far off the coast of Virginia, and it's sitting in a big ocean. And it was pretty calm yesterday, but it's still a little bit testy, right? Yeah. And you have these guys land right on a thing and come to a sudden screeching halt. And they're really something. They were taking off yesterday, and they look over, yes, sir. And then you see them, and you see them just get ripped back into the seat because the G-forces are so great. And actually, if you're not in great shape, because they were doing maneuvers that were incredible yesterday. And the admirals were explaining that if you're not in really good shape, you don't make it because you pass out. These guys, and women. I met some women pilots that it's incredible what they're able to do. So we saw something that was great, and you saw the spirit, because we had for a couple of thousand. I think they had probably 22,000, largely sailors, all dressed in the most beautiful white. There wasn't a spot on any of those uniforms. I looked at them. It was just a wave of white, and it was a great crowd and great reception. So, getting back to a very important question that was asked, when you go back a year ago, people weren't joining the armed forces. They weren't joining the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the Coast Guard, Air Force. If you look at any of them, they weren't joining Space Force. And now we're setting records recruitment, and that goes for the police and fire. Now they want to be policemen, they want to be firemen. And firemen, people don't mention them, but they're incredible. I know so many of them, they're brave as hell. I wouldn't want to do it, I'll tell you. But they weren't able to recruit. The police weren't able to recruit. And the military wasn't able to recruit. We were really off. And I got elected, and it really started on November 5th. I got elected, and somehow the country developed a spirit. Financially, yes, but also with the military. And now we have record levels of people wanting to be in. Every force is filled. We have waiting lists to get into the Marines, to the Army, to the Navy, to the Air Force. We have Coast Guard. We have waiting lists to get in. It's amazing, actually, what's happened. We have a country it was a dead country, and I say it all the time. We had a dead country 1 year ago. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it's nice to see you. I've watched you for years on television, so it's nice to meet you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thanks, guys. Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's head out. Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
All right, well, that was President Trump. I'm not exactly sure what he was talking about. I think some energy things. I think we heard a little bit about getting hostage release, but I heard a whole heck of a lot of Caitlin Collins for some reason from CNN. Okay, sorry. Had to do it. We do what we had to do. We don't have a lot of time. I don't even know if we have time for a voicemail. We got just about a minute left. Mad Dog, I don't think we have a quick, short voicemail, do we?
We can make time for it.
Okay, good luck. Try it if you want.
Here it is.
Hey, Bowling. This is Chris from Gilbert, Arizona. I was watching the shutdown, but I said just before the shutdown, if America's got to take no money, then why don't senators and congressmen take no money? That would get them back to the table a whole lot faster. Ever have a shutdown? No money for nobody. Also, think about this. Why doesn't term limits have on Congress? Senators and congressmen have no term limits. I wonder why. See you, Bowling. Bye.
All right. Well, the reason why is because the Founding Fathers put that into the Constitution. They actually outlined the term limits in the Constitution. It takes a lot to overturn the Constitution. And agree with you. Don't let senators and congressmen get paid. I think everyone should accrue their pay, the people, the military that we owe the money to, other people working for the government. But those people who make the decisions, pull it. They don't get paid if you can't keep the government open. That's it. We'll leave you right there. Bannon Worm coming up next. See you tomorrow.
My obligation under the Constitution and the statutes of the United States was and is to implement the orders of the court with whatever means are necessary and with as little force and civil disorder as the circumstances permit. It was for this reason that I federalized the Mississippi National Guard as the most appropriate instrument, should any be needed, to preserve law and order while United States Marshals carried out the orders of the court and prepared to back them up with whatever other civil or military enforcement might have been required. I deeply regret the fact that any action by the executive branch was necessary in this case. But all other avenues and alternatives, including persuasion and conciliation, had been tried and exhausted. Had the police powers of Mississippi been used to support the orders of the court, instead of deliberately and unlawfully blocking them, had the University of Mississippi fulfilled its standard of excellence by quietly admitting this applicant in conformity with what so many other southern state universities have done for so many years, a peaceable and sensible solution would have been possible without any federal intervention.
Good to be back with you. I'm Katie Tur. That was President John F. Kennedy in 1962, 10 days after the governor of Mississippi refused to allow James Meredith, an African-American student, to desegregate the University of Michigan. At the time, Governor Ross Barnett said he would not conform to any court order requiring him to enroll Meredith. A day before that Kennedy's speech, Governor Barnett rallied thousands of Mississippians during halftime of a football game to stand firm against desegregation as they waved hundreds of Confederate flags. When Meredith did enroll, a riot ensued with thousands of protesters throwing bottles and rocks. He was moved into his dorm with the help of Mississippi Highway Patrol and 500 federal marshals. The Oxford riots, as it's now known, killed 2 people and injured more than 300. In order to quell the violence and ensure James Meredith's safety, President Kennedy activated the National Guard with thousands of troops sent to Ole Miss. A decision President Kennedy said he deeply regretted but had no choice but to make. It was one of the most significant invocations of the Insurrection Act, and it came at a critical moment in the civil rights movement, as states across the South refused to abide by the Supreme Court's ruling to desegregate public schools, and the country was gripped by violence. Freedom riders who were challenging Southern states to desegregate bus terminals were beaten by angry white mobs, as were nonviolent protesters conducting sit-ins in places like North Carolina. The images of the brutality broadcast around the world led to both national and international outrage, as it showed a United States inflamed by racial conflict.
You called a legal ruling legal insurrection. Are you recommending the president take action against judges whose rulings he disagrees with?
No, it's simply a factually accurate statement that when a judge assumes for him or herself the powers that have been relegated or delegated by the Constitution to the president, that is a form of a legal insurrection. And we have seen
Insurrection carries legal weight, so are you recommending
we have seen over the last 9 months a ongoing legal insurrection in which district court judges, as a class, in many cases, have issued, which is why they've been overturned so much, have issued rulings that are flagrantly unlawful and unconstitutional. And it is an insurrection against the laws and Constitution of the United States. And we need to have district courts in this country that see themselves as being under the laws and Constitution and not being able to take for themselves powers that are reserved solely for the president.
There was never an insurrection or an invasion on the ground that justified the deployment of the military to our American city. We stood out there on a beautiful day at River Point Park to make that point. Donald Trump's deranged depiction of Chicago as a hellhole, a war zone, and the worst and most dangerous city in the world was just complete BS. He clearly has decided to declare war on a great American city that has the lowest homicide rate in 60 years, in a state that has record employment and near record tourism. And he's done it for some unspoken reason. There's been zero accountability or transparency from ICE or the administration. Last week, federal agents dressed in camouflage gear conducted a military-style raid on an apartment building in South Shore, a neighborhood of Chicago. They brought Black Hawk military helicopters and more than 100 agents in full tactical gear. Even though it was supposedly a very dangerous and important mission, they brought dozens of cameras and set them up so that they could film their attack on the building in HD for social media. I refuse to let Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, and Gregory Bovino continue on this march toward autocracy. Their plan all along has been to cause chaos, and then they can use that chaos to consolidate Donald Trump's power. They think they can fool us all into thinking that the way to get out of this crisis that they created is to give them free rein. Well, that plan will only work if we let it. The state of Illinois is going to use every lever at our disposal to resist this power grab and get Noem's thugs the hell out of Chicago. I'm not afraid. I am not afraid, and I won't back down.
Okay, Noem's thugs. It is Monday, 6 October, year of our Lord 2025. We're so slammed this afternoon we came and do our long open. We did a cold open there. Senator Tuberville from the great state of Alabama joins us, sir. You understand what the South went through. The Insurrection Act, I think, was first called by President Eisenhower when he sent, I think it was the 101st Airborne down to Little Rock, and then later University of Mississippi, others. Right now, the judges, Gavin Newsom suing. Pritzker just announced he's suing. He says there's nothing going on here. Stephen Miller, the top domestic policy advisor of the president, saying there's a legal insurrection going on. What say you, sir?
Steve, thanks for having me on.
And by the way, the guy's either stupid or criminal or mentally ill, what he's talking about. But my dad was in the National Guard in Arkansas back during the Little Rock Central event. He was called out. He stood on the steps of Little Rock Central one day working for the state. The next day he was federalized by Senator Kennedy. And so he went through all that. And the whole state of Arkansas went through it. We've gone through it in Alabama. But at the end of the day, these judges, these governors, they will not let Donald Trump do his job. And they're trying to get into his way. They're trying to stop him, slow him down, anything they possibly can. It's not going to work. President Trump's going to do what he knows is best for the American people.
You know, Pritzker said something today, and I'll pull it in a minute, that was factually wrong. He says there's been no authorization. There's been no money authorized for this. The big, beautiful bill, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's $170 billion. The House had 90. I think the Senate had $170 billion to go to Homeland Security for actually not just sealing the border, but for the mass deportations of returning everybody that was here, all the illegal aliens. So this has been funded. ICE is now going to the phase of not just the criminals; they are starting the part of the mass deportations. Isn't that President Trump ran on that? President Trump won on that. You guys had a huge debate about the big, beautiful bill. Money's been allocated because Biden had spent all the money on letting people in the country. What is Pritzker talking about, that there's no authorization and it's thugs and criminal activity, and he's really ginning people up against federal authorities, sir?
Yeah, well, it was authorized. It was authorized by the House and the Senate, and President Trump signed it. As you said, there's been over $100 billion that's been appropriated for deportation. A lot of that money goes to more border patrol, goes to more judges on the border or wherever needed in terms of giving due process to illegals that for some reason they get. I don't understand that. But at the end of the day, all this was in the process of the one big beautiful bill. It was all put together the right way, and it's being used the right way. We're trying to get out of this monstrous debt that the Biden administration put us through in terms of spending money, whether it's with Social Security, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, healthcare, anything that goes towards illegals. We're trying to save the American people, and President Trump is leading that charge, and he is not going to rest until we get people out of this country that doesn't cost the taxpayers an arm and a leg.
I've noticed, first off, what would be your advice if you were in the Oval right now for President Trump regarding the Insurrection Act and his movement to federalize the National Guard and send them into Portland and to send them into Chicago, sir?
Do what you think is right. Use common sense. And President Trump has got a lot of that. And he is going to take care of the American people, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're a communist. If you're in this country as a citizen, he's going to take care of you. He's going to protect you. That is his job. He has said that time and time again. And again, we've got cities all over this country that he's going to send troops to. We had a big problem this past weekend with 2 killed and 14 injured in Montgomery, Alabama, with a shooting. We have problems ourselves. And so if he sees that law enforcement can't handle the problem, he's going to give them more help through the National Guard. That's his prerogative, and he has the ability to do it.
I noticed there's been it's kind of crickets up in the Senate, and I realize you guys are debating about opening up and the shutdown and all that, but where do you think your colleagues on the Republican side stand about this issue? There's already been some grumbling we're hearing. Where do they stand on this issue of President Trump invoking the Insurrection Act and starting to drop the hammer on these Antifa terrorists and people trying to stop the ICE agents?
Well, we need to stay out of it, and we've had that talk in our caucus meetings. This is President Trump. We can't have 100 chiefs and no Indians. We should be sitting back, give him our opinion, but he needs to do whatever's right and whatever he thinks is right. And he's made all the correct calls so far. He's, again, as long as you're trying to take care of the American people in this country, you're exactly spot on. Again, nobody's done that in many, many years. He did it his first 4 years, and he's going to do it these 4 years. And again, we just need to stay out of his way and let him do his work. And hopefully these judges get out of the way. And sooner or later, the Supreme Court steps up and makes a decision of letting the CEO of this country, Donald Trump, run this country and not a bunch of people behind the scenes.
There's, I think it's the Hill newspaper today said that there's rumblings on the Democratic side about trying to bring forward a proposal on activating the War Powers Act, about what President Trump's doing in Venezuela. Do you have any updates on that? Is that true or just more Democratic rumor?
Oh, they're screaming at the top of their lungs. They're not worried about the 100,000 people that lose their lives every year, Steve, in this country of overdose. They're worried about those, 17 people now that have been blown out of a boat that were carrying hundreds and hundreds of pounds of drugs bringing to our country. They're worried more about them than they are about the American people. But that's on everything that they do.
Last thing, Senator, we got about a minute. Any update on the Schumer shutdown from the Senate?
Now, Schumer shutdown's in full mode. I don't know if you just saw. I was just briefed that myself and 7 other senators had their phones tapped by Jack Smith. Senators now. Think about that, Steve. We were just briefed. It just hit the wire. It's going to be a big deal. Again, I would have always thought it would have been North Korea or China or Russia, not our own government. And Joe Biden was tapping the phones through the FBI of senators in this country. That's a damn shame.
Unbelievable. We'll get more into it. Hope to have you back. Senator, where do people go to keep up with you, sir?
At Senator Tuberville. That's it.
Unbelievable. Senator, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you.
The level of depravity you're going to see in this FBI, and this is why everybody's on Thursday, I think Comey's going to be arraigned. Ray, Comey, all of them. Remember, it's just an appetizer what Comey's getting for lying to Congress and obstruction of justice. That's just an appetizer. So much more to come. Okay, from CRA, Wade Miller, our own Dave Bratt is with us. Jackie Toberoff a little later. Brian Harrison, all of it today in the War Room. Stick around.
I got American heart. I got American faith in America's heart.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love RAV because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm 404 in the Getter Chat. I love RAV for all the Getter, all the War Room posse. and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, Wade Miller's with us from a CRA, Center for Renewing America, Russ Vogt's organization. Wade was his wingman. He's holding the fort down while a bunch of the leadership over there is in the government, in the federal government, assisting President Trump. So Wade, and I got Dave Bratt, who's got a bunch of observations on this situation. First off, Wade, you guys came up with a plan about this. And I think with Paoletta and Clark and all that team you had over there, you checked the legality. Walk me through exactly what we're talking about when we say invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807, sir.
Sure. So we knew that the left would resort to violence to stop the political will of the American people if they reelected Donald Trump. So we, several years ago put out a very large legal memo that outlines the legal ability of a president to counteract mass lawlessness, mass violence in the streets in ways that we saw glimpses of in the first administration through BLM riots and other types of Antifa precursors and things like that. So basically, you have the Insurrection Act, but you also have Title 10, Section 12406, which allows the United States military, the National Guard, to be called up and used to make sure that federal agents can actually enforce the law. But there's other provisions under that look very similar to Insurrection Act-like authorities. If there's a rebellion in place, if there's other authorities there. So there are authorities outside. It's not just the Insurrection Act. There's a lot of legal authority for the President of the United States to use the military, to call up the National Guard, to call in the United States military, to reestablish law and order, protect federal law enforcement officers, and also to protect the civil rights of the American people in their own streets. And we see in Portland where cops are threatening to arrest Americans if they walk down the wrong street because Antifa's down there. And it's not because they're currently arresting Antifa. They're just protecting Antifa. And they're allowing mass violence to go forward right before their eyes. When you have that type of mass unrest and a lack of actual law enforcement where the civil rights of the American people are being openly violated on a mass scale, the President of the United States absolutely has the authority to send the troops in to reestablish law and order and make sure that the civil rights and basic safety of the American people is actually being secured. And so, the Insurrection Act is kind of the trump card in all of this, and that's the ultimate authority. But the reality is that there's a lot of very strong authority shy of the Insurrection Act, which would fix most of these problems. Now, I think that in Portland, the Insurrection Act might be the appropriate argument, but it's not necessary. There's all sorts of authorities below that that are long-standing precedent, and I have no idea why this judge out there said that Trump can't do this. It's just absolute nonsense. It's clear authority in statute for especially under Title 10, Section 12406.
Do you agree with what we've talked about here with Mike Davis, the Viceroy, and others? Stephen Miller's comment that there's essentially a legal insurrection going on in the country by the judiciary, sir?
100%. I cannot look at that decision and come away with the argument that judge is obeying their oath to the Constitution. A very plain, clear reading of statutory authority and longstanding precedent allows the president to do this. He's done it in California. He's done it elsewhere. You mentioned Little Rock. You mentioned Mississippi before that. There's a long history of presidents calling in the military to ensure that basic civil rights are being protected and that law and order is being established and that federal law enforcement officers are being protected while they try to execute duly enacted laws of the United States of America. That's longstanding precedent.
Dave Bratt, presidents have used this. So I thought Katie Tur's presentation was pretty insightful. General Eisenhower did it. President Kennedy did it. It's been done a lot. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I think "do it" is the key phrase. The great thing about Wade and Russ Vogt and their senators, they're doing stuff, right? The rhinos and the weak Republicans over the past decades did nothing. And so I think it's important to start at the top of the page with the argument here, right? In the past, we get hung up on legal terms and the debate and all that kind of thing. What's President Trump responding to? What's the media talking about? This crisis. The crisis that put all of this into play is the 20 million illegal immigration war at the border.
Amen.
Right? It's an invasion of the United States of America. And the rest of this legal mumbo-jumbo is a footnote. And Trump is acting like the left. The difference between the right and the left, though, is that the right does legal stuff and the left does illegal stuff. That's it in a nutshell. Biden did a border invasion of 20 million illegal immigrants. That's the chaos. Then you get down into, look at the front page of the papers. It's real clear on everyone marching in the streets and all the radicals. The signs say two things, and they're conflating two things, and our side needs to deconflate them. It says no ICE, and then no National Guard. They're trying to act like those are the two things. They are related, but no ICE, that's federal law enforcement, right? Those are our federal ICE agents. They're under attack. They're being spit on. They're being pushed. They're being shoved. They're treated with no respect, along with the citizens. The no National Guard part hasn't even kicked in yet. Right, 1,500 shooting victims in Chicago this year in 2025. 1,500 shooting victims in Chicago in 2025. I'll just let that sit. 4, Mayor Johnson, quote, heightens the rhetoric. This is where we don't need to follow. He says you want a rematch of the Civil War. No one on our side saying that. We're just saying there's 20 million illegals here. We want the law. Number 5, what Wade just said, I'm just going to read the section because even I can understand this. I'm just an economist, not a lawyer. But this is on Wikipedia, and it's from Cornell Law. It says the Insurrection Act of 1807, the purpose and content. The act empowers the U.S. President, Trump, to call into service the U.S. Armed Forces and the National Guard to address domestic violence, which results in deprivation of constitutionally secured rights, and where the state is unable, fails, or refuses to protect said rights. So even I get that. That's what the act states in plain language. So we got to just do what's legal, be like the left, except we do what's legal. Let the left do histrionics, but President Trump is doing the exact right thing, and thank God we got people like Wade Miller and Russ Vogt and their organization who's put this all in place so we know how to take action when the left goes nuts.
I want to go back. I want to go back to something very important that you said, that we cannot lose the railhead of this argument. It's the reason that Wade Miller and Russ Vogt and the guys a couple of years ago were working on this. In November of 23, I gave a speech down in Pinehurst. I said, basically the 200th day, by the end of the 200th day of President Trump's second term, right, you're going to have the convergence of budget cuts. They're going to have to cut not just defense, but social welfare system, coupled with President Trump beginning the mass deportations of the 10 to 12 million that just came in on Biden's watch. And they're just not going to sit there. The left is just not going to sit there and let that happen. They're going to get enraged and take to the streets and try to stop this. Give us that point again. The key point is that this is mass deportations. We had 2.2 million, according to CIS, that have self-deported, but we got a long way to go. And these ICE agents are the tip of the spear to get it done. And you're seeing in Chicago and Los Angeles and Portland, it's all about stopping mass deportations of illegal aliens. Why? The Democratic Party doesn't exist unless they have the illegal aliens. Dave Bratt, thoughts?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. The press, conservatives, we still don't have the mainstream media in the print, right? And so we've got, thank God, your show and a bunch of other great conservative podcasts now to make some traction. And so the narrative is what matters. And the left is truncating the narrative, right? They're saying, look at these riots in the streets. Trump's bringing in this. Well, why is he bringing them in? Because President Biden, did a 20 million person illegal border invasion on this country. Illegal, all illegal. And a lot of them are criminals. We got all the stats on that. You don't even need to go in the stats, right? They're removing the most violent offenders first. That is what's causing the chaos. Trump is cleaning up the chaos. And then the second point was in the media, they're not making the distinction, of course, between no ICE, which is completely legal. That's all been funded in the big, beautiful bill, as you said. But they're trying to conflate and confuse us to go down the track with no ICE, no National Guard. Well, even the National Guard part is legal, so it's just a semantics, rhetoric thing. We need to ignore it. We just need to do the right thing, do the legal thing.
Action. Right. Hang on for a second. The 180, Pritzker says today, Wade, that there's no authorization of this. There's no money been allocated for it. Didn't the big, beautiful bill have, I think, $170 billion? I think the House was 90, the Senate's 170. We went with the Senate. There's $170 billion allocated for this process, is it not, sir?
There is, and if this were somehow not authorized, then Russ' vote would be shutting it down in accordance with the law. The reason that these deportations are still continuing is because those activities are considered essential services for the security of the nation. So, the game is this. At the core of it is that the left does not want the president to actually enforce the law. And so they are working to stop it. And then when the president constitutionally, because he is constitutionally required to enforce the law, when he tries to enforce the law and uses the statutory powers at his disposal to do so, they then accuse him of being a tyrant. It's just a big game with the left. And I think they're going to lose this battle.
That's what Brett's right. You just got to take action. Wade, can you hang on for 1 second? Wade Miller of CRA, Russ Vogt's partner over there. Dave Bratt is with us. We're going to be joined by Brian Harrison, Jackie Torbaroff. See, the railhead of this problem, if you see those protesters in the streets, would you know that they've come from American public schools and some of the best private schools in the country? That's right, because you got terrorists teaching them. Next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/Rav to join the guild today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is
room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So, Wade, the president is going through various alternatives with Miller and everybody about the Insurrection Act and also the Title X, everything you laid out. I know they've been pondering different alternatives, but President Trump's going to take action of that, there's no doubt. Also, on the deconstruction administrative state, what the Russ's riff or whatever, I know they're going through various alternatives there. This, at the end of the day, requires, because Russ can't take it, it's really, this is a call for the commander-in-chief in one regard, about enforcing the law, and the chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer, which President Trump is, and on the other, as chief executive officer of the United States government. This is the whole Article 2 fight that we've had from the very beginning, quite frankly, was the kind of architecture of the plan, the structure for when President Trump got back in office. Given that, and I know there's a lot of pressure on Rush because people, a lot of rhinos and senators and businessmen don't want to do it. Do you have any idea how rapidly, when Russ gets the go-ahead, he could actually do? I know it's triage and different plans, but execute on one of the plans.
Well, happy to answer that. The president's goal is to get the Democrats to cave. And what I don't know is what's the strategy to that. And that could be a multitude of different angles that they're coming at it from. Ultimately, that's where they want to get. And so it's possible that one of those strategies is to kind of phase in these next steps, or it could be one lump sum. And I just don't know yet. And I don't know what position they're going to be comfortable with saying, okay, the Democrats don't want to fund the government. We've tried. It's now time to move on. And so if that authority is given, my guess is that President Trump and Russ Vought already have very large plans in place. The question will be, which parts of them do they execute? Which parts do they put in play? And we're just going to have to wait and see. I know that President Trump has been looking into this for years, woke, weaponized, wasteful spending. I know that Russ, for a fact, has been looking into these contingency plans for years. So I assume that they have a lot of options on their table that are fairly robust. The question is, what strategies do they want to use and how fast will they implement them? If it looks like Democrats just refuse to agree to a clean CR.
Wade, could you put up this report that you guys have done? And particularly, I want people to focus not just on the Insurrection Act, but you bring up all the alternatives the president have under Title X. I think this is going to drive the conversation over the next couple of days because Pritzker and Newsom's going to court, Pritzker's going to court. This is going to drive everything, I think, for the next 48 to 72 hours because the President of the United States is not going to back down on this one. So where do people go, Wade, on social media and to get over to CRA and read this report? Memo.
Yeah, thanks. You can find me at Wade Miller _USMC on X. I just posted a post we did on it from, I think, Center for Renewing America, and then I also reposted another post. And then Benjamin Osborne has written another paper on this in the last week detailing the latest moves in regards to Portland and Chicago.
We appreciate you, sir. If Grace and Mo can push that out, I want everybody in the War Room Posse not just to read it, but I also want you to share it. So let's be force multipliers. This is a huge, huge, huge issue. Wade, thank you for all the work and for coming on today. The problem, when you see these people in the streets, you got to understand something. Some of these folks have come from, I think most of them come from some of the best schools in the country, private schools, some of the top public schools. there's something going on here that is seriously wrong because these people hate the United States of America. If you see what they have to say, you see the way they treat the police. I mean, this is a deep, burning hatred. Brian Harrison, if we can put up, if Denver could put up, there was a post earlier about the school supervisor in Omaha, and it turns out he's selected by a consultant. The guys in Omaha saying, "Hey, it's not us. We didn't have anything to do with it. We don't know this guy," and they retained a consultant. I think it's down in Texas, and he's the one that recommended this guy. And in addition, it looks like that he's worked on a bunch of Texas schools to recommend supervisors there. Once again, brother, what in the hell is going on? The Lone Star State is the railhead of MAGA. Okay, well, how can a state that's the railhead of MAGA, got so many patriots, get an institution down there that's so woke and weaponized, sir?
No, I actually think it's one of the biggest forms of voter fraud in American history. The voters of Texas are conservative. They support President Trump, reelected him at a 14-point landslide. The voters of Texas are red, as you say, the railhead of the MAGA movement. But the reality is the Texas government is blue. I mean, it's one of the biggest forms of voter fraud ever, because the voters want bold conservative Republican leadership, but they are being given basically funding taxed out of their homes to fund the far left liberal progressive Marxist agenda. And that includes on things like, and this is going to shock people to hear, the Texas government might be the biggest funder of DEI in America. I think we may be the biggest funder of the transgender movement and ideology in America, where all this woke progressive nonsense. I mean, how do people think it ends up in the classroom? Well, because we're indoctrinating education students. We're in our English departments and our education programs here in Texas, and our gender studies programs, and in our transgender studies programs that are just about every public university. And this guy, this placement firm, it looks like, and my staff's looking into this, he's placed superintendents in Austin, some of those schools in the Dallas area, perhaps all across the state of Texas. And then, yeah, this fugitive illegal alien in one of the biggest school districts in another state. So we're exporting now DEI out of the Lone Star State. I'm doing everything I can to defund it, but the Texas government is all in on promoting DEI, and this nonsense has got to end.
I thought you, because of your work and with some assist from the Warren Posse, I think you removed the president of Texas A&M when Abbott and these guys want to cover up for it. But this is down in the school system. How are you going to dig this out? Because this is as bad as the college are, and I realize they teach the education folks that go in and act as terrorists to form this. But, man, we got to get this out of the schools down there. What in the hell's happening on that?
Well, actually, we may need the posse again. I'll keep you posted on this. So Texas A&M, with the assistance of the posse, we did get rid of one of the biggest, the president of one of the biggest universities in America, something that nobody thought possible. We got the president of Texas A&M canned. But the chairman of the Board of Regents, these are all Greg Abbott appointees, he went on an unhinged rant the other day saying that if you oppose taxpayer-funded transgender ideology and DEI indoctrination, you are, quote, a moron. And it was just announced a couple of days ago that the finalist to be the new president of Texas A&M, not in College Station, but one of their satellite schools down in Victoria, is another progressive leftist DEI advocate who, on her official government transcript, brags about the fact that she staffed a 54-person office when 39% of the candidates she filled the position with were based on gender, ethnicity, and I'm not making this up, transgender immigrants, literally giving preferential hiring treatment to transgenders and immigrants over non-transgender American citizens. And Greg Abbott's regents at Texas A&M are like, you know what? You should be the president of Texas A&M Victoria. So I'm raising hell about that now, trying to stop that from going through. But it's just whack-a-mole down here. And I have no idea why Greg Abbott's appointees have been allowing DEI, woke, leftist, Marxist, transgender indoctrination to proliferate almost unchecked. Because you know what, Steve? The voters of Texas reject this. They do not want their hard-earned tax dollars being weaponized against them, their values, and their children. And that's why I'm calling on Governor Abbott to do the right thing, call a special session. Let us finally pass a bill to stop taxpayer-funded of DEI, transgender indoctrination. Oh, and then, by the way, let us finally do something on property taxes that are taxing Texans out of their home, even though people think we're a low-tax, low-regulation state. The exact opposite's true. And as you pointed out at the top, we're basically exporting now DEI all across the country. Yeah. And Texans are sick of it. They're fed up. They deserve a lot better than what they're being given by the liberal Austin Uniparty.
Folks, that's why I say you have to act with a sense of urgency. We have to have maximalist strategies. and we have to seize the institutions. You're not always going to be able to rely on President Trump. I mean, like I said, third time in American history, got him in some, we're going to have some folks on the 6 o'clock hour talk about it. We got to have action, action, action. Brian, when you're ready to get the posse to work, they're ready to go to work, because we got to take a trenching tool and dig this one out. We're just not going to have some. It's not about just one individual. This is a systemic problem. It's got to be dealt with as a systemic problem, or nothing's going to change, because they got the kids and they're going to mold these kids. Look at the kids in the streets in Portland. Yeah. Look what's happening. These people hate the United States of America. Questions got to be asked, how'd that happen? Harrison, where's your Twitter feed? Is the Associated Press of Texas. So where do folks go?
We're doing as what was it Rush used to say, doing the work the mainstream media used to do. I mean, there is no real media down here in Texas. Go to do your civic duty today. Go to my Twitter feed at Brian E. Harrison. Piss off a liberal, piss off a rhino. Follow me, like, share at Brian E. Harrison. Because here's the deal, like you said, we're not always going to have President Trump. He's doing a better job ending woke indoctrination in Texas than the Texas government has. But it should be the red states with the conservative voters. You say maximalists. We should be leading the fight against woke leftist liberal Marxist indoctrination, but for far too long, Texas has just been coasting on our conservative reputation. We need to change that, because as goes Texas, so goes America. As goes America, so goes the world. We're in a battle for the future of Western civilization, and I need the posse to stay in the battle with us down here. And I'm so grateful for you and all your viewers, Steve, and how you've helped us so far deliver big victories just this year already.
It's the posse. They do the work. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
God bless y'all.
Jackie Torber, if that battle, I don't think there's a bigger clash of that battle politically than in New York City coming up in the first week of November, when Mondami Polymarkets has Zorhan now at 90%. How did this come about? And there's a direct. All these people are direct manifestations of an education system. And New York City is supposed to be the smartest folks in the world. That's what they tell us all the time, these private schools. How in the hell did this happen? And what do we have to do to break it? Because tell me, when Zoran and these guys take it, I don't want to hear the conservatives, oh, it's great, they're socialists. They're Marxists, jihadists, and they're not going to give up control. It's like Sadiq Khan on testosterone. They're going to turn New York City into London by a factor of 10. So was this caused? Why is everybody just kind of bending the knee to it? And how in the hell are we going to solve this, ma'am?
Yeah, so how did we get here? We got here because of greedy Americans selling us out to people with anti-American ideologies like Arab oil nations and the CCP. And there are really two sides to this. On one side, you have the true believers, the CCP and the Arab oil nations. These are like the suicide bombers. And then the other side are the people who have sold us out for greed and money. And people who sell you out for greed and money will always lose out to a suicide bomber or a true believer. That is how we got here.
So tell me, this guy right now is going to beat Cuomo by, and you've had Adams drop out, I think. He's still going to beat Cuomo by 20-some points. Is he going to get a majority? Is he going to get a majority vote? He's going to get over 50% of the vote in New York City?
I don't know if he's going to get over 50%. I mean, that's what it looks like right now. It looks like he is going to be our next mayor, and he is a Democratic socialist. And we know next to nothing about his 28-year-old wife, born in Houston to Syrian origin parents, who spent 10 years living in Arab oil states. We don't know anything about her, which is pretty incredible considering the two of these people have zero executive experience. He is from Uganda, 33 years old, and they're going to be this power couple in charge of the nation's largest municipal budget. By the way, speaking of schools, he has floated.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, go ahead.
Well, he has floated, Zoran Mamdani has floated around the idea of having Jamal Bowman, another DSA member, Democratic Socialist of America, as the New York City Schools Chancellor, and the UFT, which is one of the most important school unions here in New York City, has endorsed Zoran Mamdani. So things are not looking good. But what I would say is how we got here is there is a splintering of patriotism here, and
hang on one second. I want to go to I want to take a short commercial break. Come back. Jackie Torberoff from Manhattan. Dave Bratz with me. Short commercial break.
We were rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rav Chat family.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Why is gold on a tear? Don't worry about the price, worry about the process. Birchgold.com/Bannon ended the dollar empire. Get up to speed on the prime reserve currency, the de-dollarization, BRICS nation. I know it all sounds like Greek or Latin. It doesn't have to be. And once you understand this, you'll understand a lot about how the world works. You've always asked that question, haven't you? We got something that explains it to you. 4 years we've been putting this out, 7 free installments. Working on number 8 and 9. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. Check it out today. Also, Brian Harrison, the great folks down at Patriot Mobile. Glenn Story and the team, 972-PATRIOT. Call it now. You know they back you up. If it hadn't been for them, we'd never gotten those 5 seats down there. They support your values. Stop giving your money to people who hate you and get the best mobile service in the country. 972-PATRIOT. Use the promo code Bannon or War Room. You get a free month. Okay, so go check it out today. Do the switch. Jackie Torbaroff. This thing in New York City, I'm telling you, people have no earthly idea how that's going to change the deal. Just trust me. They've been laughing, oh, this guy's nothing. He's a socialist. Let him take control. You get the Working People's Party and the DSA down there, you're going to have yourself a good old fight. You think you got Portland bad? You think you got Chicago bad? You think you got L.A. bad? You wait till they dig in because they are Marxist jihadists. He's a little Sadiq Khan, and you look at what London is right now, folks, and I called this with Raheem and Farage a decade ago when that guy took over. I said, hey, here's what's going to happen, and it's all happened in London, and it's coming here to the good old United States of America. Jackie Torbaroff, your thoughts and observations, man.
Yeah, so one thing about that, if Zohran Mamdani wins, they are going to have a supermajority in the city council. DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, will be in charge. So this is what is coming, not only to New York City, this is coming to Georgia. This is spreading, it's metastasizing. And how we get here is patriotism has been completely splintered. If you look at a Palestinian suicide bomber, he is aligned with Palestine. When you look at the board of trustees and American teachers, who are they aligned with? Are they aligned with America and American causes and advancing American students and our industry? It doesn't seem like that. That is how we get here. So hat tip to Noor bin Laden. I think she coined it on your show when she called these people ANOs, Americans in name only. That is what they are. They've sold us upriver and they've sold us out.
Wow. And the elites are bending the knee now. Jackie, you're on fire on social media. Where do people go?
Please come to my Instagram, Jacqueline for NYC, JACQUELINE FOR Also, one other thing, 41% of New Yorkers now favor socialism over capitalism. If that number is even accurate, it's probably a lot higher. This is where we're going. It's thanks to Big Ed. It will only get worse with the Zohran.
In the schools, they form these kids. Jackie, thank you so much. Looking forward to having you back on here.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, man, there's a big one coming. DSA, these guys are Radical Working Families Party, and they're all over the country, winning mayorships down in Houston. Texas, got a huge problem down there, folks. Huge problem. Dave Bratt, your thoughts, Insurrection Act, Title 10. When are we going to get rolling, sir?
Yeah, well, Brian Harrison and Torborough there are full of energy, and that's what we need. In Virginia right now on the education front, just like folks know, Harrison brought up Texas. They all need a state freedom caucus. That network is full of hard-charging freedom caucus, Tea Party-type people. That's one answer that will help to correct the systematic abuse, right? If you go after a UVA system here in Virginia, the UVA university system, no way. It's 100,000 people, supply chains, board of trustees, rich wine and cheese folks trying to win a popularity contest. You go after them, the delegates and senators quake in their boots. They're scared stiff. In Virginia right now, we have an attorney general with a text stream saying he wanted to shoot one of the other delegates and his wife and his kids. The governor, Spamberger, saying, let your rage fuel you.
I got all that. I got all that. And I got all that because your wimpy governor that MAGA put in office, the wimpy governor, you're going to lose by 15 points. The disastrous candidate you've got is going to lose by 15. And they're saying all the Youngkin crowd brought this on themselves. Why was that? It was Donald Trump and MAGA that got him into office with massive turnout, understanding he was a wimp, a massive turnout, and he hasn't accomplished anything in the process. And now he's going to get blown out. The anti-Trump, never Trump governor candidate, right, can't get out of her own way. The rest of it's a complete disaster. You're basically turning Virginia over permanently as a blue state. Virginia's going to be a blue state after this because you're going to get buried. Now, I realize the guy for lieutenant governor, the attorney general, they're all radicals. Spamberger, she's part of the deep state, man. She's it's a radical. These are radicals. This is radicals, man. This is not Virginia. Saying this is native Virginia. Dave, social media, where do people go? And by the way, all of his opinions are his own and have nothing to do with the people that sign his check. I'm just saying that.
That's good. That's very good. Very helpful.
Where do you go? Where do you go?
I'm for full employment.
Where do you go, sir?
Brad Economics on Getter and on X, and I've been posting stuff, and I even got some Navy stuff I'm going to post tomorrow.
Fantastic. That's great. By the way, breaking news, Fox has got it. Jack Smith tracked private communications calls of nearly a dozen GOP senators during J6. Wow. Bombshell there. Mike Lindell, got about a minute and a half. It's been a long, tough day. We need a deal. What do you got for us?
All right, everyone, this will be the last 24 hours of what we did this weekend for the War Room Posse with the free shipping on any product, any order. So take advantage of that now. But along with our other specials, the 3-in-1 special, where we have we have the towels that came in, They $39.98. Now you get that free shipping in the next 24 hours. You got the MyPillow $17.98, $19.98 for the king. Take advantage of the free shipping on those. And then you have the percale sheets. We're closing out $29.98, any size, any color. You guys go to the website and you go to mypillow.com/war room. Get those specials. There's those big ticket items, the mattresses. You've all been taking advantage of that free shipping. You got 24 hours here, that and the mattress toppers. You've got the crosses, the Made in the USA crosses. They're back in stock. 50% off for the War Room Posse, promo code War Room. And don't forget, we're closing out the My Slippers, the best slippers there ever was. Yeah. You guys get the slippers while they still have your size. 800-873-1062. 24 hours, get the free shipping now. Promo code War Room.
No, do it now, 24 hours. Mike will be back with us tomorrow morning. Roger Kimball, Dr. Bradley Thayer, Ben Harnwell with Stephen K. Bannon next in the War Room.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Good evening, America. Happy Monday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, Aaron Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital in our brand new Just the News studios. We opened them up on Friday. A lot of news to get to today, some of it really grave. Just a few moments ago, Senator Chuck Grassley confirmed that new documents that FBI Director Kash Patel turned over to Congress show that Jack Smith's team used the FBI. I want you to pay attention to this. Jack Smith, the former special prosecutor who went after Donald Trump with multiple indictments, was using the FBI to monitor the phone communications of 8 Republican members of Congress, 7 senators, 1 House member. The House members, Mike Kelly. The 7 senators included Lindsey Graham, Ron Johnson, Tommy Tuberville, people who've been on this show many times. Now, there's a separation of powers issue here. There's a real question of whether there was any court authority to do this. They weren't intercepting the communications per se, but the point-to-point data. We're going to have in the second block of the show today an incredible guest who is used to run the unit that the FBI uses to track those phone calls, and to Mark point-to-point communications. We're going to get to him. He has been a whistleblower. He's been on the show several times before. Bassem Youssef. He is an absolute expert on this. We're going to get to that. And then Chris Piotta, the former executive assistant director of the FBI, will join us in the third block. This is a bombshell. The FBI basically spying on Congress in a big way. 8 members. All right, one other thing I want to get to. President Trump's had a up and down day in the courts. In one court in Oregon, a judge is not allowing President Trump to deploy National Guard to Oregon, to Portland, where there have been a lot of unrest. But in another court, President Trump this afternoon got permission from a judge to deploy to Chicago. That is a big win for the president. And just a little bit ago, President Trump teased a big idea. Hey, if this judge won't relent in Oregon, I'm going to invoke the Insurrection Act and do it on my own. Amanda, that would be a pretty big moment, a big historical moment. This president is serious about this crackdown, and these courts are kind of all over the map. It's going to be interesting to see if the Supreme Court gets involved.
Yeah, but I got to say, after watching the Summer of Love and Floydapalooza and all the destruction that they did, I am so glad that we are finally back in a place where law enforcement is quashing it pretty much at the onset. So I'm glad to see that. But in some other news, I want to start with Harmeet Dillon, who serves as Assistant Attorney General for the Justice Department Civil Rights Division. She is a fearless attorney, and she is now getting death threats just for doing her job, defending Americans and calling out government abuse. She has had to bring in U.S. Marshals for protection. Now, Dillon told the press that her staff alerted her to some very concerning replies underneath a post, and they ostensibly came from, or presumably came from, California Governor Gavin Newsom's office. So that was quite disturbing to see. And also some country music news. Singer Zach Bryan has a new song out, and I just want to read to you some of the lyrics from that song. And ICE is going to come bust down your door. The fading of the red, white, and blue. Kids are all scared and all alone. So it is absolutely powerful imagery. And for a lot of folks, it crossed the line, because when you consider the political persecution and violence taking place in this country, it's concerning to see someone with that type of platform, as Zach Bryan has, as a big country star, putting that message out there, vilifying ICE agents who, quite frankly, are just doing their jobs. They are enforcing the democratically created laws of this land. So it's unfortunate to see that happening. And then there's the hoopla happening just west of us in Virginia. You know things are bad for Democrats when folks like Morning Joe Scarborough, and Mika Brzezinski are calling for a fellow Democrat to step down. That is in the Attorney General's race in Virginia. So candidate Jay Jones, some text messages were released from a few years ago that basically say that he is wanting to shoot twice in the head and urinate on the grave of his opponent's of his opponent, and also wish death upon Gilbert's very small children, calling them little fascists, and saying that only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. So again, these were all text messages back from 2022, and there's been quite a bit of backlash, John, deservedly so.
Yeah, and also today, Jerry Dunleavy, our great colleague here at Just the News, had a story about Abigail Spanberger. She's the Democrat nominee for governor. Yep. She worked at a Saudi school where a lot of extremists went to. Hamas leader sent his children there. One of the other officials there was connected to Hamas. The Saudi government was funding it, and some of its graduates were caught up in terror plots, and didn't see anything wrong with it. She actually defends it and kind of celebrates that that was part of her career. I think that's going to be a really big piece of this. All right, I think we have Republican National Committee Chairman, Michael Whatley, now running for the United States Senate.
I know
but I don't know if we have him in our ear yet. We may need to do we have a little bit of communications problems there. Oh, we got it now. There we go. Michael, good to have you on, my friend.
It is great to be on with you both.
All right. Well, first, you're running for Senate. I want to get you just to react to this bombshell news that the FBI under Joe Biden's Justice Department thought it was a good idea to spy on the phone calls of members of Congress, 7 senators, 1 House member. You aspire to be there. Shocked that the FBI would see nothing wrong with that?
You know, you run out of expletives to talk about things like this. You can't be shocked anymore. You can't be appalled anymore. You know, it just continues to build when we talk about what the Biden administration, the weaponization of justice, and what they did at the Department of Justice to go after President Trump and his allies, and now even folks in the Senate. It is very, very disturbing. And I think it is high time that we had some accountability for these officials that clearly were violating the Constitution and doing what they did to go after the President Trump, a political opponent, in a way we've never seen done in America before.
Yeah. Well, I imagine those with lesser constitutions and fewer guts, I suppose, would be scared off by this because a lot of these members were in the United States Senate, and you're running for United States Senate. When you look at what you can do, what you can effectuate in the upper chamber on Capitol Hill, I imagine this is something in your crosshairs.
Well, it absolutely is. You know, look, the highest priority of a government needs to be protecting its kids and its communities and making sure that law enforcement is being deployed to protect our communities, not to be deployed to go after our political opponents. This is absolutely irresponsible by Joe Biden and his administration. It is absolutely intentional. The way that they went after President Trump is really, truly something that we've never seen before and something that we need to never see again.
So, sir, I want to ask a little bit about your Democrat opponent, Roy Cooper. In an earlier life, he was the governor when Democrats were pushing some of these soft-on-crime policies. There have been some heinous crimes in both of the Carolinas. Sometimes they even cross borders. What responsibility does Roy Cooper have for that sort of Democratic era of letting the bad guys out in the street so they could hurt the good people in this country?
Well, he bears direct responsibility for the crimes that we've been seeing in North Carolina, particularly in Charlotte with the death of Irena Zarotska, because he's the one who signed an executive order to reimagine law enforcement. He created cashless bail in North Carolina, and he set up the revolving door that allowed people like DeCarlos Brown Jr. to be arrested and released 14 different times. He is the one who allowed 3,500 convicted felons out of jail. He convicted a number of pardons on his way out the door, and he fought every single day for criminals, not for their victims in North Carolina.
Sir, the case of Roy Cooper in North Carolina is interesting because you have a few other states like Kentucky that had governors like Andy Beshear, where it was a largely red state, but with a blue governor. When it comes to these types of blue governors, just Democrats in general who are trying to sell the moderate message, frankly, like Abigail Spanberger is trying to do in Virginia, it seems like something like soft on crime policies, that's going to be one of those issues that separates the wheat from the chaff.
It absolutely is. And when we look at Roy Cooper, we can also talk about the fact that he vetoed 2 different bills that would have forced sheriffs to honor ICE detainers and get violent, criminal, illegal aliens out of North Carolina. You know, we can talk about the fact that he vetoed 3 different bills that would have blocked boys from playing in girls' sports or men's from going into women's locker room. You know, when we talk about the vetoes that he had, you know, for 6 different times where he vetoed bills that would balanced our budget in North Carolina and cut taxes at the same time. You know, this is a guy who has been radically out of step with North Carolina during his entire tenure as governor, and we need to make sure that the voters of North Carolina understand that this is not an aw shucks Southern blue dog Democrat, that this is a full tilt card-carrying member of the Progressive Caucus.
Yeah, no, that's it. He's wrapped himself in a different uniform, but he actually has played by the left's rules. There's been a lot of discussion over the last few months over will Democrats actually start to read the polls? Will they try to pivot? Will they try to move away from this? It seems to me that in the Carolinas, and particularly North Carolina, Cooper's not going to be able to abandon that far left base of his party. How does this affect people? I mean, you just had a record haul for a Senate candidate in a quarter for fundraising. Clearly, people are pretty excited about your candidacy. What are you hearing from the people of North Carolina about the Roy Cooper they thought they knew, but maybe he wasn't the same guy?
Yeah, look, we're going to run a fairly straightforward campaign. We're going to talk about creating jobs and raising wages. We're going to talk about creating trade policies that will help our manufacturers and our small businesses and our farmers. We're going to talk about keeping our kids and our communities safe and making sure that the soldiers, the men and women in uniform in North Carolina, have what they need to protect our interests and allies all around the world. That's the North Carolina values that I'm going to be fighting for every single day, and they are overwhelmingly positive. Roy Cooper is going to be out there pushing every day for California and Illinois and New York values. Those are not the same values that we have here in North Carolina.
Would Roy Cooper be the kind of Democrat in the upper chamber who would continue to vote to keep the government shut down?
He absolutely would. The thing is that in this race, ultimately, the question for North Carolina voters is, do you want a senator who is going to be an ally for President Trump and fight for North Carolina families and communities, or do you want somebody who's going to oppose President Trump at every turn, who's going to vote for impeachment? He's going to vote for shutdowns. He's going to vote against the America First agenda. He's already said that that is where he's going to be, that he's going to be very loyal to Chuck Schumer. He's going to be very loyal to folks like Bernie Sanders and the rest of the Democratic leadership from across the party. That's not what North Carolina supported in the 24 election, or frankly the 20 election or 16. They voted 3 different times for President Trump. They want to see this agenda move forward.
Yeah, they do. I want to talk about judges because they've become a major part of the storyline in Washington. All right, we know where Democrats and Republicans are. We know where President Trump is. He's very clear, and that's why the American people voted for him. But judges keep ruling against President Trump, and then as the case moves up the circuit, when it gets to the Supreme Court, it has to get reversed, which means the lower court judges were wrong on the law. What could Congress do to start to rein in these judges who consistently rule in a way that gets them overturned when appellate or Supreme Court justices get involved?
Yeah, the first thing is we've got to make sure that President Trump's nominees are going to be confirmed in the Senate. When you think about the effort that he had during his first term to remake the judiciary, to bring in the conservative justices that we have on the Supreme Court, 3 of them that now help make up that 6-3 conservative majority. You look at the remaking of the federal districts across the country. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but we need to make sure that we get his judges confirmed, and that is a direct vote in the United States Senate. Of course, we also need to have, oversight hearings, and we need to have conversations about what is happening across the judiciary and across the country. Frankly, we got to go back to basics, right? The first priority for the government, for any government, is to protect its citizens, and if they're not going to be willing to do that, then we need to take steps and make sure that they do.
Yeah.
Sir, before we let you go, we had many conversations with you leading up to the 2024 election about election integrity and making sure that Americans could trust the results last November. As you look forward at your race, are you confident in the state of elections there in North Carolina?
Yeah, we put the program together in North Carolina when I was the state party chair that we ultimately exported to all of the battleground states all across the country. The fact is we're going to get the right rules of the road in place before voting starts. We're going to make sure that we have observers and attorneys in every single precinct across the state. And we're going to make sure that everybody understands that we are there and we are on the wall. The RNC is fully committed to move forward with that program, even with a new chair, Joe Gruters, who's doing a fantastic job as my replacement, and we will certainly have those programs in place here in North Carolina as well.
Yeah. Michael Whatley, you changed the course of the North Carolina Republican Party. You changed the course of the Republican National Committee. I got a sneaking suspicion you may change the course of the U.S. Senate in the not-so-distant future. Great to have you on the show today.
It's really good to be on with both of you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, great honor to have you on, sir. Thanks so much. All right, folks, we'll be right back. When we come back, I mentioned it, former FBI whistleblower, the man who ran the communications analysis unit at the FBI for a very long time, one of the most trusted people I know in the FBI, Bassem Youssef, up next right after these messages. Hey, America, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called home title theft, and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, then file it with the county, and just like that, boom, they're on record as owning your home. Using your ownership, they then take out loans against your equity or even sell your property, and you're not going to know about it until you get a foreclosure or collection notice in the mail, and that's not going to be a good moment. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com. You'll get a free title history report and a free child. Their $1 million triple lock protection. That's a great deal. $1 million to protect your home. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes. And if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com and use that promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back, everybody. As John talked about at the very top of the show, newly declassified documents are confirming what a lot of us suspected all along, that the FBI wasn't just looking at January 6 defendants. They were snooping in on sitting Republican members of Congress of both chambers. According to these documents, Special Counsel Jack Smith actually obtained communication, those records tied to GOP senators and at least one Republican congressman as part of his investigation into President Trump and the events of that day. So joining us now is retired Unit Chief in the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Counterterrorism Division, a legend in his own right, Bassem Youssef. Bassem, thanks so much for being with us.
Great to be with you, Amanda. Thank you very much for the kind remarks.
Well, we so value your opinion. We've had you on this show, and you have weighed in on some very, very important topics. And John described this as grave at the top of the show, and I think that that is probably a proper description of what we are seeing right now. I know just before the show you were reading the report. What were some of the top lines for you?
Well, as I mentioned, literally just minutes before John called, I was reading the report, and there are several points that just jumped out at me. The first one is you're talking about members of Congress and the Senate. Those are protected entities. This is one of the things that the media has not really focused on, with all the overhears that were done during the Biden DOJ and FBI on targets. When you talk about members of Congress or college professors or students, those are highly sensitive targets that demand a higher level of predication for getting the authority. And so, to me, the fact that this was done on just the GOP side of the House is already a big flag. The second is that you mentioned in the report that these were declassified reports. First of all, if they were not under the national security side of the House, this would be a criminal. In other words, these individuals, these members of Congress, are not foreign agents, so they would not be subject to the FISA or to the national security letter. In fact, they would be, if they're targets of a phone record authority, it would be done under the Title III or the subpoena. And if that's the case, why was it classified? It's not supposed to be classified. Also, the fact that they only requested records from January 4th to January 7th raises a lot of questions in my mind. That's a very short period in general to be going after someone's phone records, or CDRs, they're called detailed records. So those are just a couple of things that jumped out at me, in addition to a whole lot more. The question is, what was the predication that Jack Smith put forth in his affidavit for getting this authority?
Yeah. So for a long time, Bassem, you oversaw the communications analysis units, one of the most important units in using phone evidence to help solve crimes and stop terror attacks and counterintelligence threats. When you see the CAST system, which is the system for, I guess, the tracking the phone calls, walk us through what Jack Smith likely was looking for if he was using the CAST, the CAST system, to figure out what these lawmakers were doing via their phones.
So the name may have changed. I'm not familiar with the CAST in particular, but I believe that that's just a renaming of the tools that we had when I oversaw the unit from 2005 until 2014 when I retired. So there are two, and I can't get into the details of how we actually acquired the data, but I can tell you that we had what I would consider to be toll records on steroids, a tool that would give us access to that kind of data that was not available anywhere else except for the FBI and for the National Security Agency as we work together on these toll records. Those are extremely not just sensitive, but very intrusive in terms of the data and the data mining that you would get on the targets. Without, again, going into details, because that would be sources and methods, I can tell you that the program that was most intrusive was the program that was leaked by Edwin Snowden. And that was a program that we also oversaw in the unit during those years that I was overseeing the unit. Right. And so that program was specifically designed to go after terrorists, and it was a dragnet to see if there are any terrorist connections to known terrorist targets. The fact that it would be used on other than a terrorism target is already abuse of the program. And I suspect if it was used, if the other program that I'm referring to was also used, then that was just as egregious.
Bassem, if they had found something that was of interest to them, something that they thought could damage Donald Trump or damage these Republicans or damage the America First agenda, if they had found something that indeed did damage the way that they wanted to, how would they have presented that to the American people without having to fess up, hey, we snooped on their phone records?
Right. That's a very good question, Amanda. And I go back to 2017 when I also briefed the Hill on how this particular program, without mentioning the name of it, can be used in a manner of where you're reverse targeting the subject. So the way that would work is that you're supposed to approach this program with phone numbers that you know are already bad actors or known targets of a criminal or counterintelligence or counterterrorism matters. And from there, you go and you look at the targets that are in contact with that particular target, and to see if any of those could be associated in a criminal manner with the main target. But you're not supposed to look at it the other way. In other words, you're not supposed to go. And I just to bring this to make a little more sense. I know that in the case of Mike Flynn, General Mike Flynn, when they got his records, it was reverse targeted, meaning they already knew his number. They already knew exactly who he was in contact with. And then they looked for a target that is nefarious and started with that. In other words, pretended that they didn't know that Michael Flynn was actually in contact with that target. So that would be the way, or one way that I could imagine they would try to bring this before the American public.
Yeah, and the reason we don't do that is we don't have general warrants in America. We don't let people go snooping everywhere. You got to have a specific suspicion and allegation that's credible to do it. I want to ask about one thing. What we know from Senator Grassie's letter today, Bassem, is that the FBI was able to give Jack Smith every person that the lawmaker called, where that lawmaker was when they made the call and where the person was when they're making the call. Now, the window between January 4th and 7th would be the window when Congress was preparing to certify the election, which is clearly a function of Congress. It's actually protected by the Constitution. The separation of powers issue here and the level of data that they were actually gathering on lawmakers, does it surprise you that nobody stood up and said, wait a second, Congress had a constitutional obligation to certify the election. Should we be really looking at this data?
John, you literally just answered my question succinctly, the question that I asked earlier. The peculiarity of January 7th through January 4th through January 7th was very peculiar because it's a very short period of time. But the fact that was the period that you're talking about answers that question, meaning it was already disingenuous that they were looking for records just for that period.
Yeah, that's just amazing. And the location data, the fact that they would know where every person was making the call plus who they talked to, that would give them a lot of leads and might sweep up innocent people into the sweep, right?
Absolutely. And the fact that they did have that data, the geolocation, again, that would require a much higher threshold of authority than just a simple national security letter or an admin subpoena. So they must have had some other predication, and if Congress or the investigators would look at that, if DOJ looks at this right now, they will see that there would have to have been false information in that request.
Yeah, it's going to be so important. So many more questions.
Bassem Youssef, you are a national treasure. Your contributions to the FBI and protecting American citizens is unparalleled. Thank you so much for being here, and it's an honor.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Thank you, John.
Absolutely.
What a great guy.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back after these messages.
Yeah. Hey, folks, if you snore and your partner hasn't moved to another room yet, congratulations. You've either found true love or your partner has no other place to go. Let's talk about what your partner really wants in bed. Silence. Stop keeping them awake from your snoring and giving them 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Zipa is the only FDA-approved and patented anti-snoring solution invented by a leading sleep doctor that stops snoring at the source. Zipa has a 91% success rate backed by a 91-night sleep guarantee. That's pretty great. For a limited time, go to Zeepa.com and use the code JTN or text JTN to 511-511 and get the absolute best solution, guaranteed, to stop your snoring with a Happy Z pack and save over 24% off. Plus, Zeepa will donate $10 to breast cancer research. Visit Zeepa, ZYPPAH.com. Use the code JTN or text JTN to 511-511 and save over 24% off with the Happy Z pack and start improving your sleep health today. That's a good thing. Remember, Zeepa is Happy Z spelled backwards. Text fees may apply.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in his act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Welcome back, America. I want to stay on that major story that broke just before our show took air. Yep, the FBI was snooping on the phone call records of 8 members of Congress, 7 senators, 1 House member, all Republicans, all who played a key role in the certification vote for the 2020 election. Jack Smith was the requester, the special prosecutor. And a question comes to mind, which is if the executive branch is snooping on the legislative branch, what sort of protections should have been in place? I knew the perfect person to turn to, a man, and I trust him every time we got a big question like this. He's the retired FBI Executive Assistant Director, the author of one of my favorite books, Wanted, the FBI Wants to. He's our good friend, Chris Paiota. Chris, great to have you on the show.
John, thank you. Pleasure to be with you and Amanda this evening.
All right, so this clearly is going to fall into a very sensitive matter inside the FBI. If the FBI is asked to look at the phone records, at least who's talking to who and where are they when they're making the phone calls, it obviously involves separation of powers. It obviously involves what they call special interest parties. Tell us what's probably going on at the top of the FBI. What sort of things would the FBI need Jack Smith to do before the FBI would be comfortable grabbing these records on members of Congress?
Well, if you're looking at a matter like this, this matter is going to be approved and reviewed and scrutinized at the highest levels of the FBI and the Department of Justice when you're looking at conducting electronic surveillance on our national leaders. So you have to look at that level of review and scrutiny. As far as where Jack Smith comes in, he had to probably show adequate predication with his investigative work that he was able to convince the FBI and Department of Justice to go and obtain these records. So I'd love to see what the predication was, and I'd love to see how it was presented and who approved and knew of these actions prior to the implementation.
In a normal world, would Chris Wray have to weigh in on something this sensitive?
Absolutely, he would have been briefed on it, and he would have given his concurrence.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what we think.
I want to ask you about the protections that should be in place, because our founding fathers were obviously very serious about separation of powers and making sure that there were guardrails in practically everything. But when you consider a case like this, where the special counsel very clearly had a political bent, and by the way, so does the FBI director at the time, how do you protect against that?
Well, I think what you have to do is, as the investigative agency, the Office of General Counsel, the senior leadership, and everyone has to be able to look at what is the expected outcome for this investigative effort. What are you trying to find, and what type of predication do you have to ask for these type of records? Those are very basic things that have to be looked at. In this instance, I would certainly hope, but I am not hopeful, that folks weren't looking at this from a political angle and they allowed their personal ideologies to possibly sway decision making. So I haven't read the predication directly, but I'd like to see what it said to justify that type of coverage.
Yeah, that's key. That's got to be the next document we got to get from the FBI. We don't have that yet, but that is an important one. Chris, I want to talk about something else that happened this week. And I grew up in a family of cops, and I used to have DEA, FBI agents sleeping on my couch at our house. And there was a brotherhood that when an officer was in need, everybody responded. There were no ifs, ands, or buts, no hesitation. You went all in to protect your fellow policemen and policewomen. This weekend, we saw a disturbing act where ICE agents were under attack. Cars were cornering them in. They're calling for backup, and according to the reports, and now the police union confirms it in Chicago, Chicago police were told not to help their brethren in the federal level in harm's way. Have you ever seen something like this before?
Not at this level. I could see where people would be reluctant to do certain things, but they always came to the aid of fellow law enforcement officers. It doesn't matter, federal, state, local. If a law enforcement officer was in danger or in need of help, everybody responds immediately. And I was disgusted and just so demoralized by seeing that from the chain of command at the Chicago Police Department. I can't believe we're at this state of political and ideological division, that our law enforcement folks have a damaged culture that allowed them to decline a request for assistance.
Yeah. You said it right.
Chris, I think that for a lot of Americans, the concern is that Chicago is not isolated. There are plenty of other blue cities out there. And, you know, John and I are both very, very strong advocates for law enforcement, and we back the blue. But, you know, we are humans. Humans are fallible, and policemen and women are also fallible. So the fact that these police departments are made up of the demographics of their city, so Chicago, Portland, Philadelphia, Baltimore, it kind of gives you some insight into the philosophies of these police officers. So do you think that there are other departments across this country where if they are given a stand down order or do not respond order to another officer in distress, they're going to listen?
I think we're at a point where, disappointingly, I believe that you'll see this again in some of those more deep blue environments. If I can add one thing on the previous discussion, I'd also like to see what the expected outcome was, because generally when you do toll record analysis, you're looking for predication for a more intrusive, direct electronic intercept of communications. So I'd like to see what their investigative strategy was on that for that special counsel.
Yeah, and let me follow up on that, because if there was no follow-up, that might suggest that the initial inquiry was frivolous or didn't really result in much, right?
It may have come up with an absence of additional information or additional predication that would warrant a more intrusive intercept of the actual content of the calls. Generally, when you do a toll record analysis, you're looking to establish time, date, place, who, what, where, when, and you're looking at networks of people who communicate with each other on a regular basis, periodic basis, or you're looking for a triggering event where we used to see this in the terrorism world. You'd see a phone call made and it only lasted 3 seconds, but it was made at certain intervals where you knew it was more of a triggering call. Right. It wasn't a direct communication call. Just things like that. They would look for tradecraft.
Real quickly, I've read your book many times to remind myself of the FBI of a different era. We all look at the Comey era, and I think there's widespread agreement that James Comey failed as an FBI director. But the Chris Wray era is starting to look a lot more uncomfortable, whether it's targeting Catholics, parents, members of Congress. Is Chris Wray perhaps the next person that Congress will take a deep dive on in doing oversight?
I think they're going to have to look at some of the activities and the motivations or lack thereof of some of the actions that were taken, and what were the FBI investigators looking to accomplish, and where were the orders given from, and who were the authorizing parties.
Yeah, so very important. Your book I go to often, Chris. It is an incredible treasure as we try to cover this extraordinary time. You've done a great work. Thanks so much for joining us and giving us your expert analysis. That was great. All right, folks. We'll take. Yeah, what a great conversation. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, flu season's upon us. Guess what? We got one of the best to talk to us about it. Dr. Peter McCullough's here up next, right after these messages.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Welcome back, everybody. As the temperatures start to drop, Americans are bracing for what experts warn could be one of the toughest flu seasons in years. Oh my! Doctors say that this year's strain could hit harder and spread faster. So, what can you do to protect yourself and your family from getting sick? Joining us now to talk about all of that, he is world-renowned doctor and chief scientific officer at the Wellness Company. He also is the author of the new book, Vaccines: Mythology, Ideology, and Reality. Dr. Peter McCullough. Dr. McCullough, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
I knew without even looking at my weather forecast, because I got a couple marketing messages today from 2 separate major pharmaceutical chains in this country, both recommending that I go, run, go get the flu shot. Is it necessary?
It's really not. Remember, influenza is a respiratory illness. It starts in the nose and the throat. So your first line of defense is a nasal spray and gargle twice a day. Yeah. I think you should do it year long, certainly during flu season. There are many products out there. My favorites are actually Clear, Xlear, then the gargle spray, but you can use Immune Mist, Cofix RX, Neomed. And the list goes on and on, but make sure you're using a nasal spray and gargle twice a day. You're out and about, for sure it should be done. That has the greatest reduction in the risk of influenza and other viruses, far more than a vaccine. Now, if one contracts influenza, there are 4 FDA-approved antiviral drugs. They work best started day 1, so it means have them on hand. You can do that with the Wellness Company Contagion Kit. The available generics are Tamiflu and then Ofluza. The other ones are IV that you get in a clinic. And, the chances of any adult getting influenza, way less than 1%. But if it happens, be ready with early treatment.
Yeah, that's the key. So we've had the flu around for so long, and it always seems mystifying to me that beyond the vaccine, the other things, the preventative care like gargling or the therapeutics early on, they seem to fall by the wayside as a better option. Why is it there's a bias against those two interventions, which, by the way, have a higher record of success long term?
It's whether you take a vaccine or not. Remember, the vaccines have way less than 50% efficacy. So, in most studies, the majority of people who get flu have taken the vaccine. So they're actually following the recommendations for the vaccine. It's just that they're not very effective. So I think our public health messaging should change to practical things, nasal sprays and gargles, having some medication kits at home, the pre-prescribed antivirals, secondary antibiotics if needed. Americans need to do better than just take a vaccine. That's been the public health messaging now for decades. And hopefully if the new team in place, we'll start to see a focus on, practical other preventive measures and early treatment.
So important.
Ever since COVID, we all have learned about ivermectin. It has become a topic of conversation, a topic of controversy, frankly, during COVID. But now I understand that there is a topical application of it for some skin issues. What is that about?
Well, sure. Topical ivermectin's been around for a while, but it works great for acne. Some people develop that pitting acne, typically women more than men. There's papulopustular rosacea. We've even found some post-COVID and post-vaccine skin rash syndromes that are responsive. So topical ivermectin is really good to have around. It's available from the Wellness Company. And, ivermectin was the best spinoff from the pandemic. It's something it turns out to be a very versatile drug that has so many different applications. We should have spinoffs after a major human event like the pandemic.
Wow. So if you have a rash that you haven't seen before, or if you have consistent rosacea, those are two things that ivermectin could be useful in treating?
Oh, for sure. I had a patient the other day who, through the pandemic now just has this relentless acne, and it does have a rosacea pattern to it. And I prescribed it, and it's working fine.
That's amazing. Wow. All right. So how do we get ivermectin from the Wellness Company? Because you have it in the topical cream. It's really simple, right?
Right. There's multiple products. You can get the ivermectin cream, ivermectin with benbenazole as an anti-parasitic. You can get straight up ivermectin. You sign up on the Wellness Company. You do have to go through some checks with the doctor. It's pretty rapid. Make sure everything is prescribed the right way, and then prescribe it. And we've got now several pharmacies can get it out within a few days. And I think people will find this is far better than trying to go to an urgent care and clicking in and going through all the steps and then trying to get it at a local pharmacy. Just go to the Wellness Company, twc.health, and then promo code JustTheNews.
That's great. We love it.
Dr. McCullough, ever since COVID, the vaccine schedule has been a topic of conversation, and it's been a very, very stressful issue, especially for parents considering vaccines for their children. That all falls under the umbrella of medical freedom. My concern is that we've moved into a medical ecosystem where doctors are a part of a system, some type of corporate hospital system, so it's very hard for them to break away and offer advice to their patients that they feel in their gut is the right thing to do rather than following the messaging of the corporation. How many of these independent family doctors who are detached from a hospital system, how many of them are there left in this country, and how do we get back to that?
Probably fewer than 5%. Association of American Physicians and Surgeons is one group of those independent doctors. They keep a nationwide roster. So if you go to aapsonline.org, you can look at that roster. I just spoke actually at one of the Health Freedom Caucuses in Ohio, and they're putting it into law
that doctors, no matter what their employment status, they ought to be able to freely give their opinion and not be constrained by their employer. Can you imagine if we had employers for all the lawyers and all the plumbers, and that we couldn't get different opinions when it comes to medicine, law, home improvement, you name it, there are always multiple opinions, and everyone deserves the chance to get a second opinion, not just get a corporate narrative.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so important. Dr. Peter McCullough, world-renowned doctor and chief scientific officer over at the Wellness Company. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And to our audience, head over to twc.health/justnews today. You can use the promo code JustNews. That's twc.health/justnews and use promo code JustNews. We're going to be right back on the other side of this break.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back, America. Last week, we had a chance to talk to the great Mark Morano, but both the technical gods and some breaking news got in the way. We never really got going on that interview, and I didn't want to miss it out. He always brings us extraordinary news from his great work at the Climate Depot. Joining us now, our good friend, Mark Morano. Mark, good to have you on.
Very good. Thank you for having me, John. Appreciate it.
We love having you. I felt gypped last week, so this is good. We get a sequel. It's awesome. All right, I want to dig right into the issue that I think is right in front of us right now. We have incredible empirical evidence that the trillions of dollars we spent on green energy didn't give us really any benefit. And now you have an administration with a shutdown government able to pull a lot of funds back. How big an opportunity is this for the Trump White House to get rid of the rest of the money that's just not yielding any benefit to the American public?
Yeah, well, we're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act and the whole Green New Deal agenda. I don't know. I think the estimates were 50-60% they were able to claw back, and the courts stopped them from doing any more. Right. Well, now with this shutdown, he's already got $8 billion in climate funding to blue states, $18 billion in federal funding for New York City, another $8 billion to the other climate agenda. So this is an opportunity that Chuck Schumer and others may have wished they didn't give Donald Trump. This is like resurrecting Doge, except in an unexpected and surprising way that could be very effective. And I don't know if you saw it, but Bjorn Lomborg did an analysis showing that the entire green agenda, this is the United Nations, this is globally, is so ineffective that we're not on pace to eliminate fossil fuels. You always hear people talk about the fossil-free world. China is on pace by the year 2431 to eliminate it. And globally, we're not on a pace for 4 centuries, and it's 2392, nearly 4 centuries. And so Donald Trump, by defunding the Inflation Reduction Act, we could be causing, it could be 2402 by the time we're fossil free. Without no fossil fuels because of Donald Trump. It just goes to show you this is nonsense. You have Boris Yeltsin. Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, finally admit today that he had gone too far with the whole green agenda. He got carried away by the net zero agenda. Everyone got, he didn't get carried away. He said he went too far. He shouldn't have taken the first step. And that's the problem. It's kind of like in COVID. Well, we went too far with lockdowns. But no, you never should have had him. We went too far with masks. We held math. No, you never should have had him. But at least he's admitting it. But, it's such a minor admission. But still, it's being defrauded around the world. The fraud is being exposed. No one can hold the glue together anymore.
Yeah. Well, and Mark, on that, because President Trump has a little more than 3 years left in his administration, is now the time to seize the opportunity to perform and put out the results of studies that prove that the whole climate change, the green agenda is absolutely absurd. I'm not saying it can't ever be good, but as far as right now, as far as our infrastructure, as far as our capabilities, it can't happen right now. But, we were not really allowed to have these conversations under Joe Biden. So is now the time for the Trump administration to really push these studies so that maybe folks on the woo-woo left about this will be like, all right, so there's a decent study. Maybe we can reel it in a little.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Now is the time. Anything in the year 2025 is better than the year 2026. Once you get into midterm elections, it all collapses. As a veteran of, Ronald Reagan, he had 2 first years of amazing stuff. Then the congressional and Senate Democrats in 1982 made huge gains. And then they had to do a whole bipartisan thing. He gets reelected and he had another 2 years. It's so fleeting as a president. Now, the Republicans could hold on to the House next in the Senate House next year, but we'll see. But why take a chance? Now is the time for him to rush everything through. And I love the way Trump addressed the UN, and they're talking about sending a delegation to COP30, the UN Climate Summit. I hope that if they did send a delegation, they go down there and condemn the whole thing the way Trump condemned it. If not, I'll be down at COP30. I'd be happy to be the unofficial U.S. delegation if Donald Trump doesn't want to send one. But this is the time. Now's when you cut. Now's when you do all the deregulation, because any delay, you're never guaranteed of a tomorrow in a presidential administration in terms of actually being effectively able to do anything.
I would pay to be in the front row to watch you be the lead of that delegation. That would be a lot of fun. Mark Morano, great to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us, my friend.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh, my gosh, that was fun. Amanda, we talk about weaponization today. It was going after your enemy. Sometimes it's protecting your friends. That's the other half of weaponization. Tomorrow, tune in. We're going to have an exclusive story about how the intelligence community protected Joe and Hunter Biden on Ukraine. Be sure to tune in tomorrow night. You're not going to want to miss it. Until then, we hand the baton to the one and only Grant Stinchfield.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I will tell you this, and I say this with a very sad face. Top brass inside the Chicago Police Department is a disgrace. They are beholden to a radical mayor's office. They not only put the lives of Chicagoans in danger, but now they put the lives of federal law enforcement in danger as well. What I heard over the weekend when Chicago PD called off responding officers to help federal agents who were all but being attacked by these Antifa goons, it made me sick to my stomach. And I will say this as well. To all of those Chicago officers that obeyed this unlawful order, and it is an unlawful order, by the way, you too need to resign because you did not have your fellow law enforcement officers in mind when you said, hey, we're out of here. Give me a break. It's a disgrace, and it is a stain on that once fine police department. Chicago PD rejects the idea that they called off police officers, but I don't know. The audio tape of dispatch doesn't lie.
For the units responding to 39th and Place in Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions with 999.
999.
999.
For the chief of patrol, clear everybody up. We're not responding over there.
For the chief of patrol, call everybody off. We're not responding. Now, how in the world does the Chicago superintendent of police then make a wild claim like this? Is it because he's a liberal too and liberals just make a habit of lying to people?
There was something that was put out there that there was an internal message that came from the chief of patrol. That is absolutely not true. There is no internal message. There was a phone conversation. I'm not sure until we get to our after action, all of the exact language that was there. But I have had a conversation with the chief of patrol who was concerned about officers showing up on the scene. The chief of patrol at that time had no information that anyone was in danger.
Give me a break. You got the Border Patrol officers being rammed. They're asking for help. You know the history of Antifa in your city and the damage that they can do. The woman had an AR-15 allegedly in her car. There's a possible foot chase, and you're telling me nobody's in danger? All of it sounds like word games and nonsense. Just listen to the dispatch again. Here we go.
For 999, Chief of Patrol said all units clear out from there. We're not sending anybody over to that location.
62, we're going to clear out as soon as we can, Squad. We're like locked in over here, so we're going to do the best we can to get out of here as soon as we can.
We can get out of here as soon as we can because you're blocked in. Could you imagine if the men of Benghazi obeyed their unlawful order to stand down and not go to the consulate and save lives? You have a duty to disobey unlawful orders. People were in danger. The public was in danger. You've got to go towards harm's way, whether some chief of patrol says so or not. Because you're worried about being blocked in like you can't get to your pizza fast enough, to me is an absolute disgrace. You need to resign, and every other officer who stood down needs to resign. In my opinion, you're not cut out for the job, and you don't know what it takes to be a police officer. And it saddens me to say that because Chicago, along with New York, along with L.A., three of the greatest police departments this nation has ever seen, and they've all been destroyed by liberals. So what does the mayor say about all of this? The mayor, instead of apologizing to ICE agents, he basically offers up ICE-free zones in his city.
Today, we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ICE-free zones. That means that city property and unwilling private businesses will no longer serve as staging grounds for these raids.
Folks, these people are lunatics. They're either dumb, they have it out for America, stupid, or they literally want the chaos to continue. Either way, it's bad for Chicago and it's bad for America. I want to bring in now 30-year law enforcement veteran, former Capitol Chief of Police, Stephen Sund is with us. Chief, welcome back to the show. All right, Chief, be honest with me. Am I being too harsh to say these officers ought to resign? If you're not going to go help your fellow officer, I say get out of the way and let somebody else in who will. Am I being too harsh? And be honest with me.
No, I will. I'll tell you, you saw Mayor Johnson up there, and that's why you're dealing with the environment you're dealing with. These officers are, they're probably beholden to their brass. They're probably shaking in their boots. They want to go and help their fellow officers. When you hear a call for an officer in need, here in Washington, D.C., we call it a 1033. It's the most chilling call you're going to hear, and everybody comes running. When they have their officers so scared that they're not going to respond, you've got the chief coming out. Chief's not waiting on an AAR. He's up there doing CYA because he's beholden to the mayor. The mayor has set the standards. And I got to tell you, when you talk about those federal agent-free zones, hey, look how those are working out over in Paris and Scandinavia and Europe. That's the beginning of absolute disaster. So, yeah, you look at the FOP. National FOP had come out and said it's a dereliction of duty, what you saw. With the order that was being given by the chief of patrol, and for him the chief be saying that never came out, and you can hear it. It was actually displayed on what they call the MDTs, the mobile display data terminals, in the cars as well. So that's an absolute joke.
It's difficult to say. Look, you got to do the right thing, even though you may get fired for it. In Chicago, you may get fired for doing the right thing. Heck, in Chicago, you may get charged with a crime if you're a police officer for literally doing the right thing. But I'm looking right now, Border Patrol, ICE, I think the Secret Service offering $50,000 signing bonuses. Texas Department of Public Safety says, hey, come down here and work in Texas. I know it's difficult to uproot your family. Plenty of options for these guys in Chicago and LA and New York to go work someplace else, Chief.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, U.S. Park Police just up there is to $75,000 signing bonus. Everyone's trying to grab people, and I agree with you. If you're not happy with the agency you're in, you need to get out of there. But there needs to be something done, whether it's a federal consent decree or the federal government needs to be looking at cutting the $100 to $200 million of federal grant funding the Chicago PD gets a year. I'd be stepping in someone's behind pretty quick to make sure that doesn't happen again. When you have officers being shot at, calling for assistance, and the police won't go. What's critical to understand is this didn't occur on federal property. This occurred on Chicago Police Department jurisdiction, their primary jurisdiction, and they wouldn't go. That's unacceptable.
Chief, what do you do if you're in this position? You were specifically a police chief. Now, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, you worked for who? You didn't work for the mayor of Washington, D.C. Was it the Speaker of the House? Who oversees the Capitol Police?
So I worked specifically for the Capitol Police Board, 3 politically appointed people who reported to really the leadership in Congress. What tied my hands was a law called Federal Law 2 U.S. 1970. It required any time I wanted to bring in any federal assistance from my officers, I had to get permission from the Capitol Police Board, who then had to get concurrence from leadership. When we came under attack and I kept getting denied repeatedly over and over and over to bring in any federal assistance, I said, I'll take the consequences. I started calling every chief of police I knew, including federal, Secret Service, FBI, anybody that I thought would respond, and got 17 agencies, 1,700 police officers from as far away as the New Jersey State Police to respond to my calls for assistance, because I wasn't going to stick around and wait for these people to finally give me approval.
And the reason I ask you that is because you stood up and you do what you think is right at the time, no matter what. These police chiefs who work for these liberal cities and radical mayors. I mean, you look at the mayor in New York, you look at the mayor in Chicago and L.A., Karen Bass, but Brandon Johnson may be the worst of the bunch. You know, how do you go to work every day? Because you have to appease them. Otherwise, you're going to be fired. But I don't know how you're a cop and go to work in a city like that.
Well, I'll tell you, I think the days of being a true blue cop, that has just been so diluted. What's sad is it goes all the way to the selection process. When you have these groups come in and they're scanning police chiefs to make sure they're the right fit, they're making sure they're the right political fit now. First and foremost, not that they're, all about true blue law enforcement. They're about, are they a political fit for the environment they're going to come into? That's their first concern. Are they going to work with the city council? Are they going to work with the mayor? Are they going to follow directions? And that's what you're seeing now. You're seeing that happen in New York. You're seeing that happen in San Francisco. You're seeing that happen in Chicago, because it's all about who they have running the agency. So I think it needs to start with some of the selection process.
Well, we're blessed agents weren't killed yesterday because they didn't get the help of Chicago police. Chief Stephen Sund, it's always great having you on the program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on.
Absolutely. I believe that whole idea of hiring these sympathizers has now infiltrated the ranks of these police departments. Top brass wants sympathizers in the police. This is what is happening in Portland. Portland, I got some good news and I got some bad news. First, the good news. Nick Sorter, our very good friend, frequent contributor on this program, who was arrested for simply doing his job, showing the nation the out-of-control Antifa in Portland, was arrested for disorderly conduct. Well, now the police say there was not enough evidence to charge him, though somehow they gave kudos to the cops who did. And this is the evidence against Nick Sorter. He's literally the one being attacked, and they arrested Nick. It makes no sense, the police response to this. Roll it.
Get out of here. Get out of here now.
So Nick's in the gray sweatshirt. And you'll see here, they tackle him. They knock him down. He's trying to get away. That's what they used to arrest Nick Sorter. Now, last night, Nick returned. He had that flag with him that he saved from being burned. And guess what? He is attacked again.
Been assaulted here, and we're live, right? We got it? Okay. So now we're going to get assaulted. You're going to be pushed. You're going to be... Don't do that! Where'd it go?
They try to steal the flag, and watch, you'll see the gentleman in the white throw a punch here because they're all being attacked. Well, guess what? They arrested that gentleman who was literally there just to protect Nick and himself from a radical, violent mob. And so what does the chief of police in Portland say about Nick Sorter?
This is certainly a new phenomenon for myself and for law enforcement in general, and their reach is obviously very significant. And so they're going where they can get the views and create the perception.
How dare you, Chief? Nick Sorter, my man Ben Berkwam, who we're about to see in a moment, Andy No, the list goes on. These guys put themselves in harm's way so all of you folks can get the information. The clicks is a benefit. In many respects, it allows them to do what they do so you get the information, but they don't want you having the information. So, hey, by the way, what happened to that gentleman's car, Tommy Allen's car, who was arrested for punching the Antifa goon? Watch this as he comes out.
They did in my car while I was in jail. They came out here and broke all my windows, broke my mirrors,
Look at the lights.
broke my lights. This is what they do. This is what they do.
Portland police are arresting the wrong people. And yet these men go back to work every night for us, and we ought to be grateful. One of those men I'm grateful for, he's always right in the thick of things, is RAV correspondent Ben Berkwam. He's been there the last couple days. Ben, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Grant. I just got to start off by saying that Portland police chief is an idiot, that he's an absolute disgrace to the uniform. That is not a new phenomenon. They have allowed Antifa to take over their city. They are taking their orders from Antifa today, and they're just upset that they're being exposed by people like Nick Sorter and me. It's an absolute disgrace. And by the way, that was the third night in 4 nights that Tommy got arrested for something that he shouldn't have. It's an absolute disgrace.
Ben, your response to you're just doing this for clicks and likes.
No, I'm doing this to save America from the traitors and the terrorists that have taken over cities like Portland. That's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this for my daughters and my wife so that they don't have to deal with these thugs and goons, so that men like myself can do it so they don't have to. This is our duty as patriotic, freedom-loving American, and especially as husbands and fathers, it's our duty to expose evil where we see it. That's why we're doing it, Chief.
Ben, I'll tell you what. I know the sincerity of you, of Nick Sorter, and the others I mentioned is just as real as God is real. Everybody here at Real America's Voice, we are not here for the clicks and likes. We are here because we love this country. And for the chief to say that just goes to show you how they misunderstand what great patriots are all about and what patriotism is all about. So with that, I'm going to ask you, Ben, what is the situation now in Portland? We heard in Chicago he's got no ICE zones. We already know Portland has no ICE zones.
Yeah, it's the same. In fact, I just published a video earlier today where a cop was witness to Antifa threatening to kill MAGA supporters, a guy by the name of Black Rebel, and what did the police officer do? He gave Antifa advice on how to not get federal troops into the city. The city of Portland, the police department of Portland is not just complicit, they are compromised. And at this point, every single blue city in America, every single sanctuary city in America, as you heard earlier by the former Capitol Police Chief, they need to be defunded immediately. And we need martial law, whatever it takes, to go in there and restore order, because these guys are incapable of doing it now.
Yeah. Well, you set up my next segment perfectly. Ben Berkwam, as always, thank you so much. At Ben Berkwam, so you can get a few clicks and likes, my friend. At Ben Berkwam on all the social media platforms. Thank you, buddy, for coming on. Stay safe tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Let me show you this. Cut 16, guys. This is why we need the National Guard in places like Portland and Chicago.
Get out of Portland! Get out! Get out of here! Get out of our state! Get out of here!
He spit on him, if you can believe it. That's assault. Now, this is why we need the National Guard there. So, of course, radical judges put a monkey wrench in President Trump's plan to bring the California National Guard into places like Portland, Oregon. The judge says Trump can't bring the National Guard from anywhere in America. Now, that makes no sense. He's the commander-in-chief. If he has to, at the very least, protect federal buildings, or, in my opinion, protect the American people, commander-in-chief has a right to do that. So he's turning to Texas to help out. He's going to send 400 Texas National Guard troops to Chicago. I want to bring in Republican Texas State Representative Steve Toth is with us. Steve, it's great to have you on the program.
Good to be with you, Grant.
All right, Representative Toth, let me ask you this. So President Trump wants to bring the National Guard from Texas. Apparently, Gavin Newsom is very selfish with his National Guard, doesn't want to help. Is Texas willing to help President Trump and the people of Illinois?
We are. We're so appreciative when other states send National Guard to us to help us close our border because of what Biden had done recklessly to open the border. And we feel a great deal, or a great sense of commitment to America, and especially to law and order, to restore law and order. And I mean, not towards these stupid, moronic police chiefs, but to law enforcement people that are out there that at the end of the day, Grant, these guys have got to go home. ICE agents have got to go home at night. Someone needs to help them. Someone needs to protect them. And if that falls to Texas, we're all in.
Well, we've seen what they can do with simply their presence. I mean, I've made the comment many times. In Washington, D.C., a National Guard member didn't make one arrest, but crime is way down just from their presence. Do you think that presence would make a difference in a place like Chicago or Portland, Oregon?
It will. And I'm just here to tell you, Texas isn't going to put up with that crap. And we expect that our Texas National Guard isn't going to put up with that crap. Law enforcement and people in the uniform that bear the flag, they should be respected again. And I'm thankful that we're there. I'm thankful the president has asked us to be there.
Yeah. Well, Stephen Miller, one of the confidants of President Trump, works in the White House, a great voice for President Trump, spelled out why the National Guard won't be needed in Texas. Listen to this.
because it's a demonstration, and they have a sniper on top of a building firing a high-caliber rifle at a nice facility because it's a demonstration, and they are engaging in vehicle ramming.
But the National Guard isn't being sent to Texas.
Because it's a
the National Guard
demonstration.
isn't being sent to Dallas, where that sniper was.
Because the Dallas Police Department and the governor of Texas, well, you walked right into that one, have responded to every call for assistance and help.
Steve Toth, he says you walked right into that one.
That was epic. Yeah, we're a little bit different down here, and we actually respond to this crap, and we don't put up with it.
One of the reasons why I wanted to bring you on, because I see across the country the Democrats are imploding. Their policies make no sense. I saw a video of you from the Texas House floor telling me about all of these Democrats that voted to basically, in essence, allow squatters to stay in your house. Did I get it right? Like, what world is that a good idea for squatters to be allowed to stay in your house? Can you lay this out for me briefly? Yeah,
we put forth legislation this year that banned and expedited the removal of squatters from, they go into a house. I don't understand why Democrats would have any issue with this whatsoever. It's hard to explain how you can go into somebody else's house that's been gone for a month or two, and for whatever reason, it takes several months to get rid of them. What's with that, right? And so, we fought the Democrats for the better part of 3 hours as we're trying to pass this legislation. Grant, it makes no sense. They make no sense.
The good news is Texas Republicans have the majority. We've got our share of problems with that majority, but that bill passed, even though how many Democrats voted against it?
All of them. 62 of them.
62 Democrats vote against banning basically squatters from your house and having it easy to remove them. I'm telling you, that party is imploding. Representative Steve Toth, it's great to have you on the program. Thank you for coming on tonight.
God bless you, Grant. Thanks for everything that you do to be a voice for truth.
Well, I appreciate that, and thanks for putting up a big fight in the Texas State House. All right, folks, coming up next, the Trump administration is bringing positive changes to our healthcare system, but to truly make America healthy again, it starts at home with you. The Wellness Company offers top quality products to keep you and your family safe and healthy. Their prescription medical kits include life-saving medications and guidebooks, plus they offer parasite cleanses, weight loss solutions, and more to help you live a longer, healthier life. Visit twc.health/voice today. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. That's twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE and save 10%. All right, now coming up next. The FBI has revealed that Jack Smith tracked private communications of Republican lawmakers in his illegal J6 probe. Andy Biggs, the great congressman from Arizona, is here to respond to those allegations. It's next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
Well, welcome back, everyone. We've got some breaking news to report to you. It turns out, thanks to Kash Patel and Dan Bongino inside of the FBI, director and deputy director, that Jack Smith, that illegal special counsel that was charged with investigating January 6th, was tracking private communications of up to 12 members of Congress, mostly senators. This was phone calls. Nearly dozens, at least a dozen of them. Ron Johnson on this list, Josh Hawley on the list, Marsha Blackburn on the list. You think it's a coincidence that it's all the friends of this program, that we play you sound bites nearly every night from these folks that are really trying to make it happen for us? This is proof that the Biden administration, through the DOJ and Jack Smith, weaponized that department against conservatives and sitting United States senators. This is Ron Johnson's response to this.
Because of his relentless advocacy for whistleblowers, that a lot of this information is surfacing right now. We wouldn't know about the list of 100 Republican entities that were targeted by Jack Smith's Arctic Frost investigation. I don't think we know about this as well. So we need whistleblowers.
Remember, the Republican organizations he talked about, including Turning Point USA, were targeted by Jack Smith, and now we have sitting members of Congress literally tracking their private phone calls, where the phone call originated, where the retrieving of the location of that phone call was. To me, it is 100% outrageous. The budget bill fails also. That's somewhat breaking news. We're going to talk about that in a moment, but right now I want to bring in a great friend of this program, Republican congressman from Arizona and now candidate for governor out there. Of course, I'm talking about Andy Biggs. Congressman Biggs, it's great to have you back on the show.
Great to be with you, Grant. Good to be with you. I wish it was about something else, don't you?
You know, we never get to actually talk about baseball or something. That would be great. But maybe one day, Congressman Biggs, maybe one day when we're calling you Governor Biggs, we could talk about those things. But right now, I want to ask you, I'll ask about the budget in a moment. But this idea, tracking sitting members of Congress, U.S. senators, to Jack Smith, what was he up to?
Well, he was violating the law. He was on a mission to find or create any kind of predicate to bring a charge against any member of Congress who was a conservative would be great, but a Republican, he'd take that too. That's why when you start listing the names, you have Cynthia Lummis, you got Marsha Blackburn, you got Josh Hawley, Bill Haggerty, Lindsey Graham. I mean, we're talking people who are Republicans. And don't forget that they had already seized, the FBI had already seized Scott Perry's phone, who's a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and they seized it, but they had been tracking him. And don't forget, we've got the FISA stuff where they were abusing it. Grant, this was basically all hands on deck to try to go after Republicans, and that was their modus operandi. And I just look at it and I say, this is some of the most outrageous things we have seen and they were going after Republican and conservative organizations. Don't forget that under Obama, they were doing the IRS. This goes back of weaponizing the government against the people who represent the people best, and that's Republicans.
This was back 2010, 11, back in the Tea Party days where they were targeting those groups with the IRS. I've got to ask you, Congressman, here's what I want to know. I don't believe that Jack Smith was just some rogue agent that was decided to go hammer away at Republicans. This had to go through maybe Comey at the FBI. Maybe does this go through the former Attorney General, Merrick Garland? Does it go up to Joe Biden and Barack Obama, the man who was really pulling the strings? How far does this go?
Well, I personally believe it goes right into the White House. Now, whether Joe Biden understood what was happening, you and I can speculate, but there are people that were surrounding him that were using that, just like they were using the auto pen and everything else to try to thwart and deceive the American people. They were using this to go after political opponents. It is one of the most outrageous scandals that we have had. And it's this massive, it is a huge web, everything from the Russian hoax, where they used the intelligence community and weaponized the federal police agencies, to this, where they're using federal police agencies and the special counsel to go out and manufacture, trying to come up with evidence against these people for anything. That shows you how clean everybody is, because they couldn't even come up with anything, and they couldn't even fabricate it.
Do you think, Congressman, is there any evidence that they targeted you? I mean, you're one of the strongest conservative voices in the House of Representatives today. I'm surprised. I'd be very surprised if they didn't. Have you seen any rumblings about that?
I was told once that I was a target, but I've left that alone because I haven't found any additional evidence of that. But I mean, the reality is it wouldn't be just me. There were other people who were voices that I believed were targeted. And what they've done is they've tried to weaponize the procedure itself. So even if you cannot, I mean, just think of Scott Perry. Even if they can't come up with a charge against you, the fact that you have to spend millions of dollars to defend yourself and you are slandered and defamed, that process is the penalty in itself. And they don't even care if they hook you and get you into prison. I mean, you look at Jeff Clark now, a former Trump attorney, and they're going after him to take away his ability to earn his livelihood because he gave privileged legal information to his client. And now they want to take away his bar license.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing to John Eastman, also an attorney for President Trump, and so many others across the board. When you look at Roger Stone and Papadopoulos and all these people whose lives were ruined, which I guess in some respects brings us back now to deceitful Democrats, because 13 times Democrats vote to kick the can down the road. I know you're like me. We don't like CRs. I mean, the continuing resolutions are the worst things going. But Democrats had always been for them. Now, all of a sudden, they're not. Let me play a clip from Caroline Leavitt today, basically spelling out exactly where it is they want to spend money on illegal aliens. Roll that one, guys.
Their funding proposal would result in nearly $200 billion spent on health care for illegal aliens and other non-citizens over the next decade. To put this in perspective, $200 billion is enough money to fund the entire children's health insurance program, which provides health insurance to low-income children and women.
All right, Congressman, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. This bill was literally a clean continuing resolution, meaning no fancy riders or subtle riders or quiet riders that might be snuck in on this by the Republicans. None of that.
That's right. None of it. I actually read the whole bill before I held my nose and voted for it. But here's the deal. Grant, they just voted for basically the same exact bill 6 months ago. 6 months ago they did. And now they're here because they're trying to turn everything to a political statement. And you know what? We're going to give them 3 sombreros for their effort, but they're going under for this because they're the ones that are stopping the government. And by the way, you and I, Grant, we're both fiscal hawks. Who would have thought, you and I, that the CR would be the cheapest spending option in Congress? but it is. And maybe that's why they're upset, because it's still spending the same amount that they voted for many times.
There's plenty of Democrat pet projects in this. Believe me, there's lots of things we can cut out of this. And I really think it was just a gesture of good faith. Hey, let's just do it totally clean and we'll negotiate this out. But they don't. Here's my prediction, and then I want to get yours. I think by Friday there's a deal. Friday paychecks are due. That would be the day that the military, air traffic control, the Coast Guard would miss a paycheck. I don't know if the Democrats really want that on themselves, so I'm predicting by Friday. Your thoughts?
Well, I think they're going to wait till middle of next week, and because they have to feel the pain, and then they can come in and say, well, we're doing this to save you, and they'll try to create a narrative for that. But the bottom line is I would also, Grant, I thought sure they would have caved by now, but they haven't. But I would say we're probably 6-7 days away from before they cave.
It's a topsy-turvy world. You and I are talking about continuing resolutions like it's fine, and you got the mainstream media even subtly calling out the Democrats. I've never seen anything like it was on Sunday. They were calling them out left and right, and I guess that's a good thing. We'll take the win when we can get it. Congressman Andy Biggs, good luck in your race for governor. Let me give the website to everybody, BiggsForArizona.com. You're my man in this race, BiggsForArizona.com. Go throw some money in the tip jar. Volunteer for the campaign. Did I get it right, Congressman? Anything else?
No, Grant, you always get it right. You know it.
I appreciate you, buddy. You too. Feeling is mutual. We will see you again soon. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks, Grant. Take care.
You got it. You got it. Can you imagine how frustrating it is for a guy like Andy Biggs in Congress, who is a fiscal hawk, to have to watch this craziness go on over and over again? But he puts up a fight, which is why I think he'd be great for Arizona. All right, up next, Netflix is quietly indoctrinating your children. We get into that next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
Welcome back, everyone. I guess I'm not surprised by this next story, but I didn't know how prolific it was. Netflix basically grooming our children, LGBTQ, crazy propaganda. Watch this from Strawberry Shortcake.
Banavi, tell us why you chose this delicious dress.
As a transberry, I love living out loud as my most authentic self. And I wanted to dress as bold and unique as I am, which, let's face it, is a tall order.
A transberry? Like, really? That's what we're showing our kids? Then I see this. It's not just about alphabet mania. It is also about anti-white messaging.
I'm asking for you to remember that if the world falls apart, trust should not be doled out easily to anyone, especially white people.
I mean, are you... Come on. Really? Don't trust white people? That's the message on Netflix to children. I guess this is what we're up against. This is why Congressman Tim Burchett says, you know what? It's time for Netflix executives to answer to this.
Here's what I want to do on this one, because the First Amendment and all that is involved in it, of course. Let's get on it. I'm going to follow up with my folks after we get off. I'm going to call them and say which committee can they be brought in front of. Is it who? I think what we have to look at, who regulates the FCC, and then since it's cable, does that count? I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but yeah, they need to be brought in.
Let's talk about the executives of Netflix. Now, you have First Amendment rights here, but you can get to the bottom of other things like who's funding this. What is their ultimate goal in funding all of this? Why are they putting this out to our kids? Those are all questions Congress could get answers to. I want to bring in now patriot and political commentator. He's known as Conservative Ant. Anthony Raimondo is with us. Anthony, welcome to the program.
Hi, thanks for having me on today.
Well, it's great to see you, buddy. Your reaction to all this as you start to watch it. I didn't know it was this prolific, but I got more clips to show you. But first, your reaction.
Listen, I thought it was a joke at first. I said, there's no way. Now it's blatant. Now it's just in your face. Hi, here we are. And then I started seeing that there were more than one shows on there that were pushing the trans ideology. It's so disappointing, even in that community of what it used to be. I don't understand why it has to be such a big thing that they want to push to our children. It makes me so mad because it's like the community has been hijacked, and it's like it's been made a mockery of. This is not what most of us want, by the way.
All right, and that's coming from an openly gay man saying this isn't it, which is one of the reasons why I bring you on here. Let me show you another example of this. Cut 4.
Something that we know about you. You love to get up and dance. How about you break out those moves for your 2 biggest fans?
All right, Conservative Ant, we could have a debate about marriage between a man and woman, whatever we want to do, but wouldn't that be for you and me to debate, for parents to talk to their kids? Do they really need to broach this whole situation as their 4-year-old is watching? What's the name of the show? Coco Melon.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is like parents are putting these shows on because they think their kids are just watching normal cartoon shows. And, parents might not be ready to have a conversation like this. By the way, I love how they hit every single race that they possibly could in here. They got the tutu in there. They got the black husband, the white husband, gay guys. It's like, how much do you really have to try? Listen, as somebody who's been in a relationship for 15 years, something that we pride ourselves in is 1, on faith, and 2, we don't do any of the public display of affection stuff because it's not my place to make my lifestyle somebody's problem that day. And they're doing this in books. They're doing it on TV. And it's like, we're done. They're also doing this to adults too. So I watched a movie on Netflix not too long ago, and the main character was a trans man. Why? And everybody in the show was openly just calling him dude, bro, man, guy. And I'm like, it's none of those things. He's none of those. She's not any of those things.
Well, I wish they would talk to you about these things before they just go and throwing this stuff on TV. But that, you and I both know that's not going to happen. Let me play one more for you. This is from Paranormal Park. Watch this.
It's not the park. It's me. I'm trans, Norma. And everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney. And I can choose if and when I tell people. I've never been.
So I've surveyed a few kids in my life. My son said there's no trans kids that he knows of at his inner city Dallas ISD school. My girlfriend's 2 daughters, they came up with one they think is trans. These are out of hundreds of children, and this is what they put on. Anthony, I guess I ask you, what is the goal of all of this on their behalf?
I don't know. Kids are not trans. Adults make them trans because they try to fill some type of void that they're leaving behind in their life, or they're trying to be this amazing ally, which, trust me, we don't need you to ruin your kid's life to accept the LGB community and become some amazing ally. We got this. We've had it for a while. Just live your life. Leave kids out of it. We'll do the same.
Yep. It's great advice. Tell people where they can find you, brother.
Conservative Ant on all platforms, including TikTok and X.
Sounds good to me. We'll see you soon. Thanks for coming on tonight.
Thanks, friend. Thanks.
Absolutely. All right, folks. The powerful link between emotional weight and physical health. It's next.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you. Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
I'm
Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
For those of you out there that desperately try to lose weight, I have a solution for you. It's called Energized Health, energizedhealth.com. I did it. Protocol was great. 2 weeks, I lost 15 pounds, and I've kept it off because it's a way of life, and it changes the cells in your body. We'll talk about that in a moment. But one of the challenges to losing weight is your emotions. And what food means to you and the stress in your life. And that also makes it difficult, not just the exercise and what you're eating. Watch this.
We did first 555 in March and then another one in May. I lost 15 pounds, gotten back into 32-inch pants for the first time since 1998. Overall, more positive and optimistic. I've had improvements, gum disease that I have. It's improved our marriage.
I've lost 15 pounds. I was able to forgive. It was the most emotional journey that I have gone through. I physically felt a lift. And it was great.
When we carry unforgiveness, we're a totally different creature than once we forgive because the weight is gone.
Well, it's a powerful message from John Jubilee, the founder of Energized Health. They have the 555 challenge going on right now. 5 days, $5, 5 pounds, guaranteed. You got to check that out. I want to welcome John Jubilee to the program. John, welcome back.
Hey, Grant, great to be here.
All right, it is true. I think everyone understands people have an emotional attachment to food for whatever reason. That often, I would imagine, John, could be the hardest thing to break.
Well, it really is, Grant, and it's been for all of human history. So just to let everybody know, you're not alone. This started in the Garden of Eden. The first temptation in the world was what? Food. It was food. The first temptation of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ after his 40-day fast was what? It was food. So food has been an emotional connector and a temptation to step out of God's best for our life in perpetuity. No one is exempt from that temptation. And so think about it, guys. I mean, all of us, right? It's like, what do we feel like eating? What do we feel like eating? So there is a huge connection to our emotions and
John,
food, and all of us have it, Grant.
Let me ask you the hardest question here, and that is, how does Energized Health and the protocol that you have with intercellular hydration help people break that emotional attachment that's so hard to break?
No, that's such a great question. And I am thrilled to be able to give people a real lifeline, to give you a real ray of hope that you really can break the emotional connection. So we have helped tens of thousands of people, which I would say probably 90% of people had an unhealthy emotional connection to food. But they didn't even realize it, Grant, until they went through the Energized Health protocol, which the 555 challenge, guys, that's the first step. That's the first step to getting free from our unhealthy emotional ties and connections that we have with food. So we help you break it down. Some of you, the first step may be looking at, and we help you do this in the 555 challenge. We'll look back through the lens of what happened when you were a child. Maybe your parents were divorced, there was an alcoholic, in your family, there might have been some physical abuse, might have been sexual abuse. We look at what are the childhood traumas that could have happened that was the root of that. But there's many other things. But again, we'll share all these things with you in the 555 so that you also can get your breakthrough and you can be free from that unhealthy emotional connection to food.
This is, as I listen to you talk, this is why I tell people this is a total mind, body, soul program. And the faith that you bring into all of this is really amazing, which is why it works for so many people. Let me tell people how they can find you, John Jubilee. I appreciate you coming on, as always. As John mentioned, the My 555 Challenge is going on right now. The website is on your screen right there. Go there. And I just got an email from one of Stinchfield's Army members, and they said, "Hey, Grant, does this energized health system really work?" And I responded to him. I said, it worked for me. I'm not going to come on here and pitch some product that I don't believe in, some system I don't believe in, some protocol like Energized Health I don't believe in. It works. I sent it back, and I believe he signed up. And so I'd love to hear from him to see how it's going if he's watching. All right, here's what you do. Go to my555challenge.com. That's my555challenge.com. Register today. You will not regret it. All right. During the 250th anniversary celebration of the Navy, President Trump reminds us all why he's the best.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Welcome back, everyone. Congratulations to the Naval Academy with a big victory this weekend over Air Force. Fitting, I guess, for its 250th anniversary. Lots of celebrations going on. President Trump paid a visit to the USS George H.W. Bush, but it had a name change momentarily, at least for the day.
Everybody knows